Confessor, The Sword of Truth, Book 11, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan. Confessor. Chapter 1. For the second time that day, a woman stabbed Richard. Jolted fully awake by the shock of pain, he instantly seized her bony wrist, preventing her from ripping open his thigh. A dingy dress, buttoned all the way up to her throat, covered her gaunt figure. In the dim light of distant campfires, Richard saw that the square of cloth draped over her head and knotted under her angular jaw looked to be made out of a scrap of frayed burlap. Despite her frail frame, her sunken cheeks, her stooped back, she had the glare of a predator. The woman who had stabbed him earlier that night had been heavier and stronger. Her eyes, too, had burned with hate. The slender blade this woman wielded was smaller as well. While it made a painful puncture wound, had she sliced across his thigh muscle, as she'd apparently intended by the way she was holding the knife, it would have been far worse. The army of the Imperial Order did not bother to care for slaves with crippling injuries. They would simply have put him to death. That had probably been her plan in the first place. Gritting his teeth with awakened rage as he held the struggling woman's wrist in a vice-like grip, Richard twisted her arm as he lifted her white-knuckled fist in order to withdraw the blade from his leg. A drop of blood dripped from the tip. He easily muscled her under his control. She was not the powerful killer he had at first feared. Her desire, her intent, her lust, however, were just as vicious as that of any of the invading horde she followed. As she grunted in pain, vapor from each panting breath rose into the cold night air. Richard knew that to be gentle would only give her another opportunity to finish the job. Surprise had provided her with an opening. He would not foolishly grant her a second chance. Still firmly holding her wrist, he wrenched the knife from her grasp. He didn't let up the pressure on her arm until he had possession of the blade. He could have broken her arm, and she deserved no less, but he didn't. This was not the time or place to create a disturbance. He merely wanted her away from him. Once he'd disarmed her, he shoved her back. As soon as she stumbled to a halt, she spat at him. "You'll never beat the team of the great inglorious Emperor Jagang. You are dogs, all of you. All of you from up here in the New World are heathen dogs." Richard glared at her, watching to make sure she didn't pull another knife and renew the attack. He checked to the sides for an accomplice. Although there were soldiers not far away, just beyond the small enclosure of supply wagons, they were preoccupied with their own business. There didn't appear to be anyone with the woman. When she started to spit at him again, Richard lunged at her. She gasped in fright as she flinched back. Having lost courage for the business of stabbing a man when he was awake and able to defend himself, she cast him one last hateful glare, then turned and escaped into the night. Richard had known that the length of heavy chain attached to the collar around his neck wasn't long enough to allow him to get to her, but she hadn't known that, and so the threat had been convincing enough to scare her off. Even in the middle of the night, the vast army encampment into which she had vanished was ceaselessly busy. Like some great churning beast, it swallowed her up. While many of the soldiers were sleeping, others seemed always to be at work repairing gear, making weapons, cooking, eating, or engaged in drinking and raucous stories around fires as they passed the time, waiting for their next opportunity at murder, rape, and plunder. All night long, it seemed, there were men testing their strength against one another, sometimes with muscle, sometimes with knives. Small crowds gathered from time to watch such contests and to bet on the outcome. Patrolling guards looking for any signs of serious trouble, soldiers looking for entertainment, and camp followers looking for a handout prowled the encampment throughout the night. Occasionally men wandered by to size up Richard and his fellow captives. Between gaps in the wagons, Richard could see some of the camp followers, hoping to earn food or even a small coin, going from group to group, offering to play a flute and sing for the men. Others offered to shave soldiers, wash and care for their clothes, or tattoo their flesh. A number of the shadowy figures, after brief negotiations, disappeared into tents with the men. Others wandered the camp looking to steal, and a few of those out in the night were intent on murder. In the center of it all, in a prison island created out of a ring of supply wagons, Richard lay chained with other captive men brought in to play in the Jala de Jin tournaments. Most of his team was made up of regular Imperial Order troops, but they were off sleeping in their own tents. Hardly a city ruled by the Order was without a Jala team. As children, these soldiers had played it almost from the time they could walk. They all expected that after the war was over, Jala would endure for them. To many of the soldiers of the Order, Jala de Jin, the game of life, was itself a matter of life and death, nearly equal to the cause of the Order. Even to a scrawny old woman who followed her emperor to war and lived off the scraps of his conquest, murder was an acceptable means of helping her favored team to victory. Having a winning Jala team was a source of great pride for an army division, just as it was for any city. Commander Karg, the officer responsible for Richard's team, was also intent on winning. A winning team could bring far more tangible benefits to those directly involved than mere glory. Those who ran the top teams became powerful men. Winning Jala players became heroes rewarded with riches of every sort, including legions of women eager to be with them. At night, Richard was chained to the wagons that held the cages that had transported him and the other captives, but in the games they had played along the way, he was the point man for their team, trusted to carry Commander Karg's ambitions to glory in the tournaments at Emperor Jagang's main encampment. Richard's life depended on how well he did his job. So far, he had rewarded Commander Karg's faith in him. Richard's choice from the first had been to either join Commander Karg's effort or be executed in the most gruesome manner possible. Richard, though, had had other reasons for volunteering. Those reasons were far more important to him than anything else. He glanced over and saw that John Rock, chained to the same transport wagon, lay on his back sound asleep. The man, a miller by trade, was built like an oak tree. Unlike the point men of other teams, Richard insisted on endless practice whenever they were not on the move. Not everyone on his team liked it, but they followed his instructions. Even in their cage, as they had traveled to the Imperial Order's main force, Richard and John Rock analyzed how they could have done better, devised and memorized codes for plays, and did endless push-ups and other exercises to build their strength. Exhaustion had apparently overcome the noise and confusion of camp, and John Rock was sleeping as peacefully as a baby, unaware that their reputation had brought people out into the night who wanted to end their team's chances before they reached the tournaments. As tired as Richard was, he had only been dozing from time to time. He found himself having difficulty sleeping. Something was wrong. Something not connected to all the myriad troubles swirling around him. It was not even anything to do with the immediate worldly dangers of being a captive. This was something different, something inside him, something deep within him. In a way, it reminded him a little of the times he'd been sick with a fever, but that wasn't really it either. No matter how carefully he tried to analyze it, the nature of the feeling remained elusive. He was so confused by the inexplicable sensation that he was left with nothing so much as an aching feeling of restless foreboding. Besides that, he was too preoccupied thinking about Kalen to be able to sleep. Held captive by Emperor Jagang himself, she was not all that far away. Sometimes, when he'd been alone with Nietzsche, late in the night, sitting before a fire, she had stared into those flames, and confided in him how Jagang had brutalized her. Those stories gnawed at Richard's insides. He couldn't see the Emperor's compound, but as they had rolled in through the sprawling encampment earlier that day, he had seen the impressive command tents. To find himself looking into Kalen's green eyes after all this time, even if for only a fleeting moment, had filled him with joy and relief. He had at long last found her, and she was alive. He had to find a way to get her out. Reasonably sure that the latest woman to have stabbed him was no longer lurking in the shadows for another attempt, Richard finally pulled his hand away to inspect the wound. It wasn't as bad as it might have been. If he had been sound asleep, like John Rock, it might have gone much worse. He guessed that perhaps the odd feeling that had been keeping him awake had actually served him well. As much as the wound in his leg stung, it wasn't serious. Holding his hand tightly over it had stopped the bleeding. The wound from earlier that night was also painful, but it, too, wasn't anywhere as bad as it might have been. His shoulder blade had caught the tip of the woman's knife and thwarted her attempt at murder. Death had visited him twice that night and gone away empty-handed. Richard remembered the old saying that trouble sired 3 children. He hoped not to meet the 3rd child. He had just rolled onto his side to try again to get some sleep when he saw a shadow slipping up among the wagons. The stride appeared deliberate, though, rather than stealthy. Richard sat up as Commander Karg came to a halt over him. In the dim light, Richard could plainly see the tattooed scales covering the right side of the man's face. Without the leather shoulder plates and breastplates that the commander usually wore, or even a shirt, Richard could see that the pattern of scales ran down over his shoulder and covered part of his chest as well. The tattoo made him look reptilian. Among themselves, Richard and John Rock referred to the commander as Snakeface. The name fit in more ways than one. "What do you think you're doing, Reuben?" Reuben Ribnick was the name John Rock, and everyone else on the team, knew Richard by. It was the name Richard had given when he'd been taken prisoner. If there was one place that his real name would surely get him killed, Richard now sat right in the middle of it. Trying to get some sleep. "You have no business trying to force a woman to lie with you," Commander Karg pointed an accusatory finger. "She came to me and told me all about what you tried to do to her." Richard's brow lifted. "Did she now?" "I told you before, if you beat the Emperor's team, if you beat them, then you will get your choice of a woman. But in the meantime, you get no favors. I won't tolerate anyone disobeying my orders, least of all the likes of you." "I don't know what she told you, Commander, but she came here with the intent of killing me. She wanted to make sure that the Emperor's team wouldn't lose to us." The commander squatted down, resting his forearm on his knee as he peered at the point man for his Jala team. He looked ready to murder Richard himself. "A poor lie, Reuben." The knife that only a short time ago he'd taken away from the woman was in Richard's hand, pressed up along the inside of his wrist. At this distance, he could have gutted the commander before the man knew what had happened. But this was not the time or place. It wouldn't help Richard get Kalen back. Without taking his gaze off the commander's eyes, Richard spun the knife through his fingers and caught the point between his first finger and thumb. It felt good to have a blade in his hand, any blade, even one this small. He held the handle of the knife out toward the commander. "This is why my leg was bleeding. She stabbed me with it. Where else do you think I could get a knife?" The significance and the danger of a knife being in Richard's possession was not lost on the man. He glanced at the wound on Richard's thigh and then took the knife. "If you want us to win this tournament," Richard said with deliberate care, "then I need to get some rest. I would rest a lot easier if there were guards posted. If one skinny old woman who probably has a bet on the Emperor's team kills me while I'm asleep, then your team will be without a point man and has no chance to win. Think a lot of yourself, don't you, Reuben? You think a lot of me, Commander, or you would have killed me long ago back in Tamarang, after I killed dozens of your men. With his tattooed scales faintly lit by campfires, the commander looked like a snake considering a meal. It would appear that being point man is dangerous, not just on the Jala field. He finally rose up over Richard. I'll post a guard. Just keep in mind that a lot of people don't think you're so good. After all, you've already lost one game for us. They had lost that game because Richard had tried to protect one of his men, a captive named York, whose leg had just been broken in a concentrated charge by the opposing team. He had been a valuable man, a good player, and therefore targeted. The way the Order played Jala, the rules allowed such things. With a badly broken leg, York had suddenly become useless as a player and as a slave. After he had been carried from the field, Commander Karg had unceremoniously cut the man's throat. For protecting the downed player, rather than continuing play by taking the Brock upfield toward the opposing goal, the referee had penalized their team by banning Richard from the rest of the game. They had lost as a result. The Emperor's team lost a game too, as I hear tell, Richard said. His Excellency had that team put to death. His new team was created from the best men in all of the old world. Richard shrugged. We lose players for various reasons too, and they get replaced. Any number have been hurt and can't play. Not long ago, one of our men broke a leg. You did no less than the Emperor did with his losers. As I see it, the details of who used to be on his team don't matter all that much. We've each lost a game. That makes us even. That's all that really matters. We come into this contest on equal footing. They're no better than us. The commander arched an eyebrow. You think you are their equal? Richard didn't shrink away from the man's glare. I am going to win us the chance to play the Emperor's team, Commander, and then we will see what happens. A sly smile curved into the scales. Hoping for your choice of a woman, Reuben? Richard nodded without returning the smile. As a matter of fact, I am. Commander Karg had no idea that Richard already knew the woman he wanted. He wanted Kaelin. He wanted her more than life itself. He intended to do whatever was necessary to get his wife away from the nightmare of captivity by Jagang and his Sisters of the Dark. Staring down at Richard, Commander Karg finally conceded with a sigh. I'll tell the guards that their lives depend on no one getting at my team while they sleep. After the commander had vanished into the night, Richard lay back, at last letting his aching muscles relax. He watched guards in the distance, rushing to set up a tight perimeter around the captive members of the team. The realization of what could be lost to nothing more than a conniving camp follower had spurred Commander Karg to action. At least the attack had served the purpose of making it possible for Richard to get the rest he needed. It wasn't easy sleeping when anyone who wanted to could sneak up and cut your throat. Now at least he was temporarily safe, even if it had been necessary to surrender the knife. He still had the other one, though, the one he'd taken from the first woman. It was tucked away in his boot. Richard curled into a ball on the bare ground in an effort to stay warm as he tried to go to sleep. The ground had long ago lost any heat from the previous day. Without a bedroll or blanket, he was forced to bunch up the slack in the chain to make a pillow of sorts. The next sunrise was not far off. Out on the Azrith plain, it wasn't going to be getting warmer any time soon. Dawn would bring the first day of winter. The noise of the camp droned on. He was so tired. Thinking about Kaylin, about the first time he'd met her, about how it had lifted his heart to at last see her alive again, about how happy it made him to look into her beautiful green eyes, finally allowed sleep to gently quiet his mind and take him. Chapter 2. It was a soft, otherworldly sound, like a doorway into the world of the dead opening, that woke Richard from a deep sleep. He looked up and saw a figure in a hooded cloak looming over him. Something about its bearing, its very presence, made the hair on the backs of his arms stand on end. This was no timid, frail woman. Something in the demeanor told him that this was not even a knife-wielding attacker. This was something far worse. Richard knew without doubt that this was the third child of trouble, and it had just found him. He sat up and scooted back a little, gaining some precious distance. Somehow Commander Karg's guards had failed to stop the intruder. He glanced their way and saw them casually walking their patrol. As closely spaced as they were, Richard didn't see how anyone could have gotten through their perimeter, yet this latest visitor had managed it. The hooded figure glided closer. "The cleansing has begun." Startled, Richard blinked. The eerie voice echoed in his mind, but he wasn't at all sure that he had actually heard it. The words just seemed to be there in his head. He carefully slipped 2 fingers down into his boot, groping for the wooden handle of the knife. When he found it, he started drawing it out. "The cleansing has begun," the figure said again. It wasn't like a real voice. It was neither male nor female. The words didn't seem to have been spoken aloud as by a voice, but rather sounded like 1,000 whispers joined together. The words seemed like they had come from another world. Richard couldn't imagine how anything dead could speak, but the words didn't sound at all as if they had come from anything living. He feared to imagine just what it was that stood before him. "Who are you?" he asked, stalling for time while he appraised the situation. A quick glance to each side revealed no one else in plain sight. As far as he could tell, the visitor had come alone. The guards were facing the other way. They were watching for anyone who might try to get at the sleeping captives. They weren't looking inside the circle of wagons for trouble. The figure seemed suddenly to be closer yet, within a mere arm's length. Richard didn't know how it had gotten that close to him. He hadn't seen it move. He wouldn't have allowed it to get that close if he had seen it moving toward him, and yet it had. Having a chain attached to his collar didn't leave him much freedom to maneuver if he had to fight. With his fingers, he carefully collected links of chain into his free hand. If he had to fight, he would loop the chain and use it as a noose. With his other hand, he was still surreptitiously fishing out the knife. "Your time starts this day, Richard Rahl." Richard's fingers on the knife paused. It had spoken his real name. No one in the camp knew his real name. Richard's heart hammered against his chest. With as dark as it was, and the hood, the face inside was hidden from view. Richard could only see blackness, like death itself, staring out at him. It crossed his mind that that just might be exactly what it was. He reminded himself not to let his imagination get carried away. He summoned his courage. "What did you say?" An arm beneath the dark cloak rose toward him. He couldn't see the hand, just the drape of the cloth over it. "Your time starts this day, Richard Rahl, the first day of winter. You have 1 year to complete the cleansing." An unsettling image of something all too familiar came to mind: the boxes of Orden. As if reading his mind, 1,000 whispers of the dead spoke. "You are a new player, Richard Rall. Because of that, the time of the play is now reset. It starts anew from this day, the first day of winter." Until a little more than 3 years before, Richard had been living a peaceful life in Westland. The entire chain of events had started when his real father, Darken Rall, had finally gotten his hands on the boxes of Orden and first put them in play. That had been on the first day of winter 4 years ago. The key to telling the 3 boxes of Orden apart and knowing the correct box to open was the Book of Counted Shadows. Richard had memorized that book as a young man. Because he had lost his link to his gift, he could no longer remember the words of the book. To be able to read or remember books of magic required magic. But while he didn't recall the words, he did know from remembering his own actions some of the basic principles laid out in the book. One of the most important elements of using the Book of Counted Shadows was verifying if the words Richard had memorized were spoken true, verifying if that key component to opening the boxes of Orden was genuine. The book itself stipulated the means of verification. The means of verification was the use of a confessor. Kaelin was the last living confessor. Richard summoned his voice only with the greatest of difficulty. "What you say is impossible. I have put nothing into play." "You are named as the player." "Named? Named by who?" "That you have been named as a new player is what matters. You are forewarned that you have 1 year from this day, and not 1 day longer, to complete the cleansing. Use your time well, Richard Rall. Your life will be the price if you fail. All life will be the price if you fail." "But it's impossible!" Richard cried out as he lunged, locking both hands around the throat of the figure. The cloak collapsed. There was nothing inside it. He heard a small, soft sound, like a doorway into the world of the dead, closing. He could see the little clouds of his panting breath rising into the black winter night. After what seemed an empty eternity, Richard finally lay back down, using the cloak to cover his trembling body, but he could not force himself to close his eyes. To the west, distant lightning flickered at the horizon. To the east, the dawn of the first day of winter fast approached. Between lightning and dawn, in the middle of an enemy numbering in the millions, Richard Rall, leader of the Daharan Empire, lay chained to a wagon, thinking about his captive wife and the 3rd child of trouble. Chapter 3. Kaelin lay on the floor in the near darkness, unable to sleep. She could hear Jagang's even breathing in the bed above her. On an ornately carved wooden chest against the far wall, a single oil lamp, its wick turned down low, cast a weak glow through the gloom of the Emperor's inner sanctum. The burning oil helped, if only to a small degree, to mask the stench of the encampment. The smells of soot from fires, fetid sweat, rancid refuse, the latrines, the horses and other animals, and manure all mingled together into a ubiquitous stink. In much the same way that the horrific memory of all the maggot-infested rotting corpses she had seen along her journey invariably brought to mind the unforgettable, unmistakable, gagging smell of death. It was impossible to contemplate the Imperial Order encampment without it also bringing to mind its singular, pervasive stink, a thing as vile as the Imperial Order itself. Since arriving in the encampment, she was always reluctant to draw a breath too deeply. The smell would forever be linked in her mind to the suffering, misery, and death that the soldiers of the Imperial Order visit upon on everything they touched. As far as Kaelin was concerned, the people who believed in, supported, and fought for the convictions of the imperial order did not belong in the world of life among those who valued it. Through the gauze fabric covering the vents in the top of the tent, Kalen could see the furious flashes of lightning to the west illuminating the sky overhead to announce the approaching storms. The Emperor's tent, with its hangings, carpets, and padded walls, was relatively quiet, considering the constant din of the sprawling encampment out beyond, so it was hard to hear the thunder, but she could occasionally feel rumbles of it through the ground. With the cold weather settling in, the rain would make it all the more miserable. As tired as she was, Kalen couldn't stop thinking about the man from earlier that day. The man who had looked out from that cage as it had rolled through the camp. The man with the gray eyes. The man who had seen her, actually seen her, and had called out her name. It was a galvanizing moment for her. For anyone to see her bordered on miraculous. Kalen was invisible to almost everyone. Invisible wasn't really accurate, though, because they actually did see her. They simply forgot having seen her as soon as they had, forgot that they had been aware of her only an instant before, so while she wasn't really invisible, she might as well have been. Kalen knew well the icy touch of oblivion. The same spell that made people forget her as soon as they'd seen her had also wiped out every memory she had of her past. Whatever there was to her life before the Sisters of the Dark, it was now lost to her. Among the millions of troops sprawled out across the vast, barren plain, her captors had found only a handful of soldiers who could see her, 43 to be exact. These 43 were men who, like the collar around her neck, the sisters and Jagang himself stood between her and freedom. Kalen made it her business to know every one of those 43 men, to know their strengths, their weaknesses. She studied them silently, mentally making notes about each of them. Everyone had habits, ways of walking, of observing what was going on around them, of paying attention or failing to pay attention, of doing their job. She had learned everything she could about their individual characteristics. The sisters believed that an anomaly in the spell they had used was responsible for a handful of people being aware of Kalen. It was possible that out among the Order's vast army there were others who could see and remember her, but Jagang had so far not discovered any more. The 43 soldiers were thus the only men able to serve as her guards. Jagang, of course, could see her, as well as the sisters who had used the spell in the first place. Much to the sisters' horror, they had been captured by Jagang, and they too had ended up with Kalen in the wretched encampment of the Imperial Order. Other than the sisters and Jagang, none of those few who could see her really knew her from her forgotten past, a past that even Kalen didn't know. But that man in the cage was different. He had known her. Since she didn't remember ever seeing him before, that could only mean that he was someone who knew her from her past. Jagang had promised her that when she finally had her past back and knew who she was, when she knew everything, then the real horror for her would begin. He delighted in explaining in vivid detail exactly what he intended to do to her, how he would make her life one of endless torment. Since she didn't remember her past, his promises of retribution didn't mean as much to her as he would have liked. Still, the things he'd promised were terrifying enough in and of themselves. Whenever Jagang promised such vengeance, Kalen returned only a blank look. It was a way of walling off her emotions from him. She didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing her emotions, her fear. Despite what it would mean for her, Kalen was proud to have earned the contempt of such a vile man. It gave her the confidence that whatever she had done in her past, her convictions could only have placed her in direct opposition to the will of the Order. Because of Jagang's ghastly oaths, Kalen greatly feared remembering her past, Yet after seeing the raw emotion in the captive man's eyes, she longed to know everything about herself. His joyous reaction to seeing her stood out in sharp contrast to all those around her who despised and reviled her. She had to know who she was, who the woman was that could be held in such regard by that man. She wished she could have looked at the man for longer than the brief glimpse she had gotten. She'd had to turn away. If she had been caught showing any interest in a captive, Jagang surely would have killed him. Kaelin felt protective of the man. She didn't want to inadvertently bring trouble to someone who knew her, someone so obviously overcome by the sight of her. Yet again, Kaelin tried to put her racing mind to rest. She yawned as she watched the flickers of lightning in the little patch of dark sky. Dawn was not far off, and she needed sleep. With that dawn, though, came the first day of winter. She didn't know why, but the very idea of the first day of winter made her uneasy. She couldn't imagine a reason. Something about the first day of winter seemed to knot her insides with anxiety. It seemed that beneath the surface of her ability to remember lurked dangers she could not begin to imagine. Her head came up at the sound of something falling over. The noise had come from the outer room, the room outside Jagang's bedroom. Kaelin propped herself up on an elbow, but she dared not get up from her spot on the floor beside the Emperor's bed. She knew well the consequences of disobeying his orders. If she was to endure the pain he could give her through the collar around her neck, it would have to be for something more than moving from the carpet. In the darkness, Kaelin heard Jagang, just above her on the bed, sit up. Sudden cries and moans broke out on the other side of the padded walls of the bedroom. It sounded like it might have been Sister Ulyssia. Since being captured by Jagang, Kaelin had had occasion enough to hear Sister Ulyssia sobbing and crying. Kaelin herself had often enough been brought to tears, all because of those Sisters of the Dark, but especially Sister Ulyssia. Jagang threw the covers off. "What's going on out there?" Kaelin knew that for the crime of disturbing Emperor Jagang, Sister Ulyssia was soon going to have even more reason to be moaning. Jagang stepped down onto the floor, straddling Kaelin on the carpet beside his bed. He looked down deliberately, making sure that in the dim light of the lantern glowing atop the chest, she saw him naked and exposed over her. Satisfied with his silent implied threat, he retrieved his trousers from a nearby chair. Hopping from one foot to the other, he pulled them on as he started for the doorway. He didn't bother putting on anything more. He paused before the thick hanging that covered the doorway and turned back, crooking a finger at Kaelin. He wanted to keep an eye on her. As Kaelin rose to her feet, Jagang drew back the heavy covering over the doorway. Kaelin glanced to the side and saw the latest captive woman to be brought in as a prize for the Emperor, cowering on the bed, the blanket held in her fists up under her chin. Like almost everyone, the woman didn't see Kaelin, and had only been more confused and frightened the evening before when Jagang had spoken to the phantom in the room with him. That had been the least of the woman's cause for fright that night. Kaelin felt a jolt of pain sizzle down the nerves of her shoulders and arms, Jagang's reminder through the collar not to linger in doing as she'd been told. Without letting him see how much it hurt, she hurried after him. The sight that greeted her in the outer room was confusing. Sister Ulyssia was rolling around on the floor, arms flailing, as she babbled incoherently between moans and cries. Sister Armina, hunched over the woman at her feet, shuffled to and fro, following as Sister Ulyssia writhed around on the floor, afraid to touch the woman, afraid not to, afraid of what might be the problem. She looked like she wanted to collect Sister Ulyssia in her arms and quiet her, lest she create a disturbance that would get the attention of the Emperor. She didn't yet realize that it was too late for that. Usually, when one of those two was in any kind of agony, It was agony inflicted by Jagang through his control of their minds. But now he, too, stood watching the strange sight, apparently unsure of what could be causing such behavior. Sister Armina, already bent over the woman floundering on the floor, suddenly noticed Emperor Jagang and bowed deeper yet.
Excellency, I don't know what is wrong with her. I'm sorry that she has disturbed your sleep. I will try to quiet her.
Jagang, being a dream walker, didn't need to speak to those whose minds were his domain. His consciousness wandered at will among their most intimate thoughts. Sister Ulysses thrashed around, one wildly swinging arm knocking over a chair. Guards, the guards who had been specially selected because they were the few who could see and remember Kalen, had all backed off in a circle around the woman rolling on the floor. They had been tasked with seeing to it that Kalen didn't leave the tent without Jagang. Sisters were not their responsibility. Other guards, Jagang's personal elite guards, huge brutes all covered in tattoos and metal studs piercing their flesh, stood like statues near the doorway of the tent. The job of the elite guard was to see to it that no one entered the tent without invitation. They looked only mildly curious about what might be happening in their midst. Off in the darkest corners of the expansive tent, slaves waited in the shadows, always silently at the ready to carry out the emperor's wishes. They, too, would show little reaction no matter what might happen right before them. They were there to serve at the whim of the emperor and nothing more. It was unhealthy for any of them individually to distinguish themselves in any way that might bring them notice. The sisters, sorceresses all, were Jagang's personal weapons, his personal property, and marked as such with rings through their lower lips. They were not the responsibility of any of the guards unless specifically instructed. Jagang could have cut Sister Ulysses' throat, or raped her, or invited her to tea, and his elite guards would not have batted an eye. If it had been tea the emperor wanted, the slaves would have dutifully fetched it. If a bloody murder had been committed right before their eyes, they would have waited until he was finished, and then, without a word, cleaned up the mess. When Sister Ulysses cried out again, Kalen realized that it didn't look, as she had at first thought, like the woman was in pain. It looked more like she was possessed. Jagang's nightmare gaze passed among the dozen guards.
Has she said anything?
No, Excellency, one of the special guards said. The rest of the soldiers, those who could see Kalen, shook their heads in agreement. The Emperor's elite guard did not dispute the account of the lesser men.
What's wrong with her?
Jagang asked the sister, who looked ready to fall to the ground and grovel at his feet. Sister Armina winced at the anger in his voice.
I don't have any idea, Excellency, I swear.
She gestured toward the far side of the room.
I was asleep, waiting until I could be of service. Sister Ulysses was asleep as well. I woke when I heard her voice. I thought she was speaking to me.
What was she saying?
Jagang asked.
I couldn't understand her, Excellency.
Kalen realized then that Jagang didn't know what Sister Ulysses had said. He always knew what the sisters had said, what they'd thought, what they were planning. He was a dream walker. He wandered the landscape of their minds. He was always privy to everything. And yet he was not privy to this. Or, Kalen surmised, perhaps he didn't want to say aloud what he already knew. He liked to test people that way, asking questions to which he already knew the answers. It displeased him greatly whenever he caught anyone in a lie. Only the day before he had erupted in a rage and strangled the life out of a new captive slave who'd lied to him about having taken a bite to eat off a tray coming in for the Emperor's dinner. Jagang, as heavily muscled as any of his elite guard, had accomplished the deed with one powerful hand around the gaunt man's throat. The rest of the slaves had waited patiently until the Emperor had finished the gruesome murder and then dragged the body away. Jagang reached down and with one meaty fist hauled the sister to her feet by her hair.
"What's this about, Ulyssia?"
The woman's eyes rolled, her lips moved, and her tongue wandered aimlessly in her open mouth. Jagang seized her by the shoulders and shook her violently. Sister Ulyssia's head whipped back and forth. Kaelin thought he very well might break her neck. She wished he would. Then there would be one less sister for Kaelin to worry about.
Excellency, Sister Armina said in a confidential tone of discreet counsel, we need her.
When the Emperor glared at her, she added,
She is the player.
Jagang considered Sister Armina's words, looking none too happy about them, but not arguing either.
First day,
Sister Ulyssia moaned. Jagang pulled her a little closer.
"First day what?"
Winter, Sister Ulyssa mumbled.
Jagang looked around, frowning at those in the room, as if asking them to explain it. One of the soldiers lifted an arm pointing toward the doorway out of the grand tent. "It's just dawn, Excellency." Jagang fixed him in a glare.
"What?"
"Excellency, it's just dawn of the first day of winter." Jagang let go of Sister Ulyssa. She dropped heavily to the carpets that covered the floor. He stared at the doorway.
"So it is."
Outside, through the slight slit of an opening at the side of the heavy covering hung over the doorway, Kaelin could see the first streaks of color in the sky. She could also see more of the ever-present elite guard, who always surrounded Jagang. None of them could see Kaelin. They were totally unaware of her presence. The special guards inside the tent, the ones who were always at hand, could see her just fine, though. Outside, with Jagang's elite guard, there would be more of those special guards. Their job was to ensure that Kaelin never came out of the tent alone. On the floor, Sister Ulyssa, as if in a trance, mumbled,
1 year, 1 year, 1 year.
1 year what?"
Jagang yelled. Several of the closer guards flinched back. Sister Ulyssa sat up. She began rocking back and forth.
Starts over. Year starts over. Starts over 1 year. It must start over.
Jagang looked up at the other sister.
"What's she gibbering about?"
Sister Armina spread her hands.
I'm not sure, Excellency.
His glare darkened.
"That's a lie, Armina."
Sister Armina, a little of the color draining from her face, licked her lips.
What I meant by that, Excellency, is that the only thing I can imagine is that she must be referring to the boxes. She is the player, after all.
Jagang's mouth twisted with impatience.
"But we already know that we have a year from back when Ulyssa put them in play."
He flicked a hand in the direction of the towering plateau.
"Right after Kaelin took them from the palace up there."
New player,
Sister Ulyssa shouted, eyes closed, as if to correct him.
New player. The year starts over.
Jagang looked genuinely surprised at her words. Kaelin wondered how it was that the Dreamwalker could be surprised by such a thing. For some reason, though, he seemed to be unable, at the moment anyway, to use his ability on Sister Ulyssa, unless he was simply playing a trick. Jagang didn't always reveal exactly what he knew and what he didn't know. Kaelin had never felt that he could read her mind, but she always remained cautious that he might want her to think just that. What if all the time he was reading her every thought? Still, she just didn't believe it was so. She couldn't put her finger on any one thing that made her think that he was unable to use his ability as a dreamwalker on her, but rather it was an impression based on the cumulative evidence of many small little things.
"How is it possible for there to be a new player?"
Jagang asked in a tone that made Sister Armina begin to tremble just the slightest bit. She had to swallow twice before she was able to speak.
Excellency, we don't have all 3 boxes. We have but 2. There is the 3rd box, after all, the one that Tovey had.
You mean the box that was stolen because you stupid bitches sent Tovey off by herself rather than having her stay with the rest of you?
It was an angry charge, not a question. Sister Armina, on the verge of panic, thrust a finger out at Kaelin.
It was her fault. If she had done as we instructed and brought all 3 boxes out together, we would all have been together, and we would have the 3 boxes. But she failed to bring them all out together. It's her fault.
Sister Ulyssia had told Kaelin to hide all 3 boxes in her pack and bring them out. All 3 wouldn't fit, so she brought one out first, intending to go back for the others. Sister Ulyssia had not been pleased, to say the least. She had beaten Kaelin nearly to a bloody death for failing to somehow do the impossible and fit all 3 in a pack that was not big enough. Kaelin didn't bother to speak up in her own defense. She refused to lower herself to trying to reason with people who didn't abide by reason. Jagang looked back over his shoulder at Kaelin. She met his gaze with nothing but her blank countenance. He turned back to Sister Armina.
So what? Sister Ulyssia put the boxes in play. That makes her the player.
Another player, Sister Ulyssia shouted up from the floor between them. 2 players now. The year starts over. It's impossible, Sister Ulyssia lunged. Impossible.
There was nothing there, and her arms caught only air. She sat back heavily on the floor, breathing rapidly. Trembling hands covered her face, as if she was overwhelmed by what had just taken place. Jagang turned away, lost in thought as he considered.
Can there be 2 people who both have the boxes in play at the same time? He asked himself.
Sister Armina's eyes darted about. She seemed unsure if she was supposed to attempt an answer. In the end, she remained silent. Sister Ulyssia rubbed her eyes.
He vanished.
Jagang frowned down at her.
Who vanished?
I couldn't see his face.
She gestured vaguely.
He was just there, telling me, but he vanished. I don't know who it was, Excellency.
The woman looked shaken to her core.
What did you see? Jagang asked.
As if jolted by an unexpected sudden shock, she shot to her feet. Her eyes had gone wide with pain. Blood trickled from one ear.
What did you see? Jagang repeated.
Kaelin had seen him give the sisters pain in the past. Whether or not he was able to be in Sister Ulyssia's mind before, it was clear that he now had no difficulty making his presence felt.
It was someone, Sister Ulyssia said with a gasp. Someone who was just here, in the tent, Excellency. He told me that there was a new player, and because of that, the year must start anew.
Jagang's brow was drawn down in a tight knot.
A new player for the power of Arden.
Sister Ulyssia nodded, as if fearing to admit it.
Yes, Excellency. Someone else has also put the boxes of Arden in play. We are warned that the year must start over. We now have 1 year from today, the first day of winter.
Looking to be deep in thought, Jagang started toward the doorway. 2 of the elite guards pulled open the double hanging, allowing their emperor to walk through the opening without pause. Kaelin, knowing that if she didn't stay close at hand, the pain of the collar was only an instant away, followed him out before he gave her that reminder. Behind her, Sisters Ulyssia and Armina hurried to keep up. The big men of the elite guard outside the tent casually stepped away to each side, making way for the emperor. The other soldiers, Kaelin's special guards, marched back and forth just beyond them. Standing close behind Jagang in the cold dawn, Kaelin rubbed her arms, trying to work up some warmth. A wall of dark clouds towered to the west. Even through the stink of the encampment, she could smell the rain carried on the damp air. The thin clouds fleeing to the east were stained blood-red in the sunrise of the first day of winter. Jagang stood silently considering the immense plateau in the distance. Atop that towering tableland was the people's palace. While certainly a palace, it was vast almost beyond belief. It was also a city, really, a city that was the seat of power for all of Dahara. That city stood as the last vestige of resistance to the imperial order's lust to rule the world and enforce their beliefs on mankind. The army of the Order spread like a poisonous black sea across the Azrith plain around the plateau, leaving it isolated from any hope of rescue or salvation. The first rays of light were just touching the distant palace, making the marble walls, columns, and towers glow golden in the sunrise. It was a breathtakingly beautiful sight. To all these people of the Order, though, the sight of the palace, of such beauty yet untouched by their lecherous hands, only inspired jealousy and hate. They lusted to destroy the place, to blot such majesty out of existence, to ensure that man never again aspired to such merit. Kaelin had been up in that palace, Lord Raal's palace, when the four sisters had taken her there to have her steal the boxes out of the Garden of Life. The splendor of the place was awe-inspiring. Kaelin had hated to take those boxes from Lord Raal's garden. They didn't belong to the sisters, and worse, the sisters were driven by evil intent. On that altar where the boxes had sat, Kaelin left in their place her most precious possession. It was a small carving of a woman, her head thrown back, her fists at her sides, her back arched, as if in opposition to a force trying to subdue her. Kaelin could not imagine where she would have gotten such a beautiful thing. She was heartbroken to have to leave that carving behind, but she had to in order to fit the last 2 boxes in her pack. Had she not, Sister Ulyssia would have killed her. As much as she loved that small statue, she loved her life more. She hoped that Lord Raal, when he saw it, would somehow understand that she was sorry for taking what was his. Now Jagang had captured the sisters, and he had possession of the sinister black boxes, 2 of them anyway. Sister Tovi had started ahead with the first of the 3 boxes. Now she was dead, and the box she'd had was missing. Kaelin had killed Sister Cecilia. That left Sisters Ulyssia and Armina out of her 4 original captors. Of course, Jagang had other sisters under his control.
Who could put a box in play?
Jagang asked as he stared off toward the palace atop the plateau. It wasn't entirely clear if he was asking the sisters for an answer or if he was merely thinking out loud. Sisters Ulyssia and Armina shared a look. The elite guards stood like stone sentinels. The special guards marched slowly back and forth, the closest one taking note of Kaelin, giving her a superior smug glance each time he turned to march in the opposite direction. Kaelin knew the man, knew his habits. He was one of her less intelligent guards, substituting arrogance for competence. "Well," Sister Ulyssia finally said into the uneasy silence, "it would take someone with both sides of the gift, both additive and subtractive magic." "Other than the Sisters of the Dark you have here, Excellency," Sister Armina added, "I'm not sure who could accomplish such a task." Jagang shot a look back over his shoulder. The soldier was not the only one who foolishly harbored an attitude of arrogant superiority. Jagang was a lot smarter than Sister Armina. She just wasn't smart enough to know it. She was, however, smart enough to recognize the look in Jagang's eyes, the look that said he knew she was lying. She quailed, momentarily struck silent by the Emperor's glare. Sister Ulyssia, also a great deal smarter than Sister Armina, quickly recognized the danger of the situation and spoke up. "There are only a couple of people it could be, Excellency." It had to have been Richard Rall, Sister Armina was quick to put in, eager to redeem herself.
Richard Rall,
Jagang repeated in a flat tone of cold hatred. He didn't sound the least bit surprised by the sister's suggestion. Sister Ulyssia cleared her throat. Or Sister Nietzsche. She is the only sister you don't have who is able to wield subtractive magic. Jagang's glare fixed on her for a moment before he finally turned back to consider the people's palace, now lit by the sun so that it glowed like a beacon above the dark plain.
Sister Nietzsche knows everything you stupid bitches did, he finally announced.
Sister Armina blinked in surprise. She couldn't resist speaking. How is that possible, Excellency? Jagang clasped his meaty hands behind his back. His heavily muscled back and neck looked more like those of a bull than those of a man. Curly black body hair only added to the impression. His shaved head made him look all the more menacing.
Nietzsche was there with Tovy when she was dying, Jagang said, after she had been stabbed and the box stolen from her. It had been a very long time since I'd seen Nietzsche. I was surprised to see her show up out of the blue. I was there in Tovy's mind, watching the whole thing. Tovy didn't know I was in her mind, though, the same as you two didn't know. Nietzsche didn't know I was there either. Nietzsche questioned Tovy, used the woman's grievous wound to prod her into revealing your plan, Ulyssia. Nietzsche told Tovy quite the story about wishing she could escape my control, and with that lie gained Tovy's confidence. Tovy told her everything. Everything about the chain fire spell you ignited, the boxes you stole with Kaelin's help, how the boxes were meant to work in conjunction with the chain fire spell, all of it.
Sister Ulyssia was looking sicker by the moment. Then it very well could be Nietzsche who did this. It has to be one or the other. Or Nietzsche and Richard Rall together, Sister Armina suggested. Jagang said nothing as he stared off at the palace. Sister Ulyssia leaned forward the slightest bit. If I may ask, Excellency, why is it that you are unable to, well, why is Nietzsche not here with you? Jagang's completely black eyes turned to the woman. Cloudy shapes shifted in those inky eyes, a storm of his own brewing.
She was with me. She left. Unlike your clumsy and insincere attempt at trying to shield your minds from me with the bond to the Lord Rall, the bond worked for Nietzsche. For reasons I can't begin to understand, she was sincere, and so it worked. She gave up everything she had worked for her whole life, gave up her moral duty.
He rolled his shoulders, pulling the mantle of calm authority back around himself.
The bond worked for Nietzsche. I can no longer enter her mind.
Sister Armina stood frozen in more than simple fear of the man. She was obviously baffled by what she'd just heard. Sister Ulyssia nodded to herself, staring off into memories. I guess that, in retrospect, it's not a surprise. I guess I always knew that she loved Richard. She never said a word to us, of course, to the other sisters of the dark, but back at the Palace of the Prophets she gave up a great deal. Things I would never have imagined her giving up, in exchange for me naming her to be one of his 6 teachers. The price she paid for that chance to be his teacher made me suspicious of her motives. A couple of the others were driven by greed. They simply wanted to suck the gift out of that man, have it for themselves. But not Nietzsche. That wasn't what she was after. So I watched her. She never gave it away. Dear spirits, I don't think she was even aware of it herself at the time, but there was a look in her eyes. She was in love with him.
I never really understood that look back then, probably because she seemed so sure of her hatred for the man and for all that he represented. But she was in love with Richard Rall. Even back then she was in love with him. Jagang had gone crimson. Absorbed in her recollections, Sister Ulyssia hadn't noticed his mute rage. Sister Armina surreptitiously touched the other woman's arm in warning. Sister Ulyssia looked up and blanched at seeing the look on the Emperor's face, and immediately changed the subject. Like I said, she never said any such thing, so perhaps I'm just imagining it. In fact, now that I think about it, I'm sure of it. She hated the man. She wanted him dead. She hated everything he represented. She hated him, plain as day. She hated him. Sister Ulyssia closed her mouth, visibly forcing herself to stop babbling.
I gave her everything. Jagang's voice rumbled like bottled thunder. I made her as good as a queen. As Jagang the Just, I granted her the authority to be the fist of the Fellowship of Order. Those who opposed the righteous ways of the Order came to know her as Death's mistress. She was able to fulfill that virtuous call to duty only because of my generosity. I was foolish to have given her so much latitude. She betrayed me for him.
Kaelin didn't think she would ever see Jagang in the grip of hot jealousy, but she was seeing it now. He was a man who took what he wanted. He was not used to being denied anything. Apparently, he couldn't have this woman, Nietzsche. Apparently, Richard Rall had her heart. Kaelin swallowed back her own confused feelings over Richard Rall, a man she had never met, and stared at her guards marching back and forth.
But I'll have her back.
Jagang held up a fist. Muscled cords stood out on his arms as the fist tightened. Veins in his temple bulged.
Sooner or later I will crush the immoral resistance offered by Richard Rall, and then I'll deal with Nietzsche. She will pay for her sinful ways.
Kaelin and this Nietzsche had something in common. If Jagang ever got his hands on Nietzsche, Kaelin knew he was going to do his worst to her as well. "And the boxes of Auden, Excellency?" Sister Ulyssia asked. The arm dropped. He turned a grim smile on her.
Darling, it doesn't matter if one of them has somehow managed to put the boxes of Arden in play. It will do them no good.
He pointed a thumb back over his shoulder at Kaelin.
I have her. I have what we need to put the power of Orden to use for the cause of the Fellowship of Order. We have right on our side. The Creator is on our side. When we unleash the power of Orden, we will wipe the blasphemy of magic from the world. We will make all men bow down before the teachings of the Order. All men will submit to divine justice and be of one faith. It will be a new dawn for mankind, the dawn of the age of man without magic to taint men's souls. All men will rejoice to be part of the glory that is the cause of the Order. In that new world of man, all men will be equal. All men can then dedicate themselves in service to their fellow man, as is the will of the Creator.
"Yes, Excellency," Sister Armina said, eager to find an opening to worm her way back into his favor. "Excellency," Sister Ulyssia ventured, "as I've explained before, while we may have many of the elements needed, as you have so rightly pointed out, we must still have all three boxes if we are to accomplish the goal of accessing the power of Orden for the cause of the Fellowship of Order. We still need that third box." His grisly grin returned.
As I told you, I was there in Tovi's mind. I may have an idea about who was involved in taking it.
Sister Ulyssia and Armina looked not only surprised, but curious. "You do, Excellency?" Sister Armina asked. He nodded.
My spiritual adviser, Brother Nariv, had a friend he had dealings with from time to time. I suspect she might be involved.
Sister Ulyssia looked skeptical. You think a friend of the Fellowship of Order might have been involved?
No, I didn't say a friend of the Fellowship. I said a friend of Brother Nariv. A woman I, too, have had occasional dealings with in the past, on Brother Nariv's behalf. I think you may have heard of her.
Jagang arched an eyebrow at the woman.
She goes by the name of Six.
Sister Armina gasped and went stiff. Sister Ulyssia's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Six, Excellency? Surely you don't mean Six, the witch woman? Jagang looked pleased by the reaction.
Ah, so you know her.
I had occasion to cross paths with her once. We had a talk of sorts. It was not what I would describe as a pleasant conversation. Excellency, no one can deal with that woman.
Well, you see, Ulyssia, that's just one more area where you and I differ. You have nothing of value to offer her, but your boneless carcass to feed to those with a taste for human flesh she keeps back in her lair. I, on the other hand, have a pretty good grasp on what the woman needs and wants. I'm in a position to grant her the kinds of indulgences she seeks. Unlike you, Ulyssia, I can deal with her.
But if Richard Rowell or Nietzsche put the box in play, that can only mean that they are now in possession of it, Sister Ulyssia said. So even if Six really did once have the box after Tovey, it's now out of her grasp.
So you think such a woman will abandon her burning desires, all the things she lusts after?
Jagang shook his head.
No, it will not sit well with Six that her plans were interrupted. Six is a woman who will not be denied. She does not treat very kindly anyone who gets in her way. Am I correct, Ulyssia?
Sister Ulyssia swallowed before nodding.
I expect that a woman of her dark talents and boundless determination will not rest until she has corrected the injustice, and then she will have to deal with the order. So you see, I think everything is well in hand. That one of those two criminals, Nietzsche or Richard Rowell, put that box in play will mean nothing in the end. The order will prevail.
Sister Ulyssia, her fingers folded tightly together to stop them from trembling ever since she first heard the name Six, bowed her head. Yes, Excellency, I can see that you do indeed have everything well in hand. Jagang, seeing her defeated demeanor, snapped his fingers as he turned his attention toward one of the shirtless slaves standing back near the entrance to the royal tent.
I'm hungry. The Jala tournaments start today. I want a hearty meal before going to watch the games.
The man bowed deeply from the waist. Yes, Excellency, I will see to it at once. After he'd run off to see to the task, Jagang gazed out over the sea of men.
For now, our brave fighters need a diversion from the difficult work. One of the teams out there will eventually win a chance to play my own team. Let's hope the team that eventually wins the right to play my team is good enough to at least make my men break a sweat in beating them.
Yes, Excellency, the sisters said together. Jagang, looking annoyed by their groveling, gestured to one of the special guards as the man marched by.
She's going to kill you first.
The man froze, panic in his eyes. Excellency? Jagang tilted his head to indicate Kalen only a half-step behind him and to his right.
She's going to kill you first, and you deserve it.
The man dipped his head deferentially. I don't understand, Excellency.
Of course you don't. You're stupid. She's been counting your steps. You take the same number of paces each time before you turn to march in the opposite direction. Each time you turn, you look to check on her, then march away. She's counted your paces. When it's time for you to turn, she doesn't have to be looking in your direction because she knows exactly when you will turn. She knows that just before you turn, you'll check on her and see her looking the other way. That will put you at ease. When you march up to us from the right and turn, you pivot the same way each time, to your right. Each time you turn, the knife on your belt at your right hip is on the side closest to her.
The man looked down at the knife on his belt. He covered it protectively with a hand.
But, Excellency, I wouldn't let her get my knife, I swear. I would stop her.
Stop her? Jagang snorted a brief laugh. She knows that she is but 2 strides from the spot where you turn, 2 strides from snatching your knife right out of its sheath. He snapped his fingers. Quick as that, she'll have your knife. You probably won't even realize it before you die.
But I would...
You will look to check on her, see her looking in another direction, and then turn. By the time you've taken your 3rd step, she will have your knife. It will then be but an instant before she rams the entire length of the blade into your tender right kidney. You'll be as good as dead before you know what hit you.
Despite the cold, sweat beaded on the man's forehead. Jagang glanced back at Kalin. She showed him only a blank expression, devoid of any emotion. Jagang was wrong. The man would die second. He was stupid, just as Jagang had said. Stupid men were easier to kill. It was harder to kill smart, attentive men. Kalin knew each of her special guards. She made it her business to learn everything she could about each one of them. The other man marching before the tent was one of the smartest among her special guard. Wherever she was, she always analyzed the situation and envisioned how she would implement an attempt to escape. This was not the time or place, but she still had thought it through. She wouldn't kill the stupid one first, but she would take his knife, just as Jagang had said. Then she would turn to the smart one, because he was more watchful and his reactions were far quicker. The special guard's task was to prevent her from escaping. They weren't supposed to use lethal force against her. When the smart one came at her to tackle her, she would already have the knife and would use their closing momentum as she spun toward him to slash his throat. She would sidestep his falling dead weight to his left side, spin, and plunge the knife into the kidney of the stupid fellow, just as Jagang had suggested. "You have me dead to rights," Kalin told the Emperor in a flat tone. "Well done." His left eye twitched just the slightest bit. He didn't know if she was telling the truth or lying. Chapter 4. "Do you know the consequences of breaking the seal on those doors?" Kara asked. Zed looked back over his shoulder at the woman.
Need I remind you that I am First Wizard?
Kara returned the glare in kind.
"Well, excuse me. Do you know the consequences of breaking the seal on those doors, First Wizard Zorander?"
Zed straightened.
"That's not what I meant."
The woman was still glaring.
"You haven't answered my question."
If there was one thing that was consistent about Mord Sith, it was that they didn't like it when they asked questions and got evasive answers. They didn't like it one bit. It made them surly. As a rule, Zed considered it wise not to give Mord Sith cause to be surly, but then he didn't like being pestered when he was doing something important. That made him surly.
"Why does Richard put up with you anyway?"
Kara's glare only deepened.
"I have never offered Lord Rahl a choice. Now, answer my question. Do you know the consequences of breaking the seal on those doors?"
Zed planted his fists on his hips.
"Don't you suppose that I know a thing or two about magic?"
I would have thought so, but I'm beginning to have my doubts.
Oh, so you think you know more about it than I do?
I know that magic is trouble. It would seem that in this instance, I very well might know more about it than you. I know better than to go barging through a seal of this kind. Nietzsche would only have shielded this door for a good reason. I don't think it's too awfully wise, first wizard, to go barging through her shield without knowing why it's there.
Well, I think I know a thing or two about seals and shields and such.
Kara arched an eyebrow. Zed, Nietzsche can wield subtractive magic. Zed glanced at the door, then looked back at Kara. The way she was leaning over him, he thought she very well might seize him by his collar and haul him back from the brass-clad doors if she decided that she had to.
I suppose you have a point. He held up a finger. But, on the other hand, I can sense that something serious is going on in there. Something altogether ominous.
Kara sighed, and finally withdrew her blue-eyed Mord-Sith glare. She straightened, drawing her long blonde braid through her loose fist as she checked the hallway to both sides. She tossed the braid back over her shoulder. I don't know, Zed. If I was in a room and had locked the door, it would be for good reason, and I'd not like you to pick the lock. Nietzsche wouldn't allow me to stay with her, and she's never asked that I leave her alone like that before. I didn't want to let her go in there by herself, but she insisted. She was in one of those spooky, quiet moods of hers. She's been like that a lot lately. Zed sighed.
That she has, but not without good reason. Dear spirits, Kara, we've all been in a mood lately, and we all have good reason.
Kara nodded. Nietzsche said she needed to be alone. I told her I didn't care, and that I intended to stay with her. I don't know what it is about her, but sometimes when she says to do something, you all of a sudden find yourself doing it. Lord Ral is the same way. I don't often pay a great deal of attention to his orders. After all, I know better than he does how to protect him. But sometimes he says something in that way he has, and you just find yourself doing as he asked. I never know how he manages to do it. Nietzsche is the same way. They both have the odd ability to make you do things you have no intention of doing, and they don't even raise their voices. Nietzsche said that it involved magic. Said it in a way that made it clear she wanted to be alone. The next thing I know, I'd told her that I would wait out here in case she needed anything. Zed tilted his head toward the woman, giving her a look from under his bushy brow.
I believe this has something to do with Richard.
Her Mord-Sith glare returned in an instant. Zed could see her muscles tighten beneath her red leather. What do you mean?
Like you said, she was acting pretty strange. She asked me if I trusted everyone's life to Richard.
Kara stared at him a moment. She asked me that very same thing.
That's been eating at me, making me wonder what she meant.
Zed waggled a long finger back toward the door.
Kara, she's in there with that thing. With that box of Orden. I can sense it.
Kara nodded. Well, you're right about that. I saw it in there just before she closed the door. Zed pushed a stray wave of white hair back from his face.
That's part of the reason I think this has something to do with Richard. Kara, I don't go through this kind of seal lightly, but I think this is important.
Kara sighed in resignation.
All right.
Her mouth twisted with the displeasure of agreeing to his plan. If she bites your head off, I suppose I can always sew it back on for you. Zed smiled as he pushed his sleeves up his arms. Taking a deep breath, he hunched back to the business of unknotting the seal Nietzsche had woven with magic around the lever.
The immense brass-clad doors were covered with engraved symbols that were specific to the containment field in that part of the keep. Such a place was already hardened against tampering and shielded against casual entry, but he had grown up in the keep and knew how various elements of the place functioned. He also knew a great many of the tricks associated with those elements. This particular field was tricky because, being a containment field for what might be inside, it was double-sided. He gently glided the first 3 fingers of his left hand over the area of convergence. It made the nerve in his left arm tingle up to his elbow. Not a good sign. Nietzsche had added something to the shield, making a personal shield out of something that had been generic. Zed was beginning to think that Kara knew more than he had given her credit for. This was a shield that seemed to respond in a unique way to the application of force. He paused a moment to consider. He would have to achieve what he wanted without applying force that would invoke that reaction. He carefully slipped a thin thread of innocent nothing through the snarl. With his right hand, he eased the tangled restriction of power so that the whole thing would begin to loosen. He knew all too well that it would do no good to simply try to break through the seal, because the containment field was constructed in such a way that force only caused it to lock tighter. Nietzsche had apparently added multipliers to that quality. If he applied too much force, the shield would simply tighten, like pulling the ends of a knotted rope tighter. If that happened, he would never get it undone. Besides that, Kara was right. Nietzsche had subtractive magic, and there was no telling what elements of such sinister power she might have woven into the matrix to prevent the inner seal from being breached. He would not like to force his hand through the keyhole, so to speak, only to discover he had plunged it right into a cauldron of molten lead. Much less risky to untie the knot of magic than try to rip it apart. Such difficulties only made Zed all the more determined that he was going to find a way to get through. It was a personal trait of his that had in the distant past made his father surly, especially if it had been a shield that Zed's father had constructed specifically to keep out his inquisitive son. Zed's tongue poked out the left corner of his mouth as he worked at threading his way through the fabric of the shield. He was already farther in than he had expected to get so quickly. He extended the invisible probe of power through the inner workings so that he could control it from inside. And then, even though he was being careful beyond all reason, the weave of the shield tightened, neatly snapping off the foray of magic. It was as if it had maneuvered him into an ambush. Zed stood hunched before the brass-clad doors, surprised that a shield would have been able to react in that way. He was, after all, not yet trying to breach it, but merely to probe its inner workings, having a look in the keyhole, as it were. He had done the very same thing any number of times before. It always worked. It should have worked. It was the most confounding shield he had ever encountered. He was still bent over the lever, considering his next move, when the door opened inward. Zed turned his head a little, peering up. Nietzsche, one hand on the inner lever, the other at her side, towered over him. "Did you ever think of knocking?" she asked. Zed straightened, hoping his face wasn't going red, but suspecting it had. "Well, actually, I did consider it. But then I discounted the idea. I thought you might have been working late on that book and might be asleep. I didn't want to disturb you." Her blonde hair was tumbled down over the shoulders of her black dress, a dress that hugged every curve of her perfect shape. Even though she looked as if she hadn't slept a wink all night, her blue eyes were as penetrating as those of any sorceress he had ever met. The combination of her alluring beauty, aloof dignity, and keen intellect, to say nothing of the fact that she possessed enough power to turn just about anyone to ash, was both disarming and intimidating. "If I had been asleep," Nietzsche said in that calm, silken voice of hers, Then just how was breaking through a containment field that was buffered with a shield conjured from instructions in a 3,000-year-old book and spiked with subtractive counterlocks not going to wake me? Zed's level of alarm rose. Such shields were not constructed lightly, not for a private nap. He spread his hands. I only meant to have a peek to check up on you. Her cool gaze was making him start to sweat. I spent a very long time at the Palace of the Prophets, teaching boy wizards how to behave themselves and school their powers. I know how to make shields that can't be picked. As a Sister of the Dark, I've had a great deal of practice at it. Really? I'd be quite interested to learn about such arcane shields, from a strictly professional perspective, of course. Such things are rather a hobby of mine. She still had a hand on the door lever. What is it you want, Zed? Zed cleared his throat. Well, quite honestly, Nietzsche, I was worried about what might be going on in there with that box. Nietzsche finally smiled just the slightest bit. Ah, somehow I didn't think you were hoping to catch me cavorting naked. She stepped back into the library, implying permission to enter. It was an immense room, with 2-story-high round-top windows running the entire length of the far wall. Heavy, dark green velvet draperies with gold fringe, along with 2-story polished mahogany columns, rose up between each of the windows, each of those made of hundreds of thick squares of glass. Even the dawn light flooding in through those windows wasn't enough to banish the somber atmosphere from the room. Some of the panes of refractory glass making up the windows that were part of the containment field in this section of the keep had been broken in an unexpected battle, back when Richard had been there. Nietzsche had invited lightning in through those windows to obliterate the underworld beast that had attacked Richard. Asked how she had been able to coax lightning to do her bidding, she had shrugged and said simply that she had created a void that the lightning needed to fill, so it had been compelled to do so. Zed understood the principle. He just couldn't imagine how it could be accomplished. While grateful that she had saved Richard's life, Zed had not been pleased that such valuable and irreplaceable glass had been destroyed, leaving the containment field breached. Nietzsche had offered to help with the repairs. Zed wouldn't have known how to accomplish such a thing by himself. He wouldn't have thought that there was anyone alive who would have known how to bend forces in the way she had done, or who would have had the required power to do so. Who would ever have thought that there would be anyone alive who could recreate the glass in those windows? And yet she had. It had put Zed in mind of nothing so much as a queen come down to the royal kitchens to deftly demonstrate how to make a rare bread with a long-forgotten recipe. While Zed had known some very powerful sorceresses, he had never known any who were the equal of Nietzsche. Some of the things she could do with seeming ease were so confounding that it left him speechless. Of course, Nietzsche was far more than a mere sorceress. As a former Sister of the Dark, she knew how to command subtractive magic. As a Sister of the Dark, she would have taken the power from a wizard and added it to her own, creating something altogether unique, not something he liked to contemplate. To a certain extent, she frightened him. Without Richard to show her the value of her own life, she would still be devoted to the cause of the Order. With so much of her life a mystery to him, with all that she had done but never spoke of, with all that she had once been a part of, Zed wasn't entirely sure of how far he could trust her. Richard trusted her, though, trusted her with his life. She had proven worthy of that trust on numerous occasions. Other than himself and Kara, Zed didn't know anyone as fiercely devoted to Richard as Nietzsche. Nietzsche would, without question or a second thought, go to the underworld itself if she had to in order to save him. Richard had brought this remarkable woman back from the depths of evil, just as he had done with Kara and the other Mord Sith. Who but Richard could accomplish such a thing? Who but Richard could even think to do such a thing? How Zed missed that boy. Nietzsche glided back into the library, and Zed saw then what was on the table. His ability had told him that it was there, but his ability had not told him what more there was to it. Behind him, Kara let out a low whistle. Zed sympathized with the sentiment. The box of Orden, sitting atop one of the massive library tables, absent the decorative covering that once had contained it, was a bewitching black that seemed as if it might suck the light right out of the dawn, a black so black it almost appeared as if the box itself was nothing so much as a void in the world of life. Staring at it felt uncomfortably like looking right into the underworld, the world of the dead. But it was the containment spell that had been drawn all around the box that had him alarmed. It had been drawn in blood. There were other charms, other spells drawn on the tabletop, and they, too, were drawn in blood. Zed recognized some of the elements of the diagrams. He didn't know of anyone living who could have drawn such charms. Such things were not entirely stable, making them dangerous beyond belief. Any number of spells could kill in an instant if done improperly. These spells, drawn in blood no less, were among the most perilous spells in existence. Employing them successfully was not something Zed himself, with a lifetime of knowledge, training, and practice, would ever consider attempting. Zed had seen such terrible spells drawn only once before. Those had been drawn by Darken Ral, Richard's father, when Darken Ral had been completing the conjuring involved in opening the boxes of Orden. Opening one of the boxes had cost him his life. Around the box itself, in midair, lines of green and amber light traced yet more spells through space. They were somewhat reminiscent of the glowing green lines of the verification web they had done for the chain fire spell in that very room, but this structure of three-dimensional formulas was materially different, and these glowing lines pulsed as if alive. He supposed that made sense. The power of Orden was the power of life itself. Other lines connected to intersections of the green and, in places, amber light were as black as the box. Peering at them was like looking through slits into death itself. Subtractive magic had been mingled with additive to create a network of power the likes of which Zed had never imagined he would see in his lifetime. The whole web of light and darkness hung in space. The box of Orden itself sat in the center of that web, like a fat black spider. The Book of Life lay open nearby.
Nietzsche, Zed managed with only the greatest of difficulty, what in the name of creation have you done?
When she reached the table, Nietzsche turned back and stared at him for an uncomfortably long moment. I have done nothing in the name of creation. I have done it in the name of Richard Ral. Zed pulled his gaze away from the terrible thing within the glowing lines to stare at her. He was having difficulty drawing a breath.
Nietzsche, what have you done?
The only thing I could do. The thing that had to be done. The thing that only I could do. The confluence of both sides of the gift holding the box of Orden within its glowing web was beyond imagining. It was the stuff of nightmares. Zed chose his words carefully.
Are you suggesting that you believe that you can put that box in play?
The manner in which she slowly shook her head tightened his chest with dread. Her blue-eyed gaze riveted him in place. I have already put it in play. Zed felt as if the floor might come apart under him, and he might never stop falling. He wondered for just an instant if any of this was real. The whole room seemed to be swirling around him. His legs felt wobbly. Kara's hand came up under his arm to steady him.
Are you out of your mind? He asked, the heat rising in his voice as his legs stiffened.
Zed, she took a step closer. I had to. He couldn't even make himself blink.
You had to? You had to?
Yes, I had to. It's the only way.
The only way for what? The only way to end the world? The only way to destroy life itself?
No, the only way to give us a chance to survive. You know what the world is coming to. You know what the Imperial Order is going to do, what they are on the verge of doing. The world is at the brink. Mankind is staring into 1,000 years of darkness at best. At worst, mankind may never again emerge into the light. You know that we are approaching paths of prophecy beyond which everything goes dark. Nathan has told you of those branches leading to a great void beyond which there is nothing. We stand staring into that void.
And have you ever thought that what you have just done very well might be the cause of it? The very thing that takes mankind, all life, into that void of extinction?
Sister Ulyssia has already put the boxes of Auden in play. Do you think she and her Sisters of the Dark care about life? They work to unleash the Keeper of the Underworld. If she succeeds, the world of life is doomed. You know what the boxes are. You know their power. You know what will happen if she is the one to rule the power of Auden.
But that doesn't mean...
We have no choice. Her gaze didn't waver. I had to.
And do you have any idea how to invoke Auden? How to command the boxes? How to know the correct box?
No, not yet, she admitted.
You don't even have the other two.
We have a year to get them, she said with calm determination. We have a year from the first day of winter. A year from today. Zed lifted his hands in fury and frustration.
Even if we could find them, you think that you would somehow be able to command the power of Auden? You think you can wield the power of Auden?
Not me, she said in a near whisper. Zed cocked his head, unsure he had actually heard what he thought he'd heard. His suspicion flared into hot dread.
What do you mean, not you? You just said that you put the boxes in play.
Nietzsche stepped closer. She laid a hand gently on his forearm. When I opened the gateway, I was asked to name the player. I named Richard. I put the boxes of Auden in play on behalf of Richard. Zed stood thunderstruck. He wanted to strike her dead. He wanted to strangle her. He wanted to rip her limb from limb.
You named Richard?
She nodded. It was the only way. Zed ran the fingers of both hands back into his unruly thatch of wavy white hair, holding his head for fear it might come apart.
The only way? Bags, woman, are you out of your mind?
Zed, calm down. I know it's a surprise, but this is hardly a whim. I've thought it through, believe me, I've thought it all through. If we are to survive, if those who care about life are to survive, if there is to be a chance for life, if there is to be a chance for a future, then this is the only way. Zed dropped heavily into one of the chairs at the table. Before he did something beyond retrieval, before he reacted out of blind rage, he told himself that he must keep his head. He tried to touch on all he knew about the boxes and what was happening, tried to remind himself of all the desperate things he'd had to do in his life. He tried to see it from her perspective. He couldn't.
Nietzsche, Richard doesn't know how to use his gift.
He will have to find a way.
He doesn't know anything about the boxes of Auden.
We will have to teach him.
We don't know enough about the boxes of Auden. We don't know for sure which is the correct book of counted shadows. Only the correct book works as the key to the boxes.
We will have to sort that out.
Dear spirits, Nietzsche, we don't even know where Richard is.
We know that the witch woman tried to capture him in the Sliff and failed.
We know from what Rachel told us that Six apparently cut Richard off from his gift by drawing spells in the sacred caves in Tamarang. Rachel says that Six lost him when he was captured by the Imperial Order. For all we know, by now he may have escaped them as well and be on his way here. If not, we will have to find him. Zed couldn't seem to find a way to make her see and understand all that stood in their way.
What you're suggesting is impossible.
She smiled then, a sad smile. A wizard I know and respect. A wizard who taught Richard to be the man he is, also taught him to think of the solution, not the problem. Such advice has always served him well. Zed was having none of it. He shot to his feet.
You had no right to do such a thing, Nietzsche. You have no right to decide this for his life. You had no right to name Richard to this.
Her smile vanished to reveal the iron beneath. I know Richard. I know how he fights for life. I know what it means to him. I know that there is nothing he would not do to preserve the value of life. I know that if he knew all the things I know, he would have wanted me to do as I have done.
Nietzsche, you don't...
Zed, she said in a commanding tone of voice that cut him off, I asked you if you trusted Richard with your life, with all life. You said that you did. Those words have meaning. You did not hem and haw, qualifying the bounds of your trust. Trusting someone with your life is as unequivocal as trust can be. Richard is the only one who can lead us in the final battle. While Jagang and the Order might be part of it, the battle over the power of Orden is the final battle. The Sisters of the Dark, who command those boxes, will make it so. One way or another, they will make sure of it. The only way Richard can lead us is for him to have the boxes in play. In that way, he truly is the fulfillment of prophecy. Fuegrisa ost drauka, the bringer of death. But this is more than prophecy. Prophecy only expresses what we already know, that Richard is the one who has been leading us in defending the values we hold dear, the values that promote life. Richard himself named the terms of the engagement when he spoke to the Daharan troops. As the Lord Ral, the leader of the Daharan Empire, he told those men how the war would be fought from now on, all or nothing. This can be no different. Richard is true to the core, and would not expect everyone else to do what he himself would not do. He is the heart of all we believe. He would not betray us. We are now in it all the way. It now truly is all or nothing. Zed threw his arms up.
But naming Richard the player is not the only way he can lead this battle. Not the only way for him to succeed, but it very well might instead be the cause of him failing. What you have done could lead us all to ruin.
Nietzsche's blue eyes filled with the kind of conviction, resolve, and rage that told him she might reduce him to ash if he stood in the way of what she believed was necessary. For the first time he was seeing death's mistress as those who stood in her way, stood before her full fury, saw her. Your love for your grandson is blinding you. He is more than your grandson.
My love for him doesn't...
Nietzsche thrust an arm out to point to the east, toward Dahara. Those Sisters of the Dark ignited the chain fire event. Chain fire is burning unchecked through all of our memories. Such an event means far more than simply losing our memory of Kalen. Who we are, what we can be, is moment by moment disintegrating. It's not just about forgetting Kalen. The vortex of that spell grows daily. The damage is multiplying on itself. We are unaware of the full extent of all we have lost already, while day by day we lose yet more. Our very minds, our ability to think, to reason, are being eroded by that vile spell. Worse, the chain fire spell is contaminated. Richard himself showed it to us. The contamination of the chimes is buried deep within the chain fire spell that has infected everyone. The contamination carried by the chain fire spell is burning through the world of life. Besides destroying the nature of who and what we are, it's destroying the fabric of magic itself. Without Richard, we wouldn't even be aware of it. The world not only stands at the brink due to Jagang and the Imperial Order, but it is being destroyed by the silent, unseen work of the chain fire spell and the contamination within it. Nietzsche jabbed a finger at her temple. Has that contamination already destroyed your ability to see what is at stake? Has it already taken your ability to think? The only counter to the chain fire event is the boxes of Orden. That is the reason the boxes were created. They were created specifically as the only salvation should the chain fire event ever be ignited. Those sisters ignited chain fire. To compound what they did, to make it irreversible, they themselves put the boxes in play, put the counter in play, naming themselves as the player. They believe that there is now no way for anyone to stop them. They may be right. I've read the Book of Life, the instructions for how Orden functions. It provides no way to halt the play once initiated. We can't shut down chain fire. We can't halt the play of Orden. The world of life is about to spin out of control, just as they want. What is Richard fighting for? What are we all fighting for? Should we simply give up, say that it's too hard, too risky to try to prevent our total annihilation? Should we shrink from the only chance we have? Shall we surrender everything that matters? Should we let Jagang slaughter all those who wish to be free? Let the Fellowship of Order enslave the world? Allow chain fire to run rampant and destroy our memory of everything good? Let the contamination within that spell wipe magic from the world along with everything that depends on it for life? Shall we just sit down and give up? Shall we let the world end at the hands of people who would destroy it all? Sister Ulyssia opened the gateway to the power of Orden. She put the boxes in play. What is Richard supposed to do? He has to have the weapons he needs to fight this battle. I have just given him what he needs. The struggle is now truly in balance. The two sides of this battle are now fully engaged in the struggle that will decide it all. We have to trust Richard in this struggle. There was a time a few years back when you were faced with similar decisions. You knew your choices, your responsibilities, the risks, and the lethal consequences of inaction. You named Richard the Seeker of Truth. Zed nodded, hardly able to summon his voice. Yes, I did indeed. And he lived up to everything you believed of him and more, didn't he? He couldn't make himself stop trembling. Yes, the boy did all I ever expected and more. This is no different, Zed. The Sisters of the Dark no longer have exclusive access to the power of Orden. She brought an arm up and made a fist. I have given Richard a chance. I have given us all a chance. In that sense, I have just put Richard into play, giving him what he must have to win this struggle. Through his watery vision, Zed gazed into her eyes. Besides the resolve, the fury, the determination, there was something else. He saw there, in her blue eyes, a shadow of pain. And? She drew back. And what? As complete as your rationale has been, there is something more to this, something that you have not said. Nietzsche turned away, the fingers of one hand trailing along the tabletop, trailing through spells drawn in her own blood, spells she had risked her life to invoke. Her back to him, Nietzsche gestured vaguely, a self-conscious flick of her hand, a simple motion gracefully betraying unimaginable anguish. You're right, she said in a voice on the ragged edge of control. I have given Richard one other thing. Zed stood for a moment, considering the woman turned away from him. And what would that be? She turned back. A tear traced a slow path down her cheek. I have just given him the only chance he has of getting back the woman he loves.
The boxes of Auden are the only counter to the chain fire spell that took Kaelin from him. If he is to have her back, the boxes of Auden are the only way. I have given him the only chance he has to have what he loves most in life. Zed sank back down in the chair and put his face in his hands. Chapter 5. Nietzsche stood, her back stiff and straight, as Zed, slumped in the chair before her, wept into his hands. She had locked her knees for fear that her legs would give way beneath her. She told herself that she would not allow a single tear to escape her control. She had almost succeeded. When she had invoked the power of Auden, putting the box in play in Richard's name, that power had done something to her. It had, to a degree, countered the damage of the chain fire spell infecting her. When Nietzsche named Richard the player, completing the links to the power she had invoked, Nietzsche had suddenly known Kaelin. It was not a rebuilding of her lost memory of Kaelin, that was gone, but rather it was a simple reconnection to the awareness of the reality of Kaelin's existence, to the here and now. For ages, it seemed, Nietzsche had thought that Richard was deluded in his belief in the existence of a woman no one but he remembered. Even later, when Richard had found the chain fire book and had proven to them what had really happened, Nietzsche had at last believed him. But she had based that belief only on her belief in Richard and the facts he had uncovered. It was an intellectual conviction based on indirect evidence alone. That conviction had no basis in her own memories or perceptions. She had no personal recollection of Kaelin, only Richard's memory to go on, his word and the evidence at hand. In that second-hand manner, she believed in the existence of this woman, Kaelin, because she believed Richard. But now, Nietzsche knew, really knew, that Kaelin was real. Nietzsche still had no memory of anything about the woman, but she viscerally knew that Kaelin was real, that she existed. She no longer needed to rely on Richard's word to know it. It was self-evident, almost as if she perceived it directly. It was somewhat like remembering meeting someone in the past, but not being able to remember their face. While that person's face would not be recalled, that person's existence was not in doubt. Nietzsche knew that now because of the connection to the power of Auden. Because of what it had done within her, Kaelin would no longer seem to be invisible. Nietzsche would be able to see her just as she could see everyone else. The chain fire spell still resided within Nietzsche, but Auden had at least partially countered the spell, halting the continuing damage, allowing her to be aware of the truth. Her memory of Kaelin was still not vital, but Kaelin was. Nietzsche now knew, really knew, that Richard's love was real. Nietzsche felt an aching joy for Richard's heart, even as her own had broken. Kara stepped up close beside her and did something Nietzsche could never have imagined a Mord Sith doing. She put an arm gently around Nietzsche's waist, drawing her close. At least it was something no Mord Sith would ever have done until Richard had come along. Richard had changed everything. Kara, like Nietzsche, had been brought back from the brink of madness by Richard's passion for life. The two of them shared a unique understanding of Richard, a special connection, a perspective that Nietzsche doubted anyone else, even Zed, could truly appreciate. More than that, no one but Kara could grasp all that Nietzsche had just given up. "You did good, Nietzsche," Kara whispered. Zed rose. "Yes, she did. I'm sorry, my dear, if I've been unfairly hard on you. I can see now that you did in fact think it through. You did what you thought was right. I must admit that, given the circumstances, you did the only thing that made sense. I apologize for jumping to foolish assumptions. I've had reason to know many of the profound dangers surrounding the use of the power of Auden. I probably know more about it than anyone alive today.
I've even seen the magic of Orden called forth by Darken Ral. Because of that, I have a somewhat different view than you've presented. While I don't necessarily completely agree with you, what you did was an act of great intellect and courage, to say nothing of desperation. I'm familiar, too, with acts of desperation in the face of incredible odds, and I can appreciate how they are sometimes necessary. I hope you are right in what you've done, even if it means I am wrong. I would choose for you to be the one who was right. But it doesn't matter now. Done is done. You have put the boxes of Orden in play and named Richard the player. Despite what I may believe, we are all of a mind in our cause. Now that it is done, we must do our best to see to it that this works. We will all need to do our utmost to help Richard. If he fails, we all fail. All life fails. Nietzsche couldn't help but feel a certain degree of relief. Thank you, Zed. With your help, we will make this work. He shook his head sadly. My help? Perhaps I'm merely a hindrance. I just wish you had consulted me first. I did, Nietzsche said. I asked you if you trusted Richard with your life, with all life. What more consultation could there be than that? Zed smiled through the sadness lingering on his face. I guess you're right. It could just be that the combination of the chain fire spell and the contamination of the chimes has already eroded my ability to think. I don't believe that for a moment, Zed. I think it's that you love Richard and are worried for him. I wouldn't have sought your counsel had it not been important. You told me what I needed to know. If you get confused again, Kara said to him, I'll straighten you out. Zed scowled at the woman. How reassuring. Well, Nietzsche made a long story of it, Kara said, but it's not really all that complicated. Anyone should be able to see it, even you, Zed. Zed frowned. What do you mean? Kara shrugged one shoulder. We are the steel against steel. Lord Ral is the magic against the magic. To Kara, it was no more complicated than that. Nietzsche wondered if the Mord Sith didn't really grasp that she was only scratching the surface, or if she understood the entire concept better than anyone. Perhaps she was right, and it really wasn't any more complicated than that. Zed laid a hand gently on Nietzsche's shoulder. It reminded her of Richard's gentle touch. Well, despite what Kara says, this may be the death of us all. If it is to have a chance to work, though, we have a lot of work to do. Richard is going to need our help. You and I know a great deal about magic. Richard knows next to nothing. Nietzsche smiled to herself. He knows more about it than you think he does. It was Richard who deciphered the taint in the chain fire spell. None of us understood all that business about the language of symbols, but Richard picked it up on his own. By himself he learned to understand ancient drawings, designs, and emblems. I could never teach him anything about his gift, but he often surprised me with how much he grasped that was beyond the conventional understanding of magic. He taught me things I could never have imagined. Zed was nodding. He drives me crazy, too. Rika, the other Mord Sith living at the Wizard's Keep, stuck her head in the doorway. Zed, I just thought you ought to know about something. She pointed a finger skyward. I was a few levels up, and there must be some kind of broken window or something. The wind is making a strange noise. Zed frowned. What kind of noise? Rika put her hands on her hips and stared at the floor, thinking it over. I don't know, she looked up again. It's hard to describe. It reminded me a little of wind blowing through a narrow passage. A howling noise? Zed asked. Rika shook her head. No, more like the way it sounds out on the ramparts when the wind blows through the crenellations. Nietzsche glanced toward the windows. It's just dawn. I've been casting webs. The wind hasn't come up yet.
Rika shrugged. I don't know what it could have been, then. The keep sometimes makes noises when it breathes. Rika wrinkled her nose. Breathes? Yes, the wizard said. When the temperature changes, like now when the nights are getting colder, the air down in the thousands of rooms will move around. Forced into the constrictions of the passageways, it sometimes moans through the halls of the keep when there is no wind outside. Well, I haven't been here long enough to have experienced such a thing, but that must be it, then. The keep must be breathing. Rika started away. Rika, Zed called, waiting for her to halt. What were you doing up there in that section anyway? Chase is looking for Rachel, Rika said back over her shoulder. I was just helping out. You haven't seen her, have you? Zed shook his head. Not this morning. I saw her last night before she went off to bed. All right, I'll tell Chase. Rika peered into the room a moment and then leaned a hand against the doorway. What's that thing on the table anyway? What are you three up to? Trouble, Kara said. Rika nodded knowingly. Magic. You have that right, Kara said. Rika tapped the palm of her hand against the doorframe. Well, I'd better go find Rachel before Chase finds her first and gives her a talking to for going off exploring in such a place. That child is a born keep rat, Zed sighed. Sometimes I think she knows the keep as well as I do. I know, Rika said. I've been on patrol and have come across her in places I couldn't believe. Once I thought for certain that she had to be lost. She insisted she wasn't. I made her lead me back to prove it. She marched back to her room without ever making a wrong turn, then grinned up at me and said, See? Smiling, Zed scratched his temple. I had a similar experience with her. Children are quick to learn such things. Chase encourages her to learn things, to know where she is so that she isn't so easily lost. I guess since I grew up here, that's why I don't get lost in the place. Rika turned toward the hallway, but then turned back when Zed called her name. The wind noise. He waggled a finger toward the ceiling. You said it was up there? Rika nodded. Do you mean the speckled hallway that runs past the row of libraries? The place with the sitting area spaced along the hall outside the rooms? That's the place. I was checking the libraries for Rachel. She likes to look through books. As you said, it must be the keep breathing. The only problem is that that's one of several areas where the keep doesn't tend to make any sound when it breathes. The dead ends off that hall divert the movement of air elsewhere, preventing enough air moving through that area fast enough to make much of a sound. It might have been coming from farther away, and I only thought it was in those halls. Zed planted a fist on one bony hip as he considered. And you say it sounded like a moaning sound? Well, now that I think about it, it seemed more of a growl. Zed's brow creased. A growl? He crossed the thick carpet and poked his head out of the doorway, listening. Well, not a growl like an animal, Rika said. More of a rolling rumble. Like I mentioned, it reminded me of the sound the wind makes going through the crenellations. You know, a rumbling, fluttering kind of sound. I don't hear anything, Zed muttered. Rika made a face. Well, you can't hear it way down here. Nietzsche met them at the doorway. Then why do I feel something vibrating in the center of my chest? Zed stared at Nietzsche for a moment. Perhaps something to do with all the conjuring involving the box? Nietzsche shrugged. Could be, I suppose. I've never dealt with some of those elements before. Much of it was new to me. There is no telling what some of the ancillary effects might be. Do you remember when Friedrich accidentally set off that alarm, he asked, turning to Rika. She nodded. Did it sound anything like that?
Rika shook her head adamantly. Not unless you put the alarm under water. The alarms are constructed magic. Zed rubbed his chin in thought. You can't put them under water. Kara spun her aegil up into her fist. Enough talk. She pushed between them to make it through the doorway. I say we go have a look. Zed and Rika followed after her. Nietzsche didn't. She gestured toward the box of Orden sitting on the table within the glowing web of light. I'd better stay close. Besides watching over the box, she needed to study the Book of Life along with other volumes further. There were still parts of Ordenic theory that she hadn't been able to fully understand. She was distracted by a number of unanswered questions. If she was eventually to be of any help to Richard, she would need to know the answers to those questions. What concerned her most was an issue at the center of Ordenic theory having to do with the connections between Orden and the subject of the chain fire event, Kalen. Nietzsche needed to better understand the nature of requirements for connections based on primary foundations. She needed to fully grasp how those foundations were established. She was troubled by the constraints on predetermined protocols, their need of a sterile field in order to recreate memory. She also needed to learn more about the precise conditions in which the forces needed to be applied. At the center of it all, though, was that cautionary requirement of a sterile field. She needed to understand the precise nature of the sterile field Orden required, and, more importantly, why Ordenic protocols needed it. I have all the shields up, Zed told her. The entrances to the keep are sealed. If anyone had entered without permission, alarms would be going off all over the place. We'd all be plugging our ears until we found the cause. There are gifted people who know about such things, Nietzsche reminded him. Zed didn't need to consider for long. You have a point. Considering all that's going on, and all we don't know yet, we can't be too careful. It wouldn't be a bad idea for you to keep an eye on the box. Nietzsche nodded as she followed them out of the doorway. Let me know as soon as all is clear. The towering hall outside, while not more than a dozen feet wide, rose nearly out of sight high overhead. The passageway formed a long, narrow rift deep within the mountain down in the lower part of the keep. To the left side rose a natural rock wall that had been chiseled right out of the granite of the mountain itself. Even thousands of years later, the marks left by cutting tools could still be seen. The wall on the side with the rooms was made up of tightly fit enormous stone blocks. They formed the wall opposing the chiseled granite, rising up together 60 or more feet. That seemingly endless split through the mountain constituted part of the boundary of the containment field. The rooms within the containment area were all lined up along the very outer edge of the keep that rose up out of the mountain itself. Nietzsche followed the others only a short way through the seemingly endless hall, watching them until they reached the first intersection. This is no time to get sloppy or lenient, she called after them. Too much is at risk. Zed accepted her warning with a nod. We'll be back after I look into it. Kara cast Nietzsche a look back over her shoulder. Don't worry. I'll be there, and I'm not in the mood to be lenient. In fact, I'm not going to be in a good mood again until I see Lord Rahl alive and safe. You have good moods? Zed asked as they hurried away. Kara scowled at him. I'm frequently cheerful and pleasant. Are you suggesting that I'm not? Zed held up his hands in surrender. No, no, cheerful describes you perfectly. Good, then. In fact, cheerful would come even before bloodthirsty in my book. Come to think of it, I think I like bloodthirsty even better. Nietzsche couldn't share the spirit of their banter. She wasn't good at making people laugh. She frequently found herself perplexed by the way Zed and others could ease tension with such exchanges. Nietzsche knew all too well the nature of the people who were trying to kill them. She had once been one of those people of the order. She had been as merciless as she had been deadly. She had never once seen Emperor Jagang being jovial or light-hearted. He was hardly a man given to repartee. She had spent a great deal of time with him, and he was never anything but consistently lethal. His cause was deadly serious to him, and he was fanatically dedicated to it. Knowing the kind of people coming for them, people like she herself had once been, and understanding their heartless nature, Nietzsche didn't feel that she could be any less serious than they. She watched Zed, Kara, and Rika hurry down the first hall to the right, heading for the stairway. As they started up, Nietzsche suddenly understood the sound, the vibration she felt. It was an alarm of sorts. She knew why Rika didn't recognize it. She opened her mouth to call out to the others, just as the world seemed to come grinding to a halt. A dark cloud poured down the stairwell. It was like a million speckled suggestion of a snake in midair, rolling, turning, twisting, thinning, thickening as it came roaring down the stairwell. The rolling, fluttering rumble was deafening. Thousands of bats poured around the corner, a fat snake of them in midair, a thing alive made up of untold numbers of the little creatures. The sight of so many thousands of them coalesced into a single moving shape was riveting. The racket reverberated off the walls, filling the split in the mountain with a riot of noise. The bats seemed to be flying in a panic, their fused form coiling around the corner in a rush as they bolted from something. Zed, Kara, and Rika seemed frozen where they had begun to climb the stairs. And then the fleeing bats were gone, driven before some terror coming through the keep behind them. The soft fluttering sound they left in their wake echoed its muted alarm through the hall as the bats fled into deeper darkness. That distant sound was what Rika had heard but not understood. Staring at the stairs from where the bats had come, Nietzsche felt as if she were frozen and immobile in an expectant, silent moment in time, waiting to breathe, waiting for something unimaginable. With a rising sense of panic, she realized that in fact she really couldn't move. And then a dark shape came sweeping down the stairs like an ill wind. Yet at the same time, it inexplicably appeared to hang motionless. It seemed composed of swirling black shapes and flowing shadows, creating an inky eddy of obscurity. The dizzying shape of it, the entwining currents of darkness, implied movements that it didn't have. Nietzsche blinked, and it was gone. She urgently renewed her effort to move, but she felt as if she was suspended in warm wax. She could breathe to a small extent and make headway, but only in the most impossibly slow fashion. Every inch took monumental effort and seemed to take an eternity. The world had become impossibly thick as everything slowed toward a halt. In the passageway, just behind the others in the hall at the bottom of the stairs, the shape appeared again, suspended in midair above the stone floor. It looked like a woman in a flowing black dress floating underwater. Even in the midst of growing terror, Nietzsche found the exotic sight strangely fascinating. The others, with the intruder already past them, were in mid-stride ascending the stairs, as still as if caught in a painting. The woman's wiry black hair lifted lazily out all around her bloodless face. The loose fabric of the black dress swirled as if in whirls of water. Within the slow turbulence of black cloth and hair, the woman herself seemed nearly unmoving. It looked like nothing so much as if she were floating under murky water. Then the figure was gone again. No, not underwater, Nietzsche realized. In the sliff. That's how Nietzsche felt, too. It was that kind of strange, otherworldly, suspended sensation of drifting. It was impossibly slow, and at the same time blindingly fast. The figure suddenly appeared again, closer this time. Nietzsche tried to call out, but she couldn't. She tried to lift her arms to cast a web, but she drifted too slowly. She thought it might take an entire day just to lift her arm. Sparkling shards of light glimmered and flashed in the air between Nietzsche and the others. Magic, she knew, cast by the wizard. It fell far short of the intruder. Even though the brief spate of power sputtered out without having any effect, Nietzsche was astounded that Zed had managed to ignite it at all. She had tried much the same thing without any result. Dark trailers of cloth drifted, fluidly flapping through the hallway. Snaking shapes and shadows curled around as they moved ever so slowly. The figure wasn't walking or running. It glided, floated, flowed, almost unmoving within the swirling cloth of the dress. Then it was gone again. In a blink it reappeared, much closer yet, the ghost-like skin stretched tight over a bony face, looking as if it had never been touched by sunlight. Snarls of weightless black hair rose up with wisps of the flowing black dress. It was as disorienting a sight as Nietzsche had ever seen. She felt as if she were drowning. Panic welled up in her at the feeling of not being able to breathe fast enough, of trying to get the air she needed. Her burning lungs were unable to work any faster than the rest of her. When Nietzsche focused her gaze, the figure of the woman was gone. It occurred to her that her eyes, too, were too slow. The hallway was empty again. It seemed that her focus could not keep up with the movement. Nietzsche thought that maybe she was having some kind of hallucination brought on by the spells she had cast, by the power of Orden she had tapped into. She wondered if it could be some kind of after effect of the spells. Maybe it was Orden itself come to claim her for tampering with such forbidden powers. That had to be it. Something to do with all the dangerous things she had conjured. The woman appeared again, as if floating up through the murky deep, emerging suddenly into view out of the dark abyss. This time Nietzsche could clearly see the woman's austere, angular features. Blanched blue eyes fixed on Nietzsche as if there was nothing else in her world. That scrutiny touched Nietzsche's very soul with icy dread. The woman's eyes were so pale that they seemed as if they had to be sightless. But Nietzsche knew that this woman could see just fine, not only in the light, but also in the blackest cave or under a rock where the light of day never touched her. The woman smiled as wicked a grin as Nietzsche had ever seen. It was the smile of someone who had no fear but enjoyed causing it, a woman who knew she had everything under her mastery. It was a smile that sent a slow shiver through Nietzsche. And then the woman was gone. In the distance, more of Zed's magic sparked and sputtered briefly before it died out. Nietzsche struggled to move, but the world was too thick, the way it sometimes felt in those terrible dreams she had, dreams where she struggled to move but simply couldn't despite how hard she tried. It was the dream where she was trying to run from Jagang. He was always close, coming for her, reaching for her. He was like death itself, intent on the most unimaginable cruelty as he came toward her. She always wanted desperately to run in those dreams, but despite extraordinary effort, her legs wouldn't move nearly fast enough. Those dreams always put her in a state of trembling panic. It was a dream that made death so real she could taste its terror. She'd had that dream one time in camp. Richard had been there. He woke her, asking what was wrong. She gasped back tears as she told him. He cupped her face and told her that it was only a dream, and she was all right. She would have given anything to have had him hold her in his arms and tell her that she was safe, but he didn't. Still, his hand on her face, covered with both of hers, and his gentle words, his empathy,
had been a comfort that calmed her terror. This, though, was no dream. Nietzsche tried to gasp a breath, to call out to Zed, but could do neither. She tried to call her Han, her gift, but couldn't seem to connect to it. It was as if her gift was impossibly fast and she was impossibly slow. The two wouldn't mesh. The woman, her flesh the pallid color of the freshly dead, her hair and dress as black as the underworld, was suddenly right there, right beside Nietzsche. The woman's arm floated out, reaching through the swirling black cloth. Parched flesh, stretched tightly over her knuckles, served to emphasize the skeleton beneath. Her bony fingers brushed along the underside of Nietzsche's jaw. It was a haughty touch, an arrogant act of triumph. At the touch, the vibration in Nietzsche's chest felt as if it might tear her apart. The woman laughed, a hollow, slow, burbling underwater laugh that echoed painfully through the stone halls of the keep. Nietzsche knew without doubt what the woman wanted, what she had come for. Nietzsche tried desperately to ignite her power, to grab the woman, to lunge, to do anything to stop her, but she could do nothing. Her power seemed impossibly distant, crackling so far away that it would take forever to reach it. As the finger brushed along the length of Nietzsche's jaw, the woman was gone again, vanishing gently back into the dark depths. The next time she appeared, she was back at the brass-clad doors, standing open to the room with the box. The woman drifted through the doorway, her feet never touching the ground, her dress washing lightly all around her. Again, she vanished out of Nietzsche's focus. The next time she appeared, she was between the room and Nietzsche. She had the box of Orden under an arm. As that terrible laughter echoed through Nietzsche's mind, the world melted into blackness. Chapter 6. Rachel didn't know who the horse belonged to, and she didn't really care. She wanted it. She had been running all night and she was exhausted. She had never stopped to consider why she might be running. It somehow didn't seem important. It mattered only that she keep going, keep making progress. She needed to hurry. She needed to keep going. She needed to go faster. She needed the horse. She was certain of the direction in which she had to go. She didn't know why she felt so certain about it. She didn't give that matter any serious thought. It remained only a question from somewhere deep in the back of her mind that never completely surfaced into full, conscious concern. As she crouched in the dry, brittle brush, she tried to remain still as a shadow as she figured out what to do. It was hard to stay still because she was so cold. She tried not to shiver for fear of giving herself away. She wanted to rub her arms, but she knew not to because any movement might draw attention. As cold as she was, what concerned her the most was getting the horse. Whoever owned the horse didn't seem to be nearby at the moment. At least, if he was, she couldn't see him. He might be sleeping in the long brown grass and be too low for her to see where he was. He might be off scouting. Or he might be waiting, watching for her, maybe with an arrow nocked and at the ready, so that once she bolted from cover, he could take aim and shoot her down. As scary as such a thought was, her fear of such a thing couldn't compare to her need to keep going, her need to hurry. Rachel checked the sun off through the thick stand of trees, checking her bearings, making sure she knew the direction she needed to go. She surveyed her choices of escape routes. There was a wide path, not quite a road, that would be a good place for a fast getaway. There was also a shallow, gravel-bottomed stream that ran through part of the open meadow. On the other side of the meadow, the stream joined the road and ran beside it as both made their way southeast through the trees. The sun, low, huge-looking and red, hung just above the horizon.
The color matched the color of the scratches all over her arms from running through the brush. Before Rachel realized it, before she had finished thinking it through, her legs were moving. They almost seemed to have a mind of their own. Only a few steps out of the brush she was running, bolting out across the open ground toward the horse. Out of the corner of her eye, Rachel caught sight of the man as he suddenly sat up in the tall grass. Just as she had suspected, he had been sleeping. With his leather vest and studded straps holding knives, he looked like one of those Imperial Order men. He appeared to be alone, probably on a scouting mission. That's what Chase had taught her. Imperial Order troops out alone were likely scouts. She didn't really care who he was. She wanted the horse. She thought that maybe she should be afraid of the man, but she wasn't. She was afraid only of not getting the horse, of not hurrying. The man threw his blanket aside as he shot to his feet. He scrambled into a dead run. He was coming fast, but Rachel's legs had grown long over the summer, and she was a fast runner. The soldier yelled at her. She paid him no never mind as she raced toward the bay mare. The man threw something at her. She saw it streak by over her left shoulder. It was a knife. At such a distance, she knew that it had been a foolish throw, a throw and pray, as Chase called it. He taught her to focus, to aim. He'd taught her a lot about knives. She also knew that a running target was difficult to hit with a knife. She was right. The knife missed her by a good margin. With a soft thunk, it stuck in a fallen log lying along the way between her and the horse. She yanked the knife out of the rotting log as she ran by and stuck it through her belt as she slowed. The knife was hers now. Chase had taught her to take the enemy's weapons whenever possible and be prepared to use them, especially if the weapon was superior to what she had. He had taught her that, in a survival situation, she had to use whatever was at hand. Gulping air, she ran under the horse's nose, snatching up the loose ends of the reins, but they were tied to a branch of the fallen log. Her fingers worked frantically to undo the tight knot, but they were numb with cold. They slipped on the leather as she clawed at it. She wanted to scream with frustration, but instead she kept tugging, working the knot. It seemed to take forever to get it loose. As soon as the reins were free, she gathered them together in one hand. It was then that she noticed the saddle not far away. She glanced up as the man yelled again, calling her a name. He was coming fast. She wouldn't have near enough time to think about saddling the horse. Saddlebags, probably full of supplies, leaned against the saddle. She slipped her arm under the flat piece of leather connecting the two halves of the saddlebag and ducked under the startled horse's neck. Rounding the far side, she grabbed a fistful of mane and hung on tightly to help her vault up onto the animal's bare back. The saddlebags were heavy, and she almost dropped them, but she held on tight and pulled them up behind her. Even though the horse hadn't been saddled, at least it had on its bridle. Somewhere in the dim recesses of her mind, Rachel relished the warmth of the animal. She laid the hefty packs across the horse's withers in front of her legs. There would be food and water inside. She would need both if she was to be able to continue for long. She just assumed that it would be a long journey. The horse snorted, tossing its head. Rachel didn't take the time to gentle the animal as Chase had taught her. She laid the reins over as she thumped the horse's ribs with her heels. The horse danced sideways, not sure about its strange new rider. Rachel glanced over a shoulder and saw the man almost there. Holding a fistful of mane tightly with one hand and the reins with the other, Rachel leaned forward and again thumped her heels into the horse's sides farther back. The horse bolted into a dead run. The man, cursing, made a frantic dive for the bridle. Rachel jerked the reins to the side, and the horse followed. The soldier flew past them and landed on his face, grunting with the force of the impact. Suddenly seeing the thundering hooves so close, he cried out, his anger switching to fright as he rolled out of the way. He missed being trampled by inches. Rachel felt no sense of triumph. She felt only the compulsion to hurry, to run southeast. The horse obliged. She guided the racing mare to the stream at the far side of the grassy clearing. Trees closed in around them as they ran up the wide swath of shallow water, the man disappearing far behind. Water splashed as the horse ran. The gravel bottom seemed to suit the horse's gait. Chase had taught her how to use water to hide her tracks. Every galloping stride was one stride closer, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 7. When the soldier walking past the wagons tossed the hard-boiled eggs, Richard caught as many as he could. As soon as he had scooped the rest of them up off the ground, he gathered them all in the crook of his arm and crawled back under the wagon to get out of the rain. It was a cold, miserable excuse for a shelter, but it was still better than sitting in the rain. After having collected his own booty of eggs, John Rock, pulling his chain behind, scurried back under the other end of the wagon.
Eggs again, John Rock said in disgust. That's all they ever feed us. Eggs.
It could be worse, Richard told him.
How?
John Rock demanded, not at all happy about his diet. Richard wiped eggs on his pants, trying to clean the mud off the shells as best he could. They could be feeding us York. John Rock frowned over at Richard.
York?
Your teammate who broke his leg, Richard said as he started peeling one of his eggs. The one Snakeface murdered.
Oh, that York.
John Rock considered a moment.
You really think these soldiers eat people?
Richard glanced over. If they run out of food, they will turn to eating the dead. If they are hungry enough and run out of dead, they will harvest a new crop.
You think they will run out of food?
Richard knew they would, but he didn't want to say so. He had instructed the Daharan forces not only to destroy any supply train from the Old World, but to destroy the Old World's ability to provide for their massive invasion force to the north. I'm just saying that it could be worse than eggs. John Rock looked at his eggs in a new light, finally grumbling his agreement. As John Rock started in peeling an egg of his own, he changed the subject.
You think they'll make us play Jala in the rain?
Richard swallowed a mouthful of egg before he answered. Probably, but I'd rather be playing a game and get warm than sit here freezing all day.
I suppose, John Rock said.
Besides, Richard told him, the sooner we can start defeating the teams come for the tournaments, the sooner we work our way up in the standings, and the sooner we get to play the Emperor's team. John Rock grinned at that prospect. Richard was starving, but he forced himself to slow down and savor the meal. As they peeled shells and ate in silence, he kept an eye on the activity in the distance. Even in the rain, men were busy at every sort of work. The sound of hammers at forges rang through the drone of rain and clamor of conversation, yelling, arguing, laughing, and orders being shouted. The vast encampment spread across the flat Azrith plain to what Richard could see of the horizon. Sitting on the ground, it was hard to see a great deal of the larger camp out beyond. He could see wagons, and a little farther away the larger tents in the middle distance. Horses rode past, while wagons pulled by mules made their way through the milling masses. Men on foot, looking miserable in the rain, stood in lines waiting for food at cook tents. In the distance, the People's Palace, sitting on a high plateau, towered over everything. Even in the murk of the gray day, the magnificent stone walls, grand towers, and tiled roofs of the palace stood out above the grimy army come to destroy it. With the steamy vapor rising from the Imperial Order camp, along with the rain and the overcast, the plateau and the palace atop it looked like a distant, noble apparition. There were times when cloud and mist drew across like a curtain, and the entire plateau vanished in the gray gloom, as if it had seen enough of the seething horde come to defile it. There was no easy way for any enemy to attack the palace high on the plateau.
The road up the side of the cliff walls was far too narrow for any kind of meaningful assault. Besides that, there was a drawbridge that Richard was certain would have already been raised, and even if it weren't, there were massive walls at the top that were formidable in their own right, and little space outside of them to gather any sizable assault force. Except in times of war, the People's Palace drew commerce from all over Dahara. Supplies for all the people living there were constantly being brought in. Because it was a trade center, great numbers of people came to the palace to buy and sell goods. For all those people, the primary way up to the city palace was through the inside of the plateau itself. Stairs and walkways accommodated the large number of visitors and vendors. There were also wide ramps for horses and wagons. Because so many people traveled up the inside of the plateau, there were shops and stands all along the way. Large numbers of people came for those market stands and never made the journey all the way up to the city at the top. The entire inside of the plateau was honeycombed with rooms of every sort. Some of the interior spaces were public, but some were not. There were large numbers of soldiers of the first file, the palace guard, barracked there. The problem, from the perspective of the imperial order, was that the great doors to those inner access areas were closed. Those doors had been made to stand against any kind of attack, and there were enough supplies stored inside for a long siege. Outside, the Azrith Plain was not at all a hospitable place for forces to gather for a siege. While deep wells inside the plateau provided water for the inhabitants, outside on the Azrith Plain there was no steady supply of water nearby except the occasional rain, and there was no close source of firewood. On top of that, the weather out on the plain was harsh. The imperial order did have plenty of gifted with them, but they couldn't be much help in breaching the palace defenses. The very construction of the palace was in the form of a protection spell that magnified the power of the ruling Lord Rahl, while at the same time hindering the power of others. Inside that plateau, and in the city atop it, the ability of any gifted but a Rahl was severely blunted by that spell. Because he was a Rahl, such a spell would ordinarily be a benefit for Richard, if it were not for the fact that he had somehow been cut off from his gift. He was pretty sure how that had been accomplished. Chained to a wagon in the middle of an enemy force numbering in the millions, though, he couldn't do a whole lot about it. Other than the plateau and the palace atop it, the thing that stood out highest of all out on the Azrith Plain was the ramp that the imperial order was constructing. Without an easy way to attack the seat of power of the Daharan Empire, the last obstacle standing in the way of their total domination of the New World, Jagang had apparently come up with a plan to build an enormous ramp to get enough forces to the top of the plateau, to breach the walls. He planned not simply to besiege the People's Palace, but to assault it. At first Richard had thought such a task impossible, but as he had studied what Jagang's army was doing, he'd quickly become disheartened to realize that it just might work. While the plateau was an imposing height, towering high above the Azrith Plain, the imperial order surrounding it had millions of men to devote to the undertaking. From Jagang's perspective, this was his last objective, the last place he needed to crush in order to establish the unopposed rule of the imperial order. As far as the emperor was concerned, he had no other battles to fight, no more armies to destroy, no more cities to capture. The city on top of the plateau was all that stood in their way. The imperial order, the brutes who enforced the faith demanded by the Fellowship of Order, could not allow the people of the New World to live outside the control of the order because it put the lie to the teachings of their spiritual leaders. The brothers of the order taught that individual choice was immoral because it was ruinous to mankind.
The very existence of a prosperous, independent, free people stood in stark contrast to the foundational doctrines of the order. The order had condemned the people of the New World as selfish and evil, and required them to convert to the beliefs of the order or die. Having millions of soldiers with time on their hands as they waited to enforce faith in the order's beliefs was no doubt troublesome. Jagang had found a task to keep them all busy, a sacrifice to the cause. They were all now devoted to working in shifts every hour of the day and night at the construction of the ramp. While Richard couldn't see the men down lower, he knew that they had to be digging dirt and rock. As those excavation pits grew ever larger, other men carried the dirt to the site of the ramp. In such massive numbers, working without pause, they were up to such a daunting undertaking. Richard hadn't been in the camp for long, but he imagined that, day by day, he would soon be able to see the sloping ramp, growing inexorably toward the top of the plateau.
"How will you die?"
John Rock asked. Richard was sick of watching the distant ramp, of contemplating the dark and savage future the order would enforce on everyone. John Rock's question, though, wasn't exactly a ray of sunshine in the gloom. Richard slumped back against the inside of the wheel on the far side of the wagon as he ate eggs. "You think I will have a choice?" he finally asked. "A say in the matter?" Richard rested a forearm over his knee, gesturing with half an egg. "We make choices about how we will live, John Rock. I don't think we have nearly so much say about how we will die." John Rock looked surprised by the answer.
"You think we have a choice about how we live? Reuben, we have no choice."
"We have choices," Richard said without explanation. He popped the half of an egg in his mouth. John Rock lifted the chain attached to his collar.
"How can I make any choice?"
He gestured out at the encampment.
"They are our masters."
"Masters?" "They have chosen not to think for themselves and instead to live according to the teachings of the order. In so doing, they are not even the masters of their own lives." John Rock shook his head in astonishment.
"Sometimes, Reuben, you say the strangest things. I am a slave. I am the one with no choice, not them."
"There are chains stronger than those attached to the collar around your neck, John Rock. My life means a great deal to me. I would give my life to save the life of someone I hold dear, someone I value. Those men out there have chosen to sacrifice their lives to a mindless cause that produces only suffering. They have already given up their lives and gotten nothing of any value in return. Is that choosing to live? I don't think so. They wear chains that they have put around their own necks, chains of a different kind, but chains nonetheless."
"I fought when they came to take me. The Imperial Order won. Now I am chained here. Those men live, but if we try to be free, we will die."
Richard wiped the remaining bits of shell off an egg. "We all have to die, John Rock, every one of us. It is how we choose to live that matters. After all, it's the only life each one of us will ever have, so how we live is of paramount importance." John Rock chewed for a moment as he thought it over. Finally, with a grin, he seemed to dismiss the whole matter.
"Well, if I do end up having to choose how I will die, I wish it to be to the cheers of the crowd for how well I played the game."
He glanced over at Richard.
"And you, Reuben, if you have to choose?"
Richard had other things on his mind, important things. "I hope not to have to decide the matter this day." John Rock sighed heavily. The eggs looked tiny in the man's meaty fists.
"Maybe not today, but I think this place is the end of the games. I think that in this place we finally lose our lives."
Richard didn't answer, so John Rock spoke again into the drone of the downpour.
I'm serious.
He frowned.
Reuben, are you listening, or are you still dreaming about that woman you think you saw when we came into camp yesterday?
Richard realized that he was, and that he was smiling. Despite everything, he was smiling. Despite how true John Rock's words were, that they very well might die in this place, he was smiling. Still, he didn't want to discuss Kalin with the man. I saw a lot of things when we rolled into this camp.
Soon enough after the games, John Rock said, and if we do well, there will be women enough. Snakeface has promised us. But now there are just soldiers and more soldiers. You must have been seeing phantoms yesterday.
Richard stared off at nothing, nodding. I guess you were far from the first to think that she's a phantom. John Rock heaved a length of chain out of his way and scooted closer to Richard.
Reuben, you'd better get your head straight or we're going to get ourselves killed before we even get a chance to play the Emperor's team.
Richard looked up. I thought you were ready to die.
I don't want to die, not today anyway.
There you go, John Rock, you have made a choice. Even chained up, you have made a choice about your life. John Rock shook a thick finger at Richard.
Look here, Reuben, if I end up getting killed playing Jala, I don't want it to be because you have your head in the clouds dreaming of women.
Just one woman, John Rock. The big man leaned back and flicked eggshells off his fingers.
I remember. You said that you saw the woman you want to be your wife.
Richard didn't correct him. I just want for us to play well and win all our games so that we can have the chance to play the Emperor's team. John Rock's grin returned.
Do you really think we can beat the Emperor's team, Reuben? Do you think we can survive such a game with those men?
Richard cracked the shell of another egg on the side of his heel. You're the one who wants to die to cheers of the crowds for how well you've played. John Rock gave Richard a sidelong glance.
Maybe I will do as you say and choose to live free, yes?
Richard only smiled before biting the egg in half. Not long after Richard and John Rock had finished the last of their meal, Commander Karg appeared, his boots splashing as he marched toward them through the mud.
Get out here, all of you.
Richard and John Rock crawled out from under the wagon into the drizzle. Other captives at wagons to either side stood up, waiting to hear what the commander wanted. Soldiers who were on the team gathered closer.
We're going to have visitors, Commander Karg announced.
What kind of visitors? One of the soldiers asked.
The Emperor is touring the teams that arrived for the tournament. Emperor Jagang and I go way back. I expect you to show him that I've done well in selecting a worthy team. Any man who doesn't reflect well on me or who fails to show the proper respect for our Emperor will be of no use to me.
Without further word, the commander hurried away. Richard could feel himself swaying on his feet as his heart pounded. He wondered if Kalin would be with Jagang, as she had been the day before. While he desperately wanted to see her again, he hated to think of her being anywhere near that man. For that matter, he hated to think of her being anywhere near any of these men. Over the winter, when Nietzsche had captured Richard and taken him down to the old world, Kalin, in his place, had led the Daharan forces. She was the one responsible for keeping Jagang from having the victory back then that he might otherwise have had. She had been responsible for whittling down the ranks of order soldiers, even if the endless supplies from the old world had included reinforcements that more than replenished all the men lost. Kalin had not only delayed the invaders, but earned their undying hatred for all the pain she had inflicted upon them. Were it not for Kalin, the order probably would have caught the Daharan army and slaughtered them. She had kept them one step ahead of Jagang and just out of his reach. Trying to look composed, Richard leaned back against the wagon and folded his arms as he waited. Before long, he caught sight of an entourage off to the left making their way through the encampment. They were moving down the line of teams in the distance, pausing at regular intervals along the way to take a closer look. Judging by the types of soldiers Richard could see making up the group, it could be none other than the Emperor that they escorted. Richard recognized the royal guard from the day before when he had rolled through the camp and right past Jagang. That was when he had briefly seen Kalin. The Emperor's guards were intimidating in their mail and leather and with their well-made weapons, but it was the size of the men and their bulging, rain-slicked muscles that was truly daunting. These were men who even struck fear into the hearts of the regular brutes of the order. Those regular troops all fell back well clear of the royal guard. Richard didn't imagine that such men were at all tolerant of anything they believed might potentially be a threat to the Emperor. John Rock stepped forward to join the other men waiting in a line for the Emperor to review them. It was when Richard saw Jagang's shaved head off in the center of the ranks of muscled guards that the sudden realization hit him. Jagang would recognize him. Jagang, as a dreamwalker, had been in the minds of various people, and he had seen Richard through their eyes. Richard could hardly believe how careless he had been not to even consider that when he played the Emperor's team, in order to get close enough to Kalin, Jagang would be there and Jagang would recognize him. Distracted by the thought of actually getting to Kalin, he hadn't taken such a prospect into consideration. Richard noticed something else then. A sister. It looked like Sister Ulyssia, but if it was, she had aged a great deal since he'd last seen her. She was farther away, back at the tail end of all the guards following Jagang, but Richard could still see the sagging creases in her face. The last time he had seen her, she'd been an attractive woman, although Richard had difficulty separating a person's looks from their personality, and Sister Ulyssia was one sinister woman. No matter how superficially attractive a person was, a cruel personality tainted Richard's image of them. Corrupt character colored his appraisal of a person to such an extent that he could not see them as attractive, separate from their vicious nature. That was also one of the reasons Kalin was so beautiful to him. She was not simply stunningly attractive, but exemplary in every way. Her intelligence and insight were matched by her passion for life. It was as if her captivating looks perfectly reflected everything else about her. Sister Ulyssia, despite how physically attractive she once had been, now appeared to reflect only the rot at her core. Richard realized then that not only would Jagang and Sister Ulyssia recognize him, but there would be other sisters in the camp who also knew him. He suddenly felt very vulnerable. Any of those sisters could happen by at any time. He had nowhere to hide. When he got close enough, Jagang would not fail to see that Lord Rahl, the very man he was after, was right there in his midst. Chained as he was, without his ability to use his Han, even as difficult as it had been for him to call forth his gift when he'd had access to it, Richard would be at Jagang's mercy. He had a sickening flash of a vision that Shota the witch woman had given him. It had been a vision of being executed. It had been raining in that vision, much as it was raining now. Kalin had been there. In tearful terror, she had watched as his wrists had been bound behind his back and he was made to kneel in the mud. As he knelt there with Kalin screaming his name, a big brute of a soldier came up behind him, promising to have Kalin for himself as he brought a long knife around before Richard's face, and then with a mighty effort cut deep through his throat. Richard realized that he was touching his throat as if to comfort the gaping wound. He was panting in a panic. He felt a hot wave of nausea welling up through him. Was this to be Shota's vision come to life? Was this what she had been warning him about? Was this to be the day he died? It was all happening too fast. He hadn't been ready for this. But what could he have done to get ready?
"Reuben," Commander Karg yelled, "get up here."
Richard struggled to get control of his emotions. He took a deep breath and worked to calm himself as he started moving, knowing that if he didn't, it was only going to get ugly even faster. Not far away, the clot of men had stopped at the next team up the line. Richard could hear only the murmur of conversation over the sound of rain. His mind raced, trying to think of what he could do before Jagang recognized him. He knew that he couldn't hide behind the other men. He was point man. Jagang would want to see the team's point man. And then he caught a glimpse of Kalen. Richard moved as if in a dream. The whole cluster of men around the Emperor and Kalen had started turning in the direction of Richard and his team. Knowing that he had to get up with the other men, Richard started to step over the chain attached to John Rock's collar. Just then, he had an idea. He hurried forward and deliberately let his foot catch the chain. He fell face first in the mud. Commander Karg went red with rage.
"Reuben, you clumsy idiot! Get on your feet!"
Richard scrambled to his feet as Jagang's guards began parting for the Emperor. Richard stood up tall next to John Rock. With a finger, he wiped mud from his eyes. He blinked to clear his vision. It was then that he spotted Kalen. She was walking just behind Jagang. The hood of her cloak, pulled up to protect her against the rain, partially hid her face. Richard recognized every familiar movement of her body. No one moved quite the way she moved. Their eyes met. He thought his heart might stop. He remembered the first time he had seen her. She had looked so noble in that white dress. He remembered the way she had looked directly at him without speaking, a gaze that was questioning and at the same time guarded, a gaze that instantly and clearly conveyed her intelligence. He had never seen anyone before that moment who looked so valiant. He thought that he had probably been in love with her from that first instant, from that first look into her beautiful green eyes. He had been sure that in that first look into those eyes he had seen her soul. Now there was all that, along with a hint of confused concern in her expression. Because of the way his gaze fixed on her, followed her, she was aware that he could see her. Being the object of the chain fire spell, she wouldn't remember who he was or, for that matter, who she was. Other than Richard and the sisters who had taken her prisoner and ignited the chain fire spell, no one could remember her. Obviously, Jagang was not affected by the spell. Richard surmised that it probably had something to do with a connection to the sisters, but Kalen would be invisible to everyone else. She recognized, though, that Richard could see her. In the isolation imposed by the spell, that had to be something profoundly important and meaningful for her. In fact, by the look on her face, he could see that it was. Before Jagang could begin to get close enough to inspect the team, a man called out as he ran up to the group. The Emperor gestured him forward in a manner that suggested the man was well known. The guards parted for him as he made his way through their inner circle of protection. Since he carried only minimal weapons, a couple of knives, Richard reasoned that he was probably a messenger. He was winded, but seemed to be in a great hurry. When he made it to the Emperor, the man bent close, speaking excitedly but in a low voice. At one point in his report, he gestured across the camp toward the area where the construction of the ramp was taking place. Kalen, pulling her gaze from Richard, looked over at the man speaking with Jagang. Richard surveyed a cadre of other guards closer in who surrounded her. They weren't the royal guard, and in fact they were careful to stay out of the way of the imposing royal guards. These men looked more like the regular soldiers of the camp. Their weapons weren't well made. They had no chainmail or armor. Their clothes seemed to be a collection of whatever they could find that looked the part of the rest of the army. They were big men, young and strong, but they were not the match of the Emperor's guards. They looked more like common thugs. Richard realized then that they could only be guarding Kaelin. Unlike Jagang's guards, who seemed unmindful of her presence, these men frequently glanced at Kaelin, checking on her every move. That could only mean that these men could see her. Jagang's guards never looked at Kaelin, but these men did. Somehow they were able to see her. Somehow Jagang had found men to guard her who were not affected by the spell. At first questioning if he was really right that they could see her, and confused by how such a thing was possible, Richard finally realized that it actually did make sense. The chain fire spell, like the world of magic itself, had been contaminated by the chimes. That contamination eroded the ability of magic to function. The whole purpose of the chimes was to destroy magic. Because of the taint left by their presence in the world of life, the chain fire spell's very makeup had been impaired. When Zed and Nietzsche had run the verification web, Richard had discovered the damage to the structure of the spell itself. Because of that contamination within the chain fire spell, it didn't function as designed. It was flawed. It only made sense that such a flaw might allow a few people to escape its effects. Richard remembered how the plague, sweeping through the population like a wildfire, didn't touch everyone. There were a few people, even some who cared for the sick and dying, who never contracted the plague themselves. This must be something like that. There were bound to be a few people who weren't affected by the chain fire event and would therefore be able to see Kaelin. It would certainly explain why there were guards who could see her. As those special guards, distracted by the man speaking to Jagang with such urgency, turned to try to see better what was happening with the Emperor, Kaelin made a small move to turn with them. It looked perfectly natural. Richard knew it was anything but. As she turned, Kaelin adjusted the hood of her cloak against the rain, and as her hand came back down, it passed close to one of her guards. Richard saw that the sheath at the man's belt was empty. As Kaelin's hand disappeared back under her cloak, Richard caught a brief glint of reflection off the blade. He wanted to laugh out loud, to cheer, but he didn't dare move a muscle. Kaelin caught him looking at her and realized that he had to have seen what she'd just done. She watched him a moment to see if he might betray her. She was using the hood of her cloak to hide her face from those guarding her, to prevent them from seeing that she was looking obliquely at Richard. When he didn't move, she turned, and along with the guards, watched what was going on between the messenger and the Emperor. Jagang suddenly swung around and started away, returning back the way he'd come, the messenger right on his heels. Kaelin briefly glanced back over a shoulder to catch one last glimpse of Richard before the guards could all close in around the Emperor and his captive. As she did so, and the hood of her cloak moved just enough, Richard saw the dark bruise on her left cheek. Hot anger blazed through him. Every fiber of his being wanted to do something, to act, to get her away from Jagang, to get her out of this camp. His mind raced to come up with something, anything, but, chained as he was, there was nothing he could do. This was not the time or place he could act. Worse, he knew that if he did nothing, Jagang's abuse of her would only continue. If he did nothing, and Kaelin suffered worse, Richard knew that he would never forgive himself. Despite how desperately he wanted to do something, though, he could do nothing. He stood silent and still, enduring the rage storming through him, a wrath that was the twin to the sword of truth, the sword he'd given up in order to find Kaelin. Kaelin, the Emperor, and all the guards vanished back into the churning grime of the encampment. Curtains of mist seemed to draw in behind them. Richard stood trembling in bitter frustration. Not even the cold rain could cool his bottled fury. Even as his mind raced through every possible action, he knew that there was nothing he could do. Not now, anyway. At the same time, his heart ached for Kaelin. Agony for what she must be facing at the hands of such a man knotted his insides. His knees felt weak with his fear for her. He had to stiffen his resolve to keep himself from falling to the ground in tears. If only he could get his hands on Jagang. If only... Commander Karg strode up close in front of Richard.
"You're lucky," he growled. "The Emperor obviously has more important things to do than review my team and my clumsy point man."
"I need some paint," Richard said. Commander Karg blinked in surprise. "What?" "Paint. I need some."
"You expect me to fetch paint for you?"
"Yes. I told you I need it."
"What for?"
Richard wagged a finger at the man's face, resisting mightily the urge to whip a length of chain around the commander's neck and strangle the life out of him. "Why do you have those tattoos?" Confused, Commander Karg hesitated for a moment, considering the question as if it might have thorns in it.
"To make me look all the more fierce to the enemy," he said at last. "Such a look gives me power. When the enemy sees our men, they see ferocious fighters. It strikes terror into their hearts. When they freeze for a moment in fear, we triumph."
"That's why I want the paint," Richard said. "I want to paint the faces of our team so that it strikes fear into the hearts of our opponents. It will help us defeat them. It will help your team to triumph." Commander Karg studied Richard's eyes for a moment, as if to gauge if he was serious or up to something.
"I have a better idea," the commander said. "I will have tattoo artists come around and tattoo my entire team."
He tapped a finger on the scales covering the side of his face.
"I will have them tattoo you all with scales and such all over your faces. It will make you all look like my men. When you all have tattoos like mine, you will look like my team. Everyone will know you belong to me."
The commander gave Richard a grim smile, pleased with his idea.
"I will have you all pierced as well. You will all have tattoos and metal studs in your faces. You will all look like inhuman animals."
Richard waited until the man was finished, and then shook his head. "No, that won't do. It's not good enough." Commander Karg planted his fists on his hips.
"What do you mean it's not good enough?"
"Well," Richard said, "you can't see those kinds of tattoos from far enough away. I'm sure that they work just fine in battle when you are in a face-to-face confrontation with the enemy, but it won't be that way in the Jala games. Such tattoos would too easily be missed."
"You are often as close on the Jala field as you are in battle," Commander Karg said.
"Maybe," Richard conceded, "but I want us to stand out not only to our opponents at the moment, not just to the men on the field, but also to other teams who will be watching, to everyone who is watching. I want everyone to see our painted faces and instantly recognize us. I want such a sight to plant fear in the minds of other teams. I want them to remember us and to worry." Commander Karg folded his muscled arms.
"I want you to be tattooed so that you look like my team, so that all will know that it is Commander Karg's team."
"And if we lose?" "If we lose in a humiliating fashion?" The commander leaned in a little as he glared.
"Then you will be whipped at the least, and no longer of any use to me at worst. I think you know by now what becomes of captives who are of no use."
"If that happens," Richard said, "everyone will remember that the team you put to death for being inferior were all tattooed just like you. If we fail, they will remember the snake pattern of your tattoo on all of us. It would link us to you, but also you to us. If we lose, you will be stigmatized by that tattoo. If we lose, every time they see your tattooed face, they will laugh at you. If we should for some reason happen to lose, paint can be washed off before we are whipped or worse. Commander Karg was beginning to grasp just what Richard meant. He visibly cooled as he scratched his jaw. I'll see if I can't come up with some paint. Make it red. Red? Why? Red stands out. It will be memorable. Red also reminds people of blood. I want them to see us and before anything else wonder why we want to look like we are painted in blood. I want the other teams to worry about that the night before a game. I want them to sweat and lose sleep thinking about it. When they finally come to play us, they will be tired, and then we will make them bleed. A slow smile spread on Commander Karg's face. You know, Reuben, were you born on the right side of this war along with me, I bet we would be good friends. Richard doubted that the man truly understood the concept of friendship, or could even appreciate such values. I'll need enough paint for all the men, Richard said. Commander Karg nodded as he started away. You will have it. Chapter 8. Kalin hurried to stay close to Jagang as he marched through the camp, lest he give her a stunning shock of pain through the collar. Of course, as he had demonstrated any number of times, he needed no excuse. She knew, though, that right then she had better not even look like she might give him cause, because he was in a hurry due to the strange news the man had brought. She didn't care so much about the news, though. Her mind was on the man she had finally seen again, the captive who had been brought in the day before. As she moved through the encampment thinking about the man, she watched not only her guards but also the common soldiers in the camp, looking for reactions that might indicate that they could see her, listening for any obscene remark that would betray them. All around, startled men stared at the heavily armed group making their way through the midst of their daily life, but she didn't see a single man look directly at her or show any other signs of seeing her. Despite being men in an army led by the Emperor himself, these men had probably never seen Jagang this close before. The army, all in one place, constituted a population that was larger than almost any city. If these men had ever seen the Emperor before, it was likely only at a great distance. Now, as he passed close by, they stared at him in open awe. Kalin noted in their reaction and Jagang's attitude toward them the contradiction to the Order's teachings of the absolute equality of all men. For his part, Jagang never showed any penchant for sharing the common life of his men, a daily existence in the filth and mud. They lived in a camp that was virtually lawless, involved in crimes of every sort with their unruly fellows, while Jagang always enjoyed protection from those theoretically equal to him in every way. Kalin supposed that if they shared one thing, it was that they, like their emperor, lived lives of almost constant irrational violence and complete indifference to human life. Kalin, invisible to the soldiers all around, stepped carefully over puddles and dung. She clutched the knife tightly in a fist under her cloak, unsure yet exactly what she would do with it. The opportunity to take the knife had suddenly presented itself, and she had acted. In such rough surroundings, it felt good to have a weapon. The encampment was a frightening place, despite how invisible she was to nearly all the soldiers. Even though she knew that she had no hope of using the knife to escape Jagang, all of her special guards, and the sisters, it still felt good to have a weapon. A weapon gave her a modicum of control, a way to defend herself, at least to a degree. More than that, though, a weapon symbolized how much she valued her life. Having it was a declaration to herself that she had not and would not give up. If she had a chance, Kalin would use the knife to try to kill Jagang. She knew that if she were to actually accomplish such a deed, it would mean a sure death for her as well. She knew, too, that the order would not falter because of the loss of the man. They were like ants. Stepping on one would not send the colony into retreat. Still, she knew that sooner or later she was going to be put to death, and probably made to suffer greatly along the way by Jagang's own hand. She had already seen him murder several people for little or no excuse, so putting an end to him would at least serve to satisfy her sense of justice. Kalen's memory of her past life was gone. Her total awareness since the sisters had taken that memory was that of a world gone mad. She might not be able to set the world right, but if she could kill Jagang, she might be able to see justice done in one little part of it. It wouldn't be easy, though. Jagang was not only physically powerful and skilled at combat, he was a very clever individual. Sometimes Kalen thought that he really could read her mind. In another way, since Jagang was a warrior, and he was often able to anticipate what she would do next, Kalen thought that in the past she could not remember, she must have been a warrior too. Alerted by the urgent whispers of their friends, men in the camp all around came out of tents, rubbed sleep from their eyes, and stood in the drizzle, staring at the swift procession in their midst. Other men turned from work at caring for animals to watch. Riders reined in their horses to wait until the emperor passed. Wagons rumbled to a halt. No matter where she was in the camp, it stank, but in among the men it was a degree worse. The cook fires added greasy soot to the smell of the latrines. She didn't think that the hastily dug latrines were going to be adequate for long. By the foul look of the little streams of water wending their way through the camp, they were already overflowing. The smell proclaimed that she was right. She couldn't imagine how much worse it was going to become over the coming months of the siege. Even with the stench and the revolting sights of some of the things going on in the camp, Kalen noted it all only dimly in the back of her mind. Her thoughts were on other things, or rather on one thing, that man with the gray eyes. She hadn't known which team he would be with. When she had seen his face the day before, he had been in a cage on a transport wagon. She knew only from catching bits of Jagang's conversations with officers that the cages held some of the men who were on a team come to play in the tournaments. Jagang had been eager to tour the teams before any of the games were to begin. As they went from team to team, she had been looking for the man. At first, she hadn't even realized that she was doing it. She found herself staying close to Jagang as he inspected the players, so that she could also see them. She knew a great deal about some of the teams. He commented to his guards about what he expected he would see before he reached each new team. When he arrived at a new group, he would ask to see the point man along with the wingmen. Several times he wanted to have a look at the men of the blocking line. It reminded Kalen of a housewife at market inspecting cuts of meat. Kalen had searched all the faces she saw, looking at every man. She had not been gauging their height, weight, and muscle, as Jagang had been doing. She had found herself looking at their faces, trying to find the man she had seen in the cage the day before. She was beginning to lose heart, thinking that he must not be among the teams. She had begun to suppose that maybe he had ended up being sent to work as slave labor at the ramp site along with many other captives. And then, when she finally did spot the man, he did the strangest thing. He fell face first into the mud. They were still some distance off, and no one but Kalen had really been looking at him yet. Everyone else thought the man was just clumsy as he tripped over the chain lying there on the ground. As they'd approached the team, some of the guards had laughed, whispering among themselves about how quickly such a man was going to get his neck broken on the Jala field. Kalen hadn't thought it was funny, though. She alone had been looking at the man, and she knew that he hadn't tripped accidentally. She knew that it had been deliberate. The fall had looked real enough. No one else imagined that it had been by design. Kalen knew it was. She knew what it was to be a captive and have to instantly do something no matter how risky because you had no choice. She just couldn't imagine why the man had done it. What could be the purpose of such a thing? What danger could he have been trying to avoid? In some circumstances, people did such things to get a laugh, and some of the guards had laughed, but that wasn't the purpose behind what this man had done. To Kalen's mind, it had been not only deliberate, but done with haste, as if he thought of it only a second before, and there was no time to come up with something better. It had been an act of desperation. But why? Why fall on your face in the mud? What could it possibly accomplish? It suddenly hit her. It was, in a way, something like what she had been doing, using the hood of her cloak to hide what she was doing, where she was looking, who she was looking at. He must have wanted to cover his face. It could only be because he thought that someone would recognize him. It must have been that the man feared that Jagang himself would recognize him, or possibly Sister Ulyssia. At any rate, it had to be that he was trying to keep from being recognized. She supposed that it did make some sense. After all, the man was a captive. Only enemies of the order would be captives. She wondered if he was a high-ranking officer or something like that. And he had known Kalen. From the first instant their eyes met the day before, when he had been in that cage, she could see that he recognized her. As she had approached his team with Jagang, she and the man had shared a look. In that look she saw that they both knew the plight the other was in, and they both had done nothing to betray the other, as if they'd made a silent pact. It lifted Kalen's heart to know that among all these murderous men there was one who was not an enemy. At least she didn't think he was. She reminded herself not to substitute her imagination for the truth. With her memory gone, she had no real way of knowing if he was an enemy or not. She supposed that he could be someone who had been hunting her. She wondered if it could be possible that he, like Jagang, had some motive to want to see her suffer. That he was a captive of Jagang didn't automatically mean that he was on her side. After all, the sisters had hardly been on Jagang's side. But if he was trying to hide his face to keep from being recognized, what was going to happen once the Jala games started? He might be able to stay muddy for a day or two, but once the rain stopped, the mud was going to dry up. She wondered what he would do then. She couldn't help feeling a pang of worry for him. At the end of visiting the teams, as they had left to see what the messenger had to show Jagang, she had seen one other thing in the man's eyes: rage. As she had turned back for a last quick look at him, the hood of her cloak had pulled back, and he had seen the black bruise Jagang had left on her face. Kalen had thought that he looked like he might use his bare hands to rip apart the chain holding him. She was at least relieved that he was smart enough not to try to do anything. Commander Karg would have killed him in a blink. From the conversations between Jagang and the commander, as Jagang had started out to inspect the teams, the two were old acquaintances. They mentioned battles they had been in together. In that brief conversation, she had taken appraisal of the commander. Like Jagang himself, the commander was not a man to be underestimated. Such a man would not have wanted to be embarrassed before his emperor, and would have killed his point man without hesitation had he allowed his anger to slip its bounds. She supposed that it was that, his anger at seeing what Jagang had done to her, that made her think the man could not be her enemy. But the man was dangerous as well. The way he stood, the way he balanced, the way he moved, told Kalen a great deal about him. She could clearly see the intelligence in his raptor gaze. In the measured way he moved, she saw that he also was a man not to be underestimated. She would know for sure if she was correct once the game started, But a man like Commander Karg would not have a captive be his point man unless there was a very good reason. Kaelin would know soon enough when she saw the man play, but to her he looked like coiled fury, and like he knew how to uncoil. "Over this way, Excellency," the messenger said as he pointed off through the gray drizzle. They followed the messenger, leaving the dark sea of the camp, emerging out onto the open ground of the Azrith plain. Kaelin had been so preoccupied thinking about the man with the gray eyes that she hadn't even noticed that they were coming up on the site of the construction. The ramp rose high overhead. Beyond, the plateau towered above them. Up this close, the plateau truly was imposing. Up this close, she could see far less of the magnificent palace atop it. When it had started to rain, she had hoped that maybe it would cause the ramp to collapse, but she could see, now that they were there beside it, that it was not only reinforced with rock, but being well compacted as material was added. Gangs of men with heavy weights tamped the dirt and rock as it was placed. This was not a haphazard effort. While the soldiers in camp, like the ones guarding her, were little more than ignorant brutes mindlessly devoted to a senseless cause, there were some men among the imperial order who were intelligent. They were the ones supervising the construction. The brutes merely handled the dirt. As ignorant and unaware as the general population of soldiers was, Jagang surrounded himself with competent men. His personal guards, as big and powerful as they were hardly idiots. Those overseeing the construction of the ramp were likewise intelligent men. The men supervising the project knew what they were doing and were confident enough to contradict Jagang when he suggested something that wouldn't work. Jagang had initially wanted to make the base of the ramp narrower so that they could build height more quickly. While respectful, they were not afraid to tell him that it wouldn't work, and why. He had listened carefully, and when satisfied that they were right, let them proceed with their plans, even though those plans had been contrary to his initial desire. When Jagang thought he was right, though, he was as determined as a bull to have his way. Numerous lines of men, each 12 or 15 men deep, stretched back away from the colossal ramp. Some of the men passed baskets filled with dirt and rock, and some passed back empty baskets. Other men wheeled carts carrying rock. Mules pulled trains of wagons hauling larger rock. The project was massive almost beyond belief, but with so many men constantly adding to it, the ramp grew steadily. Kaelin followed as the Emperor hurried through the site, the messenger constantly pointing the way among the confusion of activity. The lines of men parted as the royal procession marched through, then melted back together. As they made their way past throngs of workers, Kaelin finally saw the pits where men in astounding numbers dug material for the ramp. There seemed to be countless numbers of vast pits in the ground, each with one sloping end where men were carrying material out as others brought empty baskets, carts, and wagons back down in to be loaded. The array of pits stretched as far as she could see into the gray drizzle. Jagang and his party made their way along the wide tracks between the pits arranged in a grid across the plain. Those pathways between were wide enough to accommodate wagons going in opposite directions. "Down here, Excellency. This is the place." Jagang paused, peering down the long sloping ramp into the pit. It appeared to be the only excavation that was deserted. He looked around at the other pits nearby.
"Clear this one here as well," he said, gesturing at the next pit lying in the direction of the plateau. "And don't start any new digging beyond in the same direction."
Some of the supervisors who had gathered hurried to carry out his instructions.
"Let's go," Jagang said. "I want to see if this is really something or not."
"I'm sure you will find it as I described, Excellency." Jagang ignored the angular messenger as he started down the sloping track into the pit. Kaelin stayed close. A glance back revealed Sister Ulyssia not a dozen steps behind. The sister, without a hood on her cloak and with her wet hair plastered to her head, did not look at all pleased to be out in the rain. Kaelin turned back to watch her footing on the slick, muddy slope. The bottom of the pit was an uneven mess, where thousands of men had toiled at digging and loading. Since some of the ground was softer and easier to dig, those places were deeper. In other spots where it was more rocky and harder to dig, there were mounds nearly twice Kaelin's height that had yet to be reduced. Following the messenger through the disorder, Jagang descended into one of the deeper areas. Kaelin followed them down into the muck, her guards staying close around her. She wanted to stay close to Jagang in case he became distracted by whatever was in the pit. If she got a chance, no matter the risk, she would try to kill him. The messenger squatted down as they came to a halt. "This is it, Excellency." He slapped his hand on something just peeking up from the ground. Kaelin frowned, looking, along with everyone else, at the smooth expanse that had been exposed. The messenger had been right. It definitely did not look natural. She could see what looked like joints. It did look like a structure buried deep in the ground.
"Clean it off,"
Jagang said to some of the foremen from the project who had come down into the pit. Apparently, as per standing orders, when the structure had been discovered, all work was abandoned and the workers pulled out until Jagang could personally inspect the find. The form was slightly rounded, as if they had uncovered the very top portion of a massive, long, rounded shape. As men worked with shovels and brooms, Jagang directing where they dug, it quickly became apparent that the messenger had been accurate in his report. It did look like the exterior of a barrel-vaulted ceiling. As the men cleaned it off, Kaelin could see that the structure was made of large stones, cut to precise shapes to make up the curve of the arch. It reminded her of nothing so much as a buried building, except that there was no roof, just the exposed outer structure of an interior vaulted ceiling. Kaelin could not imagine what such a thing could be doing buried all the way out here on the Azrith plain. There was no telling how many hundreds or even thousands of years whatever was inside had been entombed. When enough of the dirt and debris had been cleared off, Jagang crouched down and ran his hand over the wet stone. His fingers traced a few of the joints. They were so tight that not even a thin knife blade would have slipped between them.
"Get some tools down here, pry bars and such," he said. "I want this opened. I want to know what's down inside it."
"At once, Excellency," one of the construction bosses said.
"Use your assistants instead of the laborers."
Jagang stood sweeping an arm around at the general area.
"I want this whole place cordoned off. I don't want any of the regular soldiers anywhere near here. I will have some of my guards stationed here to watch the site at all times. This area is to be as restricted as my own tents."
Kaelin knew that if any of the soldiers were to get into a tomb, or whatever ancient thing it was that they'd found, they would loot everything of value. The plundered rings he wore said that Jagang knew the same thing. Kaelin glanced up when she noticed some of Jagang's guards rushing down the slope into the pit. They pushed their way through the construction foremen and other guards to get in near the Emperor. "We got her," one of the breathless men reported. Jagang smiled a slow, wicked grin.
"Where is she?"
The man pointed. "Just up there, Excellency." Jagang glanced briefly at Kaelin. She didn't know what he was up to, but the look he gave her ran a chill up her spine.
"Bring her down here now," Jagang told the man.
He and another of the guards hurried back up the slope to get whoever it was they had. Kaelin could not imagine who the men had been talking about and why it gave Jagang such satisfaction. As they waited, the construction supervisors continued to expose more of the buried structure. In short order, A stretch of the stone nearly 50 feet long had been exposed. All of it that they had uncovered ran in a straight line, the arch uniform along the entire length. Other men worked at widening the excavation around the smooth stonework. The more of it they uncovered, the more the shape and scale of it came into view. This was no small thing. If the stone really was a ceiling of something beneath, then that room, or tomb, would have to be nearly 20 feet across. Since it showed no signs of terminating, there was no telling how long it was. From what she could see of it, it looked something like a buried hallway. At the sounds of muted cries and a scuffle, Kalin looked up. The big guards were bringing a struggling, slender figure down the muddy slope. Kalin's eyes went wide. Her knees went weak. The men each held a thin, spindly arm of a girl not half their height. It was Jillian, the girl from back in the ancient ruins in the city of Casca, the girl Kalin had helped to escape. Kalin had killed 2 of Jagang's guards and Sister Cecilia so that Jillian could get away. As the guards brought the helpless girl forward, her copper-colored eyes finally caught sight of Kalin. Those eyes filled with tears at all that had been lost, at her failure to evade the men of the Order. The guards brought her in close and stood her up before the Emperor.
"Well, well," Jagang said with a shallow, gruff chuckle. "Look what we have here."
"I'm sorry," the girl whispered up at Kalin. Jagang glanced over at Kalin.
"I've had men searching for your little friend here. Quite the dramatic escape you pulled off for her."
Jagang cupped Jillian's chin, his thick fingers squeezing her cheeks.
"Too bad it was all for nothing."
Kalin thought that it wasn't for nothing. She had at least killed 2 of his guards and Sister Cecilia. She had at least done her best to gain freedom for Jillian. She had tried her best. Her efforts had cost her dearly, but she would do the same thing again. Jagang seized the girl's thin arm in his big hand and pulled her forward. Again, he grinned at Kalin.
"Do you know what we have here?"
Kalin didn't answer. She was not about to join his game.
"What we have here," he said in answer to his own question, "is someone who can help you behave."
She gave him a blank look and didn't ask. Jagang unexpectedly pointed at the waist of one of Kalin's special guards, the one standing just to her right.
"Where's your knife?"
The man looked down at his belt as if he was afraid a snake might be about to sink its fangs into him. He looked back up from the empty scabbard.
"Excellency, I must have lost it."
Jagang's icy look made the man's face pale.
"You lost it all right."
Jagang spun and backhanded Jillian hard enough to send her flying through the air. She landed in the mud, screaming in shock and pain. A red stain spread in the puddle around her face. Jagang turned back to Kalin and held out his hand.
"Give me the knife."
His completely black eyes were so deadly-looking that Kalin thought she might have to take a step back out of sheer fright. Jagang waggled his fingers.
"If I have to ask again, I'll kick her teeth in."
In a flash, Kalin ran through everything she could think of. She felt like the man with the gray eyes must have felt when he deliberately fell face first into the mud. She had no choice either. Kalin laid the knife in Jagang's upturned palm. He grinned in triumph.
"Why, thank you, darling."
Without pause, he turned, as if driving his fist in a mighty blow, and slammed the knife right through the face of the man it belonged to. The damp air rang with a loud crack as bone shattered. The man collapsed dead into the mud. The flood of blood was shocking in the gray light. The man never even had time to scream before he died.
"There's your knife back," Jagang called down to the corpse.
His attention focused on the stunned faces of Kalen's special guards.
"I'd suggest that you keep better track of your weapons than he did. If she takes a weapon from any of you, and she doesn't kill you with it, I will. Is that simple enough for you all to understand?"
As one, they all said, "Yes, Excellency." Jagang bent and yanked the sobbing Jillian to her feet. He effortlessly held her up so that only her toes were touching the ground.
"Do you know how many bones are in the human body?"
Kalen choked back her tears. "No."
He shrugged. "Neither do I, but I have a way to find out. We can start breaking her bones one at a time, counting each one as it snaps."
"Please," Kalen begged, trying mightily to contain her sob. Jagang shoved the girl at Kalen as if he were giving her a life-size doll.
"You are now responsible for her life. Whenever you give me any cause to be displeased, I am going to break one of her bones. I don't know the exact number of bones in her frail little body, but I'm sure that it's a great many."
He arched an eyebrow.
"And I do know that I'm easily displeased. If you do more than simply displease me, I will have her tortured before your eyes. I have men who are experts in the fine art of torture."
The storms of gray shapes shifted in his inky eyes.
"They are very good at keeping people alive for a long time, as they endure unimaginable agony. But if she should happen to die under torture, then I will have to start in on you."
Kalen clutched the poor girl's bleeding head tightly to her chest. Jillian sobbed softly to Kalen how sorry she was for getting caught. Kalen gently shushed her.
"Do you understand me?"
Jagang demanded in a deadly calm voice. Kalen swallowed. "Yes." He grabbed Jillian's hair in his big fist and started pulling her back. Jillian screamed with renewed terror. "Yes, Excellency!" Kalen shouted. Jagang smiled as he released the girl's hair.
"That's better."
Kalen wanted more than anything for the nightmare to end, but she knew that it was only just beginning. Chapter 9. "Stop being a big baby and hold still," Richard said. John Rock blinked frantically. "Don't get it in my eyes." "I'm not going to get it in your eyes." John Rock took an anxious breath. "Why do I have to be first?" "Because you are my right wing man." John Rock didn't have an immediate answer. He pulled his chin away from Richard's grip. "Do you really think this will help us win?" "It will," Richard said as he straightened, "if we all follow through with the rest of it. Paint all by itself isn't going to win games for us, but the paint will add something important, something that merely winning could not accomplish. It will help to forge a reputation. That reputation will unsettle those who have to face us next." "Come on, John Rock," one of the other men said as he impatiently folded his arms. The rest of the team gathered around watching nodded their agreement. None of them really wanted to be first. Most of them, but not all, had at least been won over by Richard's explanation of what the paint would do for them. John Rock, looking around at all the men waiting, finally grimaced. "All right. Go ahead." Richard glanced past his wingman to the guards with arrows nocked and at the ready. Now that the chains had been removed from the captives, the guards watched for any sign of trouble as they waited to take the team to their first match. Commander Karg always stationed a heavy guard whenever Richard and the other captives were not chained. Richard noted, though, that most of the arrows were pointed in his direction. Focusing again on John Rock, he spread his fingers and grabbed the top of the man's head to hold him still. Richard had been fretting about what he would paint on the faces of the team. When he'd first come up with the idea, he had thought that maybe he would simply have each man paint his own face in whatever manner he wanted. After brief consideration, he realized that he couldn't leave it up to the men. Too much was at risk. Besides that, they all wanted Richard to do it. He was the point man. It had been his idea. He figured that most of them had been hesitant because they believed that they were going to be laughed at, and so they had wanted it to be by his hand rather than their own. Richard dipped his finger in the small bucket of red paint. He had decided against using the brush Commander Karg had brought along with the paint. Richard wanted to feel the act of drawing directly. In the little time he'd given a great deal of thought to what he would paint. He knew that it had to be something that would accomplish what he'd intended in the first place. In order to make it work the way he'd described, he had to draw the things he knew. He had to draw the dance with death. The dance with death, after all, was ultimately centered on life, yet the meaning of the dance with death was not merely the singular concept of survival. The purpose of the forms was to be able to meet evil and destroy it, in that manner enabling one to preserve life, even one's own. It was a fine distinction, but an important one. It required recognizing the existence of evil in order to be able to fight for life. While the vital necessity of recognizing the existence of evil was obvious to Richard, it was clearly a concept that many people willfully refused to face. They chose to be blind, to live in a fantasy world. The dance with death would not allow such lethal fantasies. Survival required the clear and conscious recognition of reality. Therefore, the dance with death required that one recognize truth. It was all part of a whole, and would not succeed if parts were ignored or left out. The elements of the dance with death, their forms, were at their base the components of every manner of combat, from a debate to a game to fighting to the death. Drawn in a language of emblems, those components built the concepts making up the dance. Using those concepts involved seeing what was really happening, in part and in whole, in order to counter it. The ultimate purpose of the dance with death was winning life. The translation of Jala de Jin was the game of life. The things that belonged to a war wizard all played some part in the dance with death. In that way, a war wizard was devoted to life. Among other items, the symbols on the amulet Richard had worn were a picture, a condensed diagram forming the core concept of the dance. He knew those moves from fighting with the Sword of Truth. Even if he didn't have the sword any longer, he grasped the totality of what was involved in the meaning of the dance with death, and therefore the knowledge he'd gained from using the sword remained with him whether or not he had the sword itself. As Zed had often reminded him in the beginning, the sword was just a tool. It was the mind behind the weapon that mattered. Along the way, since Zed had first given Richard the sword, he had come to understand the language of emblems. He knew their meaning, they spoke to him. He recognized the symbols belonging to a war wizard and understood what they meant. Using his finger, Richard began laying down those lines on John Rock's face. They were the lines of parts of the dance, the forms used to meet the enemy. Each combination of lines making up an element had meaning. Cut, sidestep, thrust, twist, spin, slash, follow through, delivered death swiftly, even as you prepared to meet the next target. The lines he put on John Rock's right cheek were admonitions to watch for all that would come at you, without focusing too narrowly. Besides the elements of the dance, Richard found himself drawing parts of spells he had seen. At first he didn't realize he was doing it. At first, as he drew those components, He had trouble recalling where he'd seen them before. Then he remembered that they were parts of the spells that Darken Rall had drawn in the sorcerer's sand in the Garden of Life, as he had invoked the magic necessary to open the boxes of Orden. Richard realized only then that the visit by the strange, ghostly figure the previous night still weighed heavily on his mind. The voice had told him that he'd been named a player. This was the first day of winter. He had 1 year to open the correct box of Orden. Richard had been exhausted, but he could think of little else after that encounter. He had been unable to get much sleep. Being distracted by the pain of the wound in his leg and the one on his back kept him from fully devoting his mind to reasoning it out. The first day of winter had brought the inspection by Jagang. With his sudden concern over how to avoid being recognized by Jagang and all the sisters in the Order's encampment, Richard hadn't been able to consider how it was possible for him to be a player for the boxes of Orden. He wondered if it could be some kind of mistake, some misdirection of magic caused by the contamination left by the chimes. Even if he had the knowledge, which he didn't, his gift had been cut off by that witch-woman, Six, so he didn't see how he could have somehow inadvertently put the boxes in play. He couldn't imagine how such a thing as opening the correct box would be able to be accomplished without his gift. He wondered if Six could be at the center of it all, if it could be some part of a plot he didn't yet understand. Back when Darken Rall had been drawing those spells just before he opened one of the boxes, Richard had not understood anything about their composition. Zed had told him that drawing such spells was dangerous in the extreme, and that one misplaced line, drawn by the right person in the right circumstance in the right medium, could invoke disaster. At the time, all the drawings had seemed like arcane motifs executed with mysterious elements that were all part of some complex foreign language. As Richard had come to learn more about magical designs and emblems, he had come to grasp the meaning behind some of their elements, in much the same way he had at first learned the ancient language of High Daharan by first coming to recognize individual words. As his understanding of words grew, he was able to grasp the ideas the words were expressing. In much that same way, he had come to learn that some of the parts of the spells Darken Rall had drawn to open the boxes of Orden were also parts of the Dance with Death. In a way, that made sense. Zed had once told him that the power of Orden was the power of life itself. The Dance with Death was really about preserving life, and Orden itself was centered around life and preserving it from the rampages of the Chainfire spell. Richard dunked his finger back in the red paint and laid down an arcing line across John Rock's forehead, then supported it with lines that created a symbol for centering strength. He was using elements he understood, but combining them in new ways to alter them. He didn't want a sister to see the drawings and recognize their direct meaning. While the designs he was painting were composed of elements he knew, they were original. The men who had gathered all around leaned in a little, spellbound by not just the process, but by the drawing itself. It had a kind of poetry to it. While they didn't understand the meaning of the lines, they experienced the totality of them as expressive of meaningful purpose, as important, and as exactly what they were, threatening. "You know what this whole thing, this drawing, reminds me of?" one of the men asked. "What?" Richard murmured, as he added more to the emblem that stood for a powerful strike meant to break an opponent's strength. "In a way, it reminds me of the play of the game. I don't know why, but the lines kind of look like the movements of certain attacks in Jala." Surprised that the man, another captive, could pick up such a significant trait from the drawing, Richard shot the man a questioning frown. When I was a farrier, the man explained, I had to understand horses if I was to shoe them. You can't ask a horse what's bothering him, but if you pay attention, you can learn to pick up on things, like the way the horse moves, and after a time you start to understand the meaning behind certain body language. If you pay attention to those little movements, you can avoid getting kicked or bitten. That's very good, Richard said. That's something like what I'm doing. I'm going to give each of you a kind of visual picture of power. And how would you know so much about drawing symbols of power? One of the men, Bruce, asked in a suspicious tone. He was one of the order soldiers on the team, one of the men who slept in his own tent and resented having to follow the orders of a point man who was an unenlightened heathen, a man who was kept chained at night like an animal. You people up here put a lot of stock in the outdated beliefs of magic and such, rather than devoting your minds to proper things, to matters of the Creator, to your responsibilities and duty to your fellow man. Richard shrugged. I guess that what I meant by that is that it's my vision, my idea of symbols of power. My intention is to draw on each man what I think makes them look more powerful, that's all. Bruce didn't look satisfied by the answer. He gestured at John Rock's face. What makes you think all them squiggly lines and such look like visions of power? Well, I don't know, Richard said, trying to come up with something to make the man stop asking questions without having to actually reveal anything important. The form of the lines just seem powerful to me. That's nonsense, Bruce said. Drawings don't mean anything. Some of the soldiers on the team watched Bruce and waited for Richard's answer as if considering a rebellion against their point man. Richard smiled. If you think so, Bruce, if you're convinced that drawings don't mean anything, then how about if I paint a flower on your forehead? All the men laughed, even the soldiers. Bruce, suddenly looking a little less sure of himself as his gaze darted around at his chuckling teammates, cleared his throat. I guess now that you put it that way, I can see some of what you mean. I guess I'd like to have some of your power drawings too. He thumped his chest with a fist. I want the other teams to fear me. Richard nodded. They will, if you all do as I say. Keep in mind that before this first game, the men on the other teams will probably see this red paint on all our faces and think it's foolish. You have to be prepared for that. When you hear them laughing at you, let that laughter make you angry. Let it fill your hearts with the desire to jam that laughter right back down their throats. In that very first moment when we step onto the field, the other team, as well as many of those watching, will probably not just laugh but call us names. Let them. We want that. Let them underestimate us. When they do that, when they laugh at you or call you names, I want you to save up the anger you're feeling. Fill your hearts with it. Richard met the eyes of each man in turn. Keep in mind that we are here to be victorious in the tournaments. We are here to win the chance to play the Emperor's team. We alone are worthy of that chance. Those men who are laughing at you are the worthless dregs of Jala players. We must sweep them aside so that we can get at the Emperor's team. The men in the first games are in our way. They are in our way, and they are laughing at us. When you step onto the field of play, let their laughter ring in your ears. Soak it in, but keep silent. Let them see no emotion from you. Hold it inside until the right moment. Let them think us fools. Let them be distracted by believing that we will be easy marks rather than focusing on how to play us. Let them lower their guard. Then, the instant the game begins in a focused, coordinated manner, unleash your rage against those who laughed at you. We have to hit them with our full force. We have to crush them. We have to make this game as important as if it were the Emperor's team we were playing. We can't simply win this first game by a point or two, as is usually the way it goes. That's not good enough. We can't be satisfied with that kind of piddling victory. We must be unyielding. We must overwhelm them. We must hammer them into the ground. We must beat them by at least 10 points. The men's jaws dropped. Eyebrows went up. Such lopsided victories happened only in children's mismatched games. A Jala team on this level winning by more than 4 or 5 points was virtually unheard of. Every member of the losing team gets a lash of the whip for each point they lose by, Richard said. I want that bloody whipping to be on every tongue of every other team in this camp. From that moment on, no one will laugh. Instead, each team who has to face us will worry. When men worry, they make mistakes. Every time they make one of those mistakes, we will be ready to pounce. We will make their worry warranted. We will bring their worst fears to life. We will prove every sleepless moment of cold sweat to have been justified. The second team we beat by 12 points. And then the next team will be even more fearful of us. Richard waved his red finger in the direction of the soldiers on the team. You know the effectiveness of such tactics. You crushed any city that stood against you, so that those yet to be conquered trembled in fear as they waited for you to come. Those people knew your reputation, and they greatly feared your arrival. Their fear allowed you to more easily conquer them. The soldiers grinned. They could now put Richard's plan in a frame of reference that they understood. We want to make all the other teams afraid of the team with the red painted faces. Richard fisted his free hand. Then we will crush each of them in turn. In the sudden silence, the men all made fists to match his and thumped them to their chests in oaths that they would make it so. These men all wanted to win, each for his own reason. None of those reasons was anything like Richard's reason. He hoped not to ever have to play the Emperor's team. He hoped to get his chance long before then. But he had to be prepared to go that far if necessary. He knew that a good chance might not come along before then. Should it not, he had to ensure that they reached the final game of the tournament, when he was more confident of getting the chance he would need. Richard finally turned back to John Rock, and in short order completed the drawing with a few emblems that symbolized massive weight behind an attack, drawing them down each of John Rock's heavily muscled arms. "Do me next, will you, Reuben?" one of the men asked. "Then me," another called out. "One at a time," Richard said. "Now, as I'm working, we need to go over our strategy. I want each man to go into this game knowing exactly what to do. We all have to know the plan so that we can all follow it. We all have to know the signals. I want for us to be ready to rush the opponent from the first instant. I want to knock the wind out of them while they're still laughing." Each man in turn sat on the overturned bucket and let Richard paint his face. Richard approached each man as if the drawing was a matter of life and death. In a way, it was. The men had all been pulled in by Richard's sober lecture. A solemn mood settled over them as they sat silently watching their point man draw what only Richard knew were some of the most deadly concepts he knew how to create. Even if they didn't understand the language behind those symbols, they understood the meaning behind what Richard was doing. They could see that each man looked fearsome. As each man was completed, Richard realized that it was like looking at a nearly complete collection of the designs that made up the Dance with Death, with elements of the boxes of Orden thrown in for good measure. The only symbols he'd left out were the ones he was saving for himself, the elements of the dance that invoked the most deadly of cuts, the ones that cut into the enemy's very soul. One of the soldiers on his team offered Richard a polished piece of metal so that he could see himself as he began to apply the elements of the dance with death. He dunked his finger in the red paint, thinking of it as blood. The men all watched in rapt attention. This was their leader in battle, the one they followed in Ja de Jin. This was his new face, and they were all serious about learning it. As a final element, Richard added the lightning bolts of the Kandar, the symbols representing a power Kaelin had invoked when the two of them had been trying to stop Darken Rall from opening the boxes of Orden, and she thought that Richard had been killed. It was a power meant for vengeance. Thinking about Kaelin, her memory lost, her identity taken from her, being at the mercy of Jagang and the evil beliefs of the Order, as well as picturing her in his mind with that lurid bruise on her face, made his blood boil with rage. Kandar meant blood rage. Chapter 10. Kaelin kept an arm protectively around Jillian as they followed closely behind Jagang. The Emperor's entourage made its way through the sprawling encampment to the silent awe of some and the cheers of many. Some chanted Jagang's name as he passed, shouting encouragement for his leadership in their fight to exterminate opposition to the imperial order, while many more lauded him as Jagang the Just. It never failed to dishearten her that so many could view him, or the Fellowship of Order itself, as custodians of justice. From time to time, Jillian's trusting, copper-colored eyes gazed up at Kaelin with gratitude for the shelter. Kaelin felt somewhat ashamed of her pretense of protection when she knew that in reality she could offer little safety to the girl. Worse, Kaelin might very well end up being the cause of any harm that came to Jillian. No. She reminded herself that she would not be the cause of such harm, should it come to pass. Jagang, as advocate for the corrupt beliefs of the Fellowship of Order and the champion of unjust justice, would be the cause. The twisted beliefs of the Order justified in their minds any injustice in aid to their ends. Kaelin was not responsible, in part or in whole, for evil committed by others. They were answerable for their own actions. She told herself that she mustn't allow herself to shift blame from the guilty to the victim. One of the hallmarks of the people plying evil beliefs was to always blame the victim. That was their game, and she would not allow herself to play it. Still, it broke Kaelin's heart that Jillian was once more a terrified captive of these brutes. These people from the old world, who would harm innocent people in the name of a greater good, were traitors to the very concept of good. They were not capable of sincere feelings of heartache because they did not value good. They resented it. Rather than seeking values, it was a kind of corrosive envy that guided their actions. Kaelin's only real satisfaction since being captured by Jagang had been that she had managed to engineer an escape for Jillian. Now even that was lost. As they marched through the camp, Jillian's arm tightly circled Kaelin's waist. Her fingers clutched at Kaelin's shirt. It was obvious that while the sinister nature of the soldiers all around them frightened her, she was more terrified of Jagang's personal guards. It had been men like these who had hunted her down. She had managed to evade them for quite a while, but despite how well she knew the deserted ruins of the ancient city of Casca, she was still a child and no match for a search carried out by such determined and experienced men. Now that Jillian was a prisoner in the sprawling encampment, Kaelin knew that she had little chance of again helping the girl escape the clutches of the Order's men. As they walked through the mud and refuse, weaving around the disorder of tents, wagons, and piles of gear and supplies, Kaelin turned Jillian's face up and saw that at least the cut had stopped bleeding. One of the collection of plundered rings that Jagang wore had been responsible for the jagged gash over the bone of Jillian's cheek. If only that were her biggest worry. Kaelin smoothed her hand over the girl's head in response to a brave smile. Jagang had momentarily been quite pleased to have back a girl who had dared escape from him, and to have yet another means to torment and control Kaelin, but he had been more interested in learning all he could about the discovery down in the pit. It seemed to Kaelin that he knew something more about whatever it was that was buried than he was revealing. For one thing, he had not been as surprised by the find as she would have expected. He seemed to take the discovery in stride. Once he had seen to it that the area had been cordoned off and cleared of the regular soldiers, he gave strict instructions to the officers to seek him out immediately once they had breached the stone walls and gotten inside whatever it was that was planted so deep in the Azrith plain. Once he was satisfied that everyone understood exactly how he wanted the discovery handled, and that everyone there was working diligently toward those ends, his attention had quickly turned to seeing a bit of the opening games of the tournaments. He was eager to appraise some of the eventual competition to his own team. Kaelin had been forced to go with him to Jala games before. She wasn't looking forward to going again, primarily because the excitement and violence of the games put him in a stormy mood laced with savage carnal desires. Ordinarily, the man was terrifying enough, capable of instantaneous and brutal violence, but when he was in an agitated, aroused mood after a day at Jala games, he was altogether more intractable and willful. After the first time they'd gone to watch games, the focus of his depraved lust had been Kaelin. She had fought her panic, finally coming to accept that he was going to do what he was going to do and there was nothing she could do to stop it. She had finally gone numb to the terror of being under him, resigning herself to the inevitable. She had turned her eyes away from his lecherous gaze and freed her mind, go to another place, telling herself that she would save her hot rage until the time was right, until a time when it would serve some purpose. But then he'd stopped short. "I want you to know who you are when I do this," he had told her. "I want you to know what I mean to you when I do this. I want you to hate this more than you have ever hated anything in your entire life. But you have to remember who you are. You have to know everything if this is to truly be rape. And I intend it to be the worst rape you can suffer. A rape that will give you a child that he will see as a reminder, as a monster." Kaelin didn't know who the he was. "For it to be all of that," Jagang had told her, "you have to be fully aware of who you are, and everything this will mean to you, everything it will touch, everything it will harm, everything it will taint for all time." The idea of how much worse such a violation would be for her then was more important to him than sating his immediate urges. That alone spoke volumes about the man's craving for revenge and about how much she had engendered his lust for it. Patience was a quality that made Jagang all the more dangerous. He could easily be impulsive, but it was a mistake to think that he could be lured into becoming reckless. Feeling the need to make her understand his greater purpose, Jagang had explained that it was much the same as the way he punished people who angered him. If he killed such people, he'd pointed out, they would be dead and unable to suffer. But if he made them endure agonizing pain, then they would wish for death and he could deny it. Witnessing their endless torment, he could be sure of their great regret for their crimes, of their insufferable grief for all that was lost to them. That, he'd told her, was what he had in store for her, the torture of regret and utter loss. Her lack of memory left her dead to those things, so he would wait until the proper time. Having reined in his immediate urges in favor of greater ambitions, when she finally remembered everything, he had filled his bed with a variety of other women captives. Kaelin hoped that Gillian was too young for his tastes. She wouldn't be, Kaelin knew, if she were to do anything to give him cause. As they moved through crowds of soldiers cheering for a game already underway, the royal guards forcefully shoved any men out of the way they judged to be too close to the emperor. Several men who didn't move willingly enough or quickly enough got an elbow that nearly cracked their skulls. One burly drunk and a sour disposition who didn't intend on being shoved aside for anyone, even an emperor, turned on the advancing royal guards. As the soldier stood his ground, growling bold threats, he was eviscerated with one swift, scything cut from a curved knife. The incident didn't slow the royal party a single step. Kaelin shielded Gillian's eyes from the sight of the man's insides spilled in their path. Since it had stopped raining, Kaelin pushed the hood of her cloak back off her head. Dark clouds scudded low over the Azrith plain, adding to the suffocating feeling of being closed in. The thick, murky overcast suggested that the first damp, cold day of winter would offer no chance of sunlight. It felt like the whole world was gradually descending into a cold, numb, everlasting gloom. When they reached the edge of the Jala field, Kaelin rose up on her toes, looking over or around the shoulders of the guards, trying to see the faces of the men already in the thick of play. When she realized that she was stretching in order to see the game, she immediately lowered herself back down. The last thing she wanted was for Jagang to ask her why she was suddenly so interested in Jala. She wasn't really interested in the game, but she was interested in seeing if she could spot the man with the gray eyes, the man who had deliberately tripped and fallen in the mud so as to hide his face from Jagang, or maybe Sister Ulyssia. If the rain didn't return, it was soon going to be hard for the man to maintain a muddy face to hide his identity. Even with rain and mud, Jagang would quickly become suspicious if the point man for Commander Karg's team walked around all the time with a muddy face. Then the man would find that the mud, rather than hiding him, only attracted Jagang's suspicion. Kaelin fretted about what would happen then. Many of the men watching the game cheered and shouted encouragement when the point man for one of the teams made it into the opposing team's territory. Blockers rushed in to prevent the man from gaining any more ground. The onlookers roared as the players toppled one another, while other men scrambled to protect their territory. Jala was a game in which men ran, dodged, and darted past one another, or blocked, or chased the man with the brock, a heavy leather-covered ball a little smaller than a man's head, trying to capture it or attack with it or score with it. Men often fell or were knocked from their feet. Rolling across the ground without shirts, many were soon left slick, not just with sweat, but with blood. The square Jala fields were marked out in a grid. In each corner was a goal, 2 for each team. The only man who could score, and only when it was his team's timed turn, was the point man. And even then he had to do so from within a specific section of the grid on the opponent's side of the field. From that scoring zone, an area running across the width of the field, he could throw the brock toward either of the rivals' goal nets. It wasn't easy to score. It was a throw of some distance, and the goal nets weren't large. To make it all the more difficult, the opposing players could block the throw of the heavy brock. They could also knock the point man back out of the shooting zone, or even tackle him as he tried to score. The brock could also be used as a kind of weapon to knock interfering players out of the way. The point man's team could try to clear the opposing players from in front of a goal net, or they could protect him from blockers so that he could try to find an opening in one net or the other so that he could make a shot, or they could split up and try to do both. Each strategy for each side had its advantages and disadvantages. There was also a line far back from the regular shooting zone from where the point man could attempt a throw. If such a shot went in, his team scored 2 points rather than the usual single point. But shots were rarely wasted at such a distance because the chance for interception was so much greater, while at the same time the chance of making such the shot was negligible. Such attempts were usually made only out of desperation, such as a last-ditch effort by the team that was behind, trying to score before time ran out. If the opposing team tackled the point man, then and only then were his wingmen allowed to recover the brock and attempt to score. If any attempt to score missed the net and the brock went out of bounds, then the team on offense got the brock back, but it was returned to them on their own side of the field. From there they had to start the running attack all over again. All the while their timed turn with the brock continued to run down. On a few squares on the field, the attacking point man was safe from the threat of being tackled and having the brock stripped away from him. Those squares, though, could easily become dangerous islands where he could become trapped and unable to advance. He could, though, pass the brock to a wingman and once on the charge get it back again. On the rest of the squares and in the regular scoring zone, the defending team could capture or steal the brock in an attempt to prevent the attacking team from scoring. If the defending team captured the brock, though, they couldn't score with it until their turn of the hourglass, their turn at attack, but they could try to keep possession in order to deny the team whose turn it was a chance to score. The attacking team had to get it back if they were to score. Fights over possession of the brock could get bloody. An hourglass timed each team's turn of play, each side's timed chance to score. If an hourglass wasn't available, other timing means, such as a bucket of water with a hole in it, could be used. The rules of the game could, in certain instances, be rather complicated, but in general they were very loose. It often seemed to Kalen that there were no rules, other than the major rule that a team could score only during their timed turn. The timed play rule prevented any one team from dominating the possession of the brock and kept the game moving. It was a fast-paced, exhausting game with constant back-and-forth play and no real time to rest. Because it was so difficult to make a point, teams rarely scored more than 3 or 4 points in a game. At this level of play, the concluding gap in the final score was usually only a point or two. A prescribed number of turns of the hourglass for each side made up the official time of the game, but if the score was even at the end of those turns, then play continued, no matter how many more turns of the hourglass were needed, until one team scored another point. When that finally happened, the other team then had but one turn of the hourglass to try to match the point. If they failed, the game was over. If they made the point, the other team got another turn. The extended play went on in that fashion until a team scored without an answering point within the one following play rule. For that reason, no Jala Dijin game could ever end in a tie. There was always a winner, always a loser. With or without tie-breaking play, when the game was over, the losing team was brought out onto the field and each man was flogged. A terrible whip made up of a bundle of knotted leather cords bound together at the handle end was used to mete out the punishment. Each of those leather cords was tipped with heavy nuggets of metal. The men were given one lash for each point by which they'd lost. The crowd enthusiastically counted out each lash to each man on the losing team kneeling in the center of the field. The winners often cavorted around the perimeter of the field, showing off for the crowd, while the losers, with bowed heads, received their whipping. With such bitter rivalry between teams, the flogging always ended up being a grim sight. The players, after all, had been selected specifically for their belligerent brutality, not merely their skill at playing. The crowds who watched the Jala games expected bloody matches. The female camp followers watching from the sidelines weren't in the least bit put off by the blood. If anything, it made them all the more eager to catch the attention of favorite players. To the people of the old world, blood and sex were inextricably linked, whether it was a Jala match or the sacking of a city. If there wasn't much blood during the game, the crowd could get riled, believing that the teams weren't really trying hard enough. Kalen once saw Jagang order the execution of a team because he thought they hadn't fought hard enough. The teams who had played on the bloody field after the executions had thrown themselves into the match. The more brutal the players were from the crowd's standpoint, the better. Legs and arms were frequently broken, as were skulls. Those who had previously killed an opponent in a Jala match were well known and widely acclaimed. Such men were idolized and entered the field at the beginning of games to the wild cheers of the spectators. The women seeking to be with the players after a match strongly favored being with such dominant men. To the imperial order, the game of life was a blood sport. Kalen moved up close behind Jagang as he stood near the edge of the field at midpoint. The game had already gotten underway while they had still been back at the construction site. The royal guards flanked Jagang's sides and guarded his back. Kalen's own special guards surrounded her close enough to be sure she didn't try to wander away. She suspected that the heated emotions of the fans, as well as their drinking, held the potential for more than a little trouble. Still, Jagang, despite the show of force by his guards, was a man who did not fear trouble. He had one rule by brute force. He held on to it by being absolutely ruthless. There were few, even among the largest of his guard, who were his equal in sheer brawn, to say nothing of his skill and experience as a warrior. Kalen suspected that he could easily crush a man's skull in one bare hand. On top of that, the man was a dream walker. He could probably have strolled alone among the meanest of drunken soldiers and had nothing to fear. Out on the field, the teams came together in a great crash of bone and muscle. Kalen watched the point man as he lost the brock when hit from both sides at once. On one knee, he held a hand over his ribs as he panted, trying to catch his breath. He wasn't the man she was looking for. The horn blew, signifying the end of that turn of play. The fans of the other team cheered wildly at the failure to score. The referee walked the brock to the other end of the field and gave it to the point man on the other team. Kalen let out a silent sigh. That wasn't him either. As the hourglass was turned over, the horn blew again. The point man and his team started their run downfield. The opposing team started their run to defend their goals. The crash of flesh was horrific. One of the players screamed in pain. Jillian, behind the wall of guards and unable to see much of what was happening on the field, still shrank from the sound of the screams. She pressed herself all the harder against Kalen. Play continued even as the fallen player was dragged from the field by the referee's assistants. Jagang, having seen enough, turned and started off toward the next Jala field. The men in the crowd, all pushing and shoving as they tried to see the game, parted for the Emperor leaving their game. The crowd was huge, even though in such a camp it constituted only a small fraction of the men. The construction of the ramp continued despite the games. Most of the men working on it would have plenty of time, once their shift was over, to see other games that were to go on throughout the day and evening. From what Kalen could gather from bits of conversation, there were a lot of teams contending for the right to eventually play the Emperor's team. The tournaments constituted a welcome diversion for men with nothing to do but endure endless days of working and the interminable siege of the People's Palace. It was a long trek through the cheering, shouting, booing men watching the game the Emperor was leaving behind. Making their way through the muddy, filthy, reeking camp, they eventually arrived at the next Jala field. An area had been roped off for the Emperor and his party of guards. Jagang and a number of officers who had joined him talked at length about the teams who were about to play. Apparently, the game they'd left was between lesser-ranked teams. This game, though, was supposed to be between men who were for some reason expected to offer a better show. The 2-point men were just arriving at center field to draw straws to determine which team would get the chance at first play. A hush fell over the crowd as they waited. The point men both drew a straw from a bunch the referee held out in his fist. The 2 men held up their straws. The man with the short straw cursed. The winning point man held the straw high as he cried out in triumph. His fellow players and the crowd favoring his team sent up a thunderous cheer. The long straw gave him the choice of taking the Brock on the first play or giving it to the man who had pulled the short straw. Of course, no team ever gave up their chance to be first to score a point. Scoring first augured well for their prospect of victory. From what Kaylin overheard from the soldiers and guards around her, it was believed by most that the game of life was won or lost by that very first draw of a straw. That straw, they believed, revealed what fate had in store. Neither point man was the one Kaylin was looking for. As the game started, it became obvious that these men were better than those playing in the last game. The tackles were wild efforts. Men threw themselves through the air in desperate attempts to make contact, either to take out the point man or to protect him. The point man, besides running with the Brock, used its weight to help knock a man out of his way. As another man closed on him, he heaved the Brock with all his might at close range. The blocker grunted with the weight of the impact of the Brock and fell. The fans rooted and hooted. One of the wingmen scooped up the Brock and tossed it to the point man as they charged across the field. "I'm sorry," Jillian whispered up to Kaylin while the guards, officers, and Jagang all watched the game, some of them commenting on the players. "It wasn't your fault, Jillian. You did your best." "But you did so much. I wish I was as good as you. And then—" "Shush now, I'm a captive too. We both are no match for these men." Jillian smiled just a little then. "I'm at least glad to be with you." Kaylin returned the smile in kind. She glanced at her guards. They were caught up in watching the excitement of the game. "I'll try to think of a way to get us out of this," she whispered. From time to time, Jillian peeked out between the big men to try to see what was happening on the field. When Kaylin noticed Jillian rubbing her bare arms and that she was beginning to shiver in the cold, she wrapped her cloak protectively around the girl, sharing her warmth with her. As time wore on, each team scored a point. With the game tied, time almost out, and both teams unable to gain much of an advantage, Kaylin knew that it might last quite a while in overtime play until a winner was decided. It didn't take as long as she'd thought it would, nor did it need to go into overtime. The point man of one team was tackled low from behind, while at the same time another blocker in a coordinated attack flew in from the front, hitting him square in the chest with a lowered shoulder. The point man went limp and hit the ground hard. The tackle looked like it might very well have broken the man's back. The crowd went wild. Kaylin turned Jillian's face away and pressed it in against her instead. "Don't watch." Jillian, on the edge of tears, nodded. "I don't know why they like such cruel games." "Because they are cruel people," Kaylin murmured. Another man was designated point man as their fallen leader was carried away to a deafening roar of satisfaction on the one side and angry yells on the other. The two sides of onlookers seemed on the verge of combat, but when play swiftly resumed, they were quickly caught up in the fast-paced action. The team who had lost the point man fought desperately, but it soon became apparent that they were fighting a losing battle. The new point man was not the equal of the man they'd lost. When the last regular play of the hourglass was finished, they had lost by 2 points, a resounding victory for the other team. Such a point spread, as well as eliminating the opposing point man in such savage fashion, would add greatly to the winning team's reputation. Jagang and the officers looked to be pleased with the results of the game. It had proven to have had all the elements of brutality, blood, and ruthless triumph that they believed Jalal-ud-Din should have. The guards, intoxicated with the murderous ferocity of the play, whispered among themselves, going over what they had liked best about some of the more violent clashes. The crowd, already worked up by the game, was excited all the more by the ensuing whippings. They were fired up, eagerly anticipating the next game. As they waited, they began a rhythmic chant, impatiently urging the next teams out. They clapped their hands in time to their monotone cries for action. One of the teams emerged from the crowd at the far end of the field on the right. By the way they cheered, the crowd recognized a favored team. Each player raised a fist over his head as they strutted in a circle around the field, showing off for their fans. Men in the crowd, as well as the women camp followers, cheered the team they knew and supported. One of Jagang's guards, standing not far in front of Kalin, commented to the man next to him that this team was more than merely good, and he expected that they would badly maul their foe. By the hooting of the crowd, most onlookers seemed to be of the same mind. Apparently this was a popular team, with the kind of hostile reputation the men of Imperial Order liked and remembered. After the previous game, the mob of soldiers was aroused and eager for blood. The vast crush of soldiers all stretched, craning their necks to see the other team as they finally made their way out through the crowd on the left. They emerged in single file, no fists raised, no show of bravado. Kalin stared in surprise along with everyone else. A hush fell over the crowd. No one cheered. They were too astonished to cheer. Chapter 11. The men, all without shirts, marched in single file out from the middle of a thick knot of grim guards, all with arrows at the ready. Each man in the column, making his way toward the center of the field, was painted with strange red symbols. The lines, whorls, circles, and arcs covered their faces, chests, shoulders, and arms. They looked like they had been marked in blood by the keeper of the underworld himself. Kalin noticed that the man at the lead had designs drawn on him that, while similar, were slightly different. In addition, he alone had twin lightning bolts on his face. Starting from the temple on each side, in a mirror image of each other, the top part of each bolt zigzagged over the eyebrow, the center lobe of each lightning bolt passing over the eyelid, with the bottom of the zigzag slashing over the cheekbones, finally terminating in a point at the hollow of each cheek. Kalin found the effect viscerally frightening. Glaring out from the raptor gaze at the center of those twin lightning bolts were penetrating gray eyes. It was hard to make out what the man looked like beneath the distraction of lines. The strange symbols, and especially the lightning bolts, confused the features beneath. Kalin suddenly realized that he had found a way to hide his identity without the mud. She didn't let so much as a smile slip onto her features. While relieved, at the same time she wished that she could see his face, really see it, see what he looked like. He was not as big as some of the other hulking players, but he was still a big man, tall and muscular, but not muscled the way some of the thick, heavy, bull-like men were muscled. This man was built in a way that was all the right proportions. As she stared at him, Kalin suddenly feared that everyone might see her transfixed by the man. She could feel her face flushing. Still, she stared. She couldn't seem to help herself. This was the first time she'd really gotten a good look at the man. He looked exactly the way she somehow knew he would. Or maybe it was that he looked just the way she dreamed he would. The cold first day of winter suddenly felt warm to her. She wondered who this man was to her. She made herself rein in her imagination. She dared not daydream about things that she knew could never be. While the other point man laughed, the man with the gray eyes waited before the referee, his cutting gaze fixed on his counterpart. She had known the instant she'd seen the painted designs that it would be viewed by these soldiers as empty bravado. The painted designs were the sort of visual statement that, if not backed up by a man of the right nature, would in such circumstances be the worst kind of presumption, the kind of provocation that would bring him brutal if not lethal treatment. Hiding his face was one thing, but this was altogether something else. He was putting himself and his team at great risk by making such a proclamation in paint. It almost seemed that the lightning bolts were meant to ensure that no one could miss that he was the point man, as if he meant to direct the other team's focus and attention to him. She couldn't imagine why he would do such a thing. Following their point man's lead, the team that wasn't painted had all started laughing. The crowd, too, had joined in, laughing, hooting, and calling the painted men, and in particular the point man with the lightning bolts, names. Kalin knew without a doubt that there was no more dangerous mistake to be made than to laugh at this man. The painted team stood as still as stone, waiting while the crowd went into a riot of laughter and mockery. The other team shouted insults and taunts. Some of the women camp followers threw small things, chicken bones, rotten food, and even dirt when nothing else could be found. The players on the other team called the man with lightning bolts the kind of names that caused Kalin to absently cover Jillian's ear with a hand, pressing her head to Kalin's chest. She wrapped her cloak around Jillian. She didn't know what was going to happen, but she knew for sure that this game was not going to be a place for a girl. The point man with the twin lightning bolts stood with an expressionless look that showed nothing of what he might be feeling. It reminded Kalin of herself when she put on a blank expression when facing certain kinds of terrible challenges, a blank look that betrayed nothing of what was building inside her. And yet, in this man's calm demeanor, Kalin saw coiled fury. He never looked her way. His gaze was fixed on his counterpart. But just seeing him standing there, seeing all of him, seeing his face even though it was covered in painted lines, seeing the way he held himself, seeing him at length without having to quickly look away, made Kalin's knees weak. Commander Karg nudged his way in through the wall of guards to join Emperor Jagang at the side of the field. He folded his muscled arms, apparently not at all concerned about the uproar his team was causing. Kalin noticed that Jagang was not laughing along with everyone else. He didn't even smile. The commander and the emperor tipped their heads close together and spoke in words Kalin couldn't hear over the jeering, laughing, and vulgar insults being shouted by the crowd. As Jagang and Commander Karg spoke at length, the other team took to dancing around the field, arms raised, the recipients of the mob's esteem even though they had yet to score a point. They had become heroes without having done anything. These soldiers, devoted to dogmatic beliefs, were motivated by hate. They saw any individual's quiet confidence as arrogance, his competence as unjust, and such inequity as oppression. Kalin recalled Jagang's words,
"The fellowship of order teaches us that to be better than someone is to be worse than everyone."
The men watching believed in that creed, and so they hated men for appearing to proclaim with paint that they were better. At the same time, they were there to see a team triumph, to see men best other men. It was unavoidable that beliefs as irrational as those taught by the Fellowship of Order would produce endless tangles of contradictions, desires, and emotions. Shortcomings made evident by even the most basic common sense were plastered over with a liberal application of faith. Anyone who questioned matters of faith was held to be a sinner. These men were here in the New World to eliminate sinners. Order was finally restored by the referee calling for the crowd to settle down so that the game could start. As the spectators quieted, to a degree at least, The man with the gray eyes gestured to the referee's fistful of straws, inviting his opponent to draw first. The man drew a straw, smiling at his choice when it came out looking like it surely had to be a winning length. The man with the gray eyes drew a straw that was longer. As the crowd hooted their disapproval, the referee gave the brock to the point man with the painted face. Instead of going to his side of the field to start his charge, he waited a moment until the crowd quieted a little, and then graciously handed the brock to the other point man, forfeiting the first turn at an attempt to score. The crowd erupted in wild laughter at such an unexpected turn of events. They clearly thought the painted point man was a fool who had just handed victory to the other team. They cheered as if their team had just been victorious. None of the painted team showed any reaction to what their point man had just done. Instead, they moved off in a businesslike manner, taking up their places on the left side of the field, ready to defend against the first attack. When the hourglass was turned over and the horn blew, the attacking team wasted no time. Eager to score quickly, their charge was instantaneous. They all yelled battle cries as they rushed across the field. The painted team raced toward the center of the field to meet the charge. The roar from the crowd was deafening. Kalen's muscles tensed in anticipation of a terrible collision of flesh and bone. It didn't happen the way she expected. The painted team, the red team as the guards had already taken to calling them, deviated in their direction of charge, splitting in two and pouring to either side around the advance blockers, going instead for the rear guard. Such an unexpected and amateurish mistake was a stroke of luck for the team trying to score. Following his blockers and wingmen, the point man with the brock went through the gap the red team had left open, racing straight up the field. In an instant, both wings of the red team pivoted, and the opening snapped closed like great jaws, tumbling the charging blockers inward. The painted point man charged right up the middle, toward the center blockers coming for him. Just as they were about to tackle him, he sidestepped one man and whirled around, slipping between two others. Kalen blinked in disbelief at what she had just seen. It looked as if he had squirted like a melon seed right through half a dozen men converging on him. One of the bigger men on the red team, likely one of the wingmen, went for the charging point man with the brock. Just before reaching him, though, he dove at him too soon, so that his diving block was too low. The man with the brock jumped right over him. The crowd cheered at how deftly their man had just evaded a tackle. But the man with the twin lightning bolts also made a flying leap over his downed wingman, using his back like a step to launch himself. He met the other point man in mid-flight, hooking him with an arm and upending him in midair. The reversal of direction was forceful enough to dislodge the brock. As he came crashing to the ground, the man with the gray eyes caught the loose brock while it was still in the air. His foot came down on the back of the fallen point man's head, driving his face into the mud. Kalen knew without a doubt that he could have easily broken the man's neck, but he had deliberately avoided doing so. Blockers from every direction dove for the painted man who now had their brock. He pivoted, changing direction. They landed where he had been, but he was already gone. They crashed down instead atop their own point man. The red team now had possession of the brock. Even though they couldn't score until it was their turn, they could keep the other team from scoring. For some reason, though, the man with the gray eyes charged across the field, flanked by his two wingmen and half his blockers. They were formed into a perfect wedge as they crossed the field. When the painted men reached the scoring area on the opposite side of the field, the point man heaved the brock into one of the nets, even though it was not their turn and the point would not count. He followed the brock, recovered it from the net, and then, rather than keeping possession in an effort to deny the other team an opportunity to score, he trotted back up the field and with an easy underarm throw tossed the Brock back to the point man, still on his knees, spitting out mud. The crowd gasped in confused astonishment. What Kaylin had just seen confirmed what she had believed from the first moment she'd looked into the man's raptor gaze. This was the most dangerous man alive. More dangerous than Jagang. Dangerous in a different way, but more dangerous than Jagang. More dangerous than anyone. This was a man too dangerous to be allowed to live. Once Jagang realized what she already knew, if he didn't already know it, he might very well decide to have this man put to death. The team with first turn took the Brock back to their starting point on the right, and in a fury to redeem themselves and score a point that would count, charged across the field. Surprisingly, the red team waited, rather than running to stop the advance as far away from their goal as possible. A mistake, it would seem, but Kaylin didn't think so. When the attackers reached the red team, they threw themselves into the defenders. The red team abruptly bolted in every direction, evading the overconfident blockers. As they ran, the red team came around and their own blockers formed into a crescent formation. As they raced across the field, they scythed down the opposing wingmen and blockers as well as the point man. The big painted wingman stripped the Brock from him, then tossed it as high as he could into the air. The man with the lightning bolts, who had already dodged, darted, and threaded his way through the line of charging men, came through at a dead run and caught the Brock before it hit the ground. By himself, he had outrun all the men of the other team chasing him. When he reached the opposite end of the field, he heaved the Brock into the net in the corner opposite to the one he'd thrown it into the first time. The blockers dove for him, but he effortlessly sidestepped and they crashed to the ground in a heap beside him. He trotted to the net and retrieved the Brock. "Who is that man?" Jagang asked in a low voice. Kaylin knew that Jagang meant the point man with the lightning bolts painted on his face, the man with the gray eyes. "His name is Reuben," Commander Karg said. It was a lie. Kaylin knew that wasn't the man's name. She didn't have any idea what his name really was, but it was not Reuben. Reuben was a disguise, just like the mud had been, just like the red paint was now. Reuben was not his real name. She suddenly wondered what made her think such a thing. She knew from the way he'd looked at her that first time their eyes had met the day before that he knew her. That meant that he probably had to be someone from her past. She didn't remember him and she didn't know his real name, but she knew it was not Reuben. The name just didn't fit him. The horn blew, marking the end of the first play. The hourglass was turned over and the horn blew again. The red team was already down at their end of the field, back beyond their starting point. They didn't bother to give themselves the advantage of getting up to the sections of the grid where they were allowed to start their attack. Instead, the man Commander Karg had said was named Reuben, already in possession of the Brock, gave a slight hand signal to his men. Kaylin's brow twitched as she watched carefully. She had never seen a point man use such hand signals. Men playing Jala usually seemed to function as a loosely coordinated mob, carrying out the designated job of their position, blockers or wingmen or guards, as seemed fitting to each man in each circumstance that came up. The prevailing wisdom was that only if each man acted as he saw fit could the team expect to deal with the unexpected variations that came about during play. They were, in a way, each reacting to what fate dealt them. Reuben's team was different. At the completion of the signal, they pivoted and in a coordinated fashion charged ahead of him in formation. They were not acting as a loosely coordinated mob. They were behaving like a well-disciplined army going into a battle. The men of the other team, by now enraged, each man driven by the desire for revenge, rushed to intercept the team with the Brock. Crossing midfield, the red team turned as one, going for the net to their right. The defending team all went for them like bears on a tear. Their blockers knew that their job was to block, and they meant to stop the advancing red team before they could reach the scoring zone. But Reuben didn't follow his men. He broke left at the last moment. All by himself, without even his wingmen for protection, he alone went diagonally the other way across the field, heading for the net to the left. The bulk of the two teams collided in a great heap, some of the defenders not even aware that the man they were after wasn't under the pile. Only one guard had been lagging back, saw what Reuben was doing, and was able to turn in time to block. Reuben lowered a shoulder and caught the guard square in the chest, knocking the wind from him and sending him sprawling. Without pause, as he reached the scoring area of the field, Reuben heaved the Brock into the net. The red team sprinted back to their side of the field, forming up for a second attack while they still had time left. As they waited for the referee trotting with the Brock across the field, they all looked to their panting leader for his hand signal. It was quick and simple, a sign that to Kalen didn't look like it meant anything. When the referee tossed Reuben the Brock, he immediately broke into a dead run. His team was ready and sprang out ahead to fan out in a short, tight line before him. When the angry, disorderly cluster of men of the other team were almost upon them, the red team pivoted left, scooping up the blocking charge, deflecting its momentum left. Reuben, not far behind his line of men, broke right and raced alone across open ground. Before any of the blockers could reach him, he yelled with the effort of heaving the Brock from way behind the regular scoring zone. It was exceedingly difficult to make a shot from that far back. Thrown from there, a shot that went in was worth 2 points rather than 1. The Brock arced through the air over the heads of net guards jumping wildly for it. Confused by the strange single-line charge, they hadn't expected such a long-shot attempt to score and hadn't been ready for it. The Brock just made it into the net. The horn blew, signifying the end of the red team's scoring period. The crowd stood stunned, mouths hanging agape. In their first turn at play, the red team had scored 3 points. Not to mention the 2 points Reuben had made that didn't count. A hush fell over the field as the other team huddled in a confidential discussion of what to do about the sudden turn of events. Their point man made what appeared to be an angry proposal. All his men, grinning at what he suggested, nodded and then broke up to begin their turn with the Brock. Seeing that they had obviously cooked up a plan, the crowd again started cheering encouragement. Over the cheers, the point man growled orders to his men. 2 of his guards nodded at words Kalen couldn't hear. At his yell, they charged across the field, gathering into a tight knot of muscle and fury. Rather than going for the scoring zone, the point man abruptly hooked right, leading the charge oddly off course. Reuben and his defenders shifted to meet the charge, but weren't able to bring their full weight to bear in time. It was a brutal impact. The strike had deliberately targeted Reuben's left wing man to the exclusion of all the other men, abandoning even the show of an attempt to score in favor of doing damage to one man in order to harm the red team's ability to play effectively. As the crowd cheered in anticipation of first blood, the pile of men got up one at a time. Players painted red yanked their opponents back out of the way, trying to reach the men at the bottom of the heap. The left wing man for the red team was the only man who did not get up. As the team with the Brock ran back to form up another charge, Reuben knelt beside the downed man, checking on him. It was obvious by his lack of urgency that there was nothing to be done. His left wing man was dead. The crowd cheered as the fallen player was dragged away, leaving a thick trail of blood across the field. Reuben's raptor gaze swept the sidelines. Kalen recognized the appraisal. She could almost feel what he was thinking because she had also appraised opposition and weighed odds. The guards with arrows put tension to their bows as Reuben rose up. "What's going on?" Jillian whispered as she peeked out from under Kalen's cloak. I can't see past all of Jagang's guards. A man was hurt, Kalen said. Just stay warm. There's nothing worth seeing. Jillian nodded and remained huddled under Kalen's protective arm and the warmth of her cloak. The play of Jala was not halted for anything, even a death on the field. Kalen felt great sadness that the death of a man was all part of the game and cheered by the spectators. The men with bows stationed around the field, watching over the captives who played on the red team, all seemed to be pointing their nocked arrows toward one man. She and the man with the lightning bolts painted on his face had something in common. They each had their own special guards. As the crowd chanted for play, Kalen felt an odd, tense foreboding in the air. The Brock was returned to the team with time left in their turn at play. As they formed up, she knew that the moment had passed. Kalen saw a grim Reuben give his men a stealthy signal. Each of his men returned a slight nod. Then, just enough for them to catch his meaning, Reuben stealthily showed them 3 fingers. The men immediately assembled up into an odd formation. They waited briefly as the other team started across the field at a dead run, yelling battle cries inspired by their brutal accomplishment. They believed they now had a tactical advantage that gave them the upper hand. They were confident that they could now dictate the course of the game. As the team with the Brock charged across the field, the red team broke into 3 separate wedges. Reuben led the smaller center wedge, heading for the point man with the Brock. His 2 wing men, his big right wing man and the newly designated left wing man, led the majority of the blockers in the 2 side wedges. Some of the men on the team with the Brock shifted to each side as they charged ahead to block the odd outrigger formation should they try to turn in toward their point man. The strange defensive tactic drew scorn from Jagang's guards. From the comments Kalen could hear, they were convinced that the red team, by splitting up into 3 groups, would not have the weight of enough blockers left in the center to stop the point man with the Brock, much less handle all the men coming at them. The guards thought that such an ineffective defense would give the aggressors an easy score and probably cost the life of another member of the red team in the center group, very possibly the point man himself, since he was now virtually unprotected. The 2 outer red team wedges cut through the sides of the charge, not blocking in the expected manner. The legs of men on the attacking team flipped up through the air as men were violently upended. Reuben's center wedge smashed into the main group of blockers defending the point man with the Brock. He tucked the Brock tightly against his stomach and, following behind some of his guards, leaped over the tumbling tangle of men. Reuben, at the rear of the center wedge, running at full speed, deftly evaded the onrushing line of guards and sprang over the pileup of his blockers. As he jumped, he pushed off with one foot, twisting as he leaped off from the ground so that he spiraled through the air. In midair, as they came together, Reuben hooked his right arm around the other point man's head as if to tackle him, but the momentum of his spin suddenly and violently twisted the man's head around. Kalen could hear the sound of the pop as the point man's neck broke. They both crashed to the ground, Reuben on top, his arms still around the other man's neck. When men from both teams scrambled to their feet, 2 men from the attacking team were down, one on each side of the field. Both men rolled in pain with broken limbs. Reuben rose up over the point man lying dead in the center of the field. The man's head lay twisted back at a gruesome angle. Reuben scooped the loose Brock up off the ground, trotted through the stunned, confused players, and threw a point that didn't count. The meaning of what he'd just done was clear. If another team played specifically to harm anyone on his team, then he would retaliate with a withering response. He was giving notice that by their own actions they were choosing for themselves what would happen to them. Kalen now knew without doubt that Reuben's red paint was no hollow display. The men on the other team lived only by his grace. Surrounded by nearly uncountable captors with dozens of arrows pointed at him, this one man had just laid down his own laws, laws that could not be avoided or dismissed. He had just told his opponents how they would play against him and his team. It was a clear message that, by their own actions, Reuben's opponents chose their own fate. Kaylin had to school her features and keep herself from smiling, from shouting with joy at what he had just accomplished, from being the only one in the crowd to cheer this one man. She wished he would look at her, but he never did. With their point man dead and two other players now out of play, the ones primarily responsible for what could only be described as the murder of the red team's left wing man, it looked like the favored team was on the verge of an unprecedented loss. Kaylin wondered just how many points the red team was going to win by. She expected it was going to be a rout. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the messenger rushing up, waving an arm to get the Emperor's attention as he shoved his way through the big guards. "Excellency," the excited man said in a breathless voice, "the men have gotten in. The sisters there at the site asked for you to come at once." Jagang asked no questions and wasted no time. As the play on the field resumed, he started away. Kaylin glanced back just in time to see Reuben tackle the new opposing point man hard enough to rattle his teeth. All of the big guards swarmed around the Emperor, opening a clear pathway before him. Kaylin knew better than to draw his attention by not following close behind. "We're leaving," she said to Jillian, still huddling for warmth under Kaylin's cloak. Holding hands so that they wouldn't become separated, they turned to follow Jagang. Kaylin looked back over her shoulder. For a brief moment, their eyes met. In that fleeting instant, Kaylin realized that even though he hadn't looked her way once throughout the game, he had known exactly where she had been the entire time. Chapter 12. Nietzsche's eyes popped open. She gasped in panic. Dim shapes swam in her vision. She could make no sense of the indistinct forms she saw. In an effort to get her bearings, her mind snatched at memories of every sort, frantically searching through their ever-changing essence, trying to find ones that seemed relevant, ones that fit. The great store of all of her thoughts seemed in as much disarray as a library full of books scattered by the twisting winds of a thunderstorm. Nothing seemed to make sense to her. She couldn't understand where she was. "Nietzsche, it's me, Kara. You're safe. Calm down." A different voice in the murky, blurry distance said, "I'll go get Zed." Nietzsche saw the dark shape move and then vanish into yet more darkness. She realized that it had to be the person who had spoken going through a doorway. That was the only thing that made sense. She thought she might cry with relief at finally being able, out of all the shapes and shadows, to grasp the simple concept of a doorway and the vastly more complex concept of a person. "Nietzsche, calm down," Kara repeated. Nietzsche only then realized that she was struggling mightily, trying to move her arms, and that she was being held down. It was as if her mind and body were both jumbled, trying to function through turmoil and confusion, trying to get a grip on something solid. But she was beginning to make sense of things. "6," she said with great effort. "6." The black memory loomed up in her mind as if she had summoned it, and it had returned to finish her. She fixated on the meaning of that word, that name, that dark form floating there in her mind. She pulled random bits inward, building them together around it. When one memory fit, the memory of the hallway, with Rika, Zed, and Kara up ahead frozen in place on the stairs, she went on to the next and worked to add another piece. By the sheer force of her will, order began tumbling into place. Her thoughts fused into coherence. Her memories began to coalesce. "You're safe," Kara said, still holding Nietzsche's arms. Be still now. Nietzsche wasn't safe. None of them were safe. She had to do something. 6 is here, she managed through gritted teeth as she struggled to push Kara out of the way. I have to stop her. She has the box. She's gone, Nietzsche. Just calm down. Nietzsche blinked, still trying to clear her vision, still trying to catch her breath. Gone? Yes, we're safe for the time being. Gone? Nietzsche clutched a fistful of red leather, pulling the moored Sith closer. Gone? She's gone? How long has she been gone? Since yesterday. The memory of the dark figure seemed to stretch away into the distance, out of reach. Yesterday? Nietzsche breathed as she sank back against the pillow. Dear spirits. Kara finally straightened. Nietzsche no longer cared if she got up. Everything had been for nothing. She thought she might not ever want to get up again. She stared off at nothing. Was anyone else hurt? No, just you. Just me, Nietzsche repeated in a flat tone. She should have killed me. Kara frowned. What? 6 should have killed me. Well, I'm sure she probably would have liked to, but she didn't manage to accomplish it. You're safe. Kara hadn't understood what Nietzsche had meant. All for nothing, Nietzsche mumbled to herself. Everything was lost. All the work had been for nothing. All that Nietzsche had accomplished had unraveled, melting away in a dark shadow's echoing laughter. All the studying, the piecing together, the monumental effort to finally understand how it all actually functioned, the work to invoke such power, to control it, to direct it, all of it had been in vain. It had been one of the most difficult things she had ever done, and now it was all in ashes. Kara dunked a cloth in a basin of water on a side table. Water ran back as she wrung the cloth. The sound of each drop falling back into the basin was pronounced, penetrating, painful. Rather than a blur of shapes and shadows, as it had been when she'd first awakened, now everything had focused into raw sharpness. Colors seemed blindingly bright, sounds strident. The dozen candles in the nearby stand shone like 12 little suns. Kara pressed the damp cloth to Nietzsche's forehead. The red color of the moored Sith's leather outfit hurt Nietzsche's eyes, so she closed them. The cloth felt like a thorned hedge being pressed against her tender flesh. There is other trouble, Kara said in a quiet, confidential voice. Nietzsche opened her eyes. Other trouble? Kara nodded as she blotted the cloth on the sides of Nietzsche's neck. Trouble with the keep. Nietzsche glanced past the foot of her bed to the heavy dark blue and gold drapes over the narrow window. The drapes were drawn closed, but there was no light at all leaking in, so she realized that it had to be nighttime. As she looked back at Kara, Nietzsche frowned, even though doing so hurt. What do you mean, trouble with the keep? What sort of trouble? Kara opened her mouth to speak, but then turned at the sound of a commotion coming from behind her across the room. Zed swooped into the room without knocking, his elbows pumping up and out to the sides in time with each long stride, his simple robes billowing behind him as if he were the king of the place come to see to kingly business. Nietzsche supposed that, in a way, he was. "Is she awake?" he demanded of Kara before he had even arrived at the bedside. His wavy white hair seemed especially disheveled. I'm awake, Nietzsche answered for herself. Zed came to an abrupt halt, looming over her. He leaned down, scowling, having a look for himself, as if not trusting her word for it. He pressed the tips of his long, bony fingers to her forehead. "Your fever has broken," he announced. I had a fever? Of a sort. What do you mean, of a sort? A fever is a fever. Not always. The fever you had was induced by the exertion of forces, rather than by illness. In this case, to be precise, your own forces. The fever was your body's reaction to the stress of it. Rather like the way a piece of metal gets hot when you bend it back and forth. Nietzsche pushed herself up on her elbows. You mean I had a fever caused by what Six did to me? Zed straightened his robes on his angular shoulders. In a way, the stress of exerting force against all that witchery she was doing threw your body into a feverish condition. Nietzsche looked from one to the other. Why weren't you affected? Or Kara? Zed impatiently tapped his temple. Because I was smart enough to cast a web. It protected Kara and me, but you were too far away. At that distance, its protective properties weren't adequate to keep you from harm, but I dared not try any harder. Even though it wasn't enough to protect you from all harm, it was enough to at least save your life. Your spell protected me? Zed shook a finger at her as if she had misbehaved. You certainly weren't doing anything to defend yourself. Nietzsche blinked in surprise. Zed, I was trying. I don't think I've ever tried harder to use my Han. I tried with all my strength to cast my power, I swear. It just wouldn't work. Of course not. He threw his arms up in exasperation. That was your problem. What was my problem? You were trying too hard. Nietzsche sat up the rest of the way. The world suddenly started spinning. She had to put a hand over her eyes. The spinning was making her sick to her stomach. What are you talking about? She lifted her hand just enough to squint up at him in the candlelight. What do you mean I was trying too hard? She thought she might throw up. As if annoyed by the distraction, Zed pushed his sleeves up his arms and then reached out, pressing a finger of each hand to the opposite sides of her forehead. Nietzsche recognized the tingling sensation of additive magic crawling under her skin. It felt a little odd to her not to feel any of the subtractive side as an element of his power, but he had no subtractive magic. The sick feeling lifted. Better? He asked in a tone that suggested he thought it had all been her own fault. Nietzsche turned her head this way and that, stretching the muscles of her neck, testing her equilibrium. She tried to feel the nausea, fearing it would well up suddenly, but it didn't. Yes, I guess I am. Zed smiled at the small triumph. Good. What do you mean I was trying too hard? You can't fight a witch woman the way you were trying to do it, especially not a witch woman as powerful as that one. You were pushing too hard. Pushing too hard? She felt as uncomfortable as she had as a novice when she'd been unable to grasp a lesson being taught by an impatient sister. What do you mean? Zed gestured vaguely. When you use your force to try to push against what she's doing, she simply turns it back around on you. You can't reach her with your power because the force you use hasn't yet established a foundational link between the two of you, between principle and object. It's still in its free-floating formative stage. Nietzsche understood what he was saying in theory. She just didn't know if it fit in this case. Are you trying to say that it's like lightning needing to find a tree or something tall to anchor its connection to the ground so it can ignite? That if there is no place within range to link to, it simply jumps back and ignites within the cloud? Turns in on itself? I never thought of it in those terms, but I guess you could say that it's something like that. You might say that your power turned back in on you like lightning turns back within a cloud when it isn't able to make it to ground. A witch woman is one of the few people who instinctively understands the precise nature of the exertion of force, the intricacies of its needs for connections, and the ways in which specific spells link at both ends. You mean she knows how lightning works, Kara said. And she pulled the rug out from under Nietzsche. Zed shot the woman a dumbfounded look. You really don't know anything about magic, do you? Or about a mixed-up token turn of a phrase? Kara's expression darkened. "If I pull that rug out from under you, I think you'll understand it well enough." Zed rolled his eyes. "Well, it's an oversimplification, but I guess you could put it that way. Sort of," he added under his breath. Nietzsche wasn't really listening. Her mind was elsewhere. She remembered that she herself had done something involving those same relationships of power and connections when the beast had been attacking Richard in the shielded part of the keep. She had created a linking node, but denied that link the power to complete it. That expectancy, without being fulfilled, drew the nearest power, lightning, to the beast, eliminating it for the moment. Because the beast was not really alive, though, it couldn't actually be destroyed, in much the same way a corpse, because it was already dead, couldn't be killed or made any more dead. But this was different. This was well beyond what Nietzsche had done with the beast. This, in a way, was the opposite of what she had done. "Zed, I don't understand how such a thing is possible. It's like throwing a rock. Once thrown, the trajectory is set. The rock would follow that trajectory to a termination point." "She hit you on the head with your own rock before you'd even thrown it," Kara said. Zed fixed her in a murderous scowl, as if she were an impetuous student who had just spoken out of turn. Kara's mouth took on an obstinate twist, but she kept it close. Nietzsche ignored the interruption as she went on. She would have needed to act on specific power as it was engendered, before it was even fully formed, as it began to ignite. That's when the foundational node is formed as well. At that point, the full nature and power of the spell wouldn't even have come into being yet. Zed gave Kara a sidelong glance to make sure she intended to keep quiet. When she folded her arms and remained mute, Zed turned back to Nietzsche. "That's precisely what she does," he said. Having never actually encountered a witch-woman before, the explicit mechanisms they used were a mystery to Nietzsche. How? "A witch-woman rides eddies of time. She sees the flow of events into the future. Their ability is in many ways an ancillary form of prophecy. That means she is ready for the spell before you cast it. She knows what is coming. Her own ability, her own gift, allows her to act against you before you can complete what you are doing to her. It all comes naturally to them, like lifting an arm when someone throws a punch at you. Her block is there as your web forms. As you begin to throw your punch, she is denying you a foundational link so that your web can't even begin to form. As I said, she has the ability to turn it back before that link between principle and object is established. Your power falls inward on itself, on you. It doesn't take great power on her part. Her strength is your strength. The harder you try to do something, the more difficult it becomes. She doesn't increase her effort, she merely denies yours a completing node. The harder you push, the more force it feeds back at you from her block. A witch-woman uses you. That force, your force, folds back in on you over and over as you try all the harder. Much the way bending a piece of metal back and forth makes it hot, your own force bent back in on you over and over as you tried to conjure your ability to overpower her, sent your body into a fever. Zed, that can't be. You used magic. I saw you. I saw the web you cast, and it didn't harm you. It merely fizzled out. The old wizard smiled. No, it did not fizzle out. It was a fizzle from the beginning. I was using so little power that she couldn't draw strength from it. Since she couldn't draw strength from it, she couldn't block it or bend it back. There wasn't enough for her to grab hold of. What kind of spell can do such a thing? I cast a protection web laced inside a simple tranquility spell. You should have done the same. Nietzsche wiped a hand across her face. Zed, I've been a sorceress for a very long time. I've never even heard of a tranquility spell. He shrugged. Well, I guess you don't know everything now, do you? I used a tranquility spell for the shell because if I misjudged and made it just a little too strong and she cast it back at me, well, she would simply be making me more tranquil. Being even more calm would have helped me. I would then know the threshold had been surpassed, and I would be more calm to try again and have a better chance at success the second time. Nietzsche shook her head in amazement. It's for sure that I didn't know enough to deal with the likes of Six. What you did may not have been able to reach me, but at least it was enough to keep her from killing me. Zed only smiled. She looked up at him. Where did you learn such a trick? He shrugged. Harsh experience. I've dealt with witch women before, so I knew that there was only one thing I could do. You mean Shota? In part, he said. When I took the Sword of Truth back from her, I had a great deal of trouble. That woman is cunning, clever, and trouble behind sparkling eyes and a crafty smile. I found out that doing things the usual way simply didn't work. She found my struggles amusing. The more force I used, the worse I made things for myself, and the wider she smiled. He smiled himself as he leaned in a little. That was her mistake, smiling. He lifted a finger to make his point. Her smile tipped me off that what I was doing was my own undoing. I realized in that instant that my use of force was what was giving her the power she needed. So you didn't use force? He spread his hands as if she had finally grasped the lesson. Sometimes doing what you would most like to do can be the very worst thing to do. Sometimes, to accomplish what you want in the end, you have to hold back in the beginning. As the concept he'd expressed sank in, yet more of her disordered memories, perplexing pieces of some grand puzzle that had never before fit anywhere, having been freed from where they languished in the dark corners of her mind, tumbled into place. It was as if she was seeing everything in a new light. The sudden realizations were jolting. Nietzsche's jaw fell open. Her eyes went wide. I understand now. I know what it meant. Dear spirits, I understand. I know the purpose of the sterile field. Chapter 13. Sterile field? Zed's bushy white brow drew down. What are you talking about? Nietzsche pressed her fingertips to her forehead as she reasoned it all out. She could hardly believe she hadn't realized it sooner. She looked up at the wizard. There is a complex order of events required for the power of Orden to work. Like you said, connections based on primary foundations must be established, just as in any magic. It was, after all, created by wizards, and they would have had to have based anything they did on what they knew about the nature of the things they were manipulating. For the most part, at its core, Orden is a complex constructed spell. Like any constructed spell in the right conditions, it is triggered by a specific set of events. It then runs according to its predetermined protocols. Yet no matter how complex it is, once begun it still functions according to basic principles. And the sun rises in the east, Zed growled. What are you getting at? It all correlates, she said to herself, as she stared off at nothing for a moment. She abruptly turned her attention back to the wizard. The Book of Life explains how to put the power of Orden in play. It lays out the protocols. It's basically an operating manual. It doesn't explain the theory behind Orden. That's not its purpose. To understand the whole thing, you have to look elsewhere. While that power, like all forms of power, can be misappropriated and looted for the objective of dominion, it was created and intended for a specific purpose, to counter the chain fire spell. Central elements of Orden are a constructed spell, so, once ignited, it runs through established routines. Those routines, in turn, require specific conditions, such as properly using the key, the Book of Counted Shadows. Her mind was still racing through all the new connections as she fit together pieces from different sources that she had never before connected. "Yes, yes," Zed said as he rolled his hand impatiently. "The boxes of Orden were created specifically to counter the chain fire spell. We already know that. What's more, it is self-evident that certain conditions must be met, and that then the power will function in a given manner. That's all stone-cold obvious." Nietzsche threw off the covers and stood in a rush, no longer feeling that she belonged in bed. She looked down and saw that she was in a pink nightdress. She hated pink. Why did they always end up putting her in a pink nightdress? She imagined that it must have been all they had at hand. She ignited a razor-thin flow of subtractive magic almost without a thought and directed it downward through the fabric of the nightdress. With that power, she scavenged through the fabric itself, allowing the subtractive flow to seek only the elements of the dye and eliminate it. The color in the nightdress, starting at the neckline, faded away in a wave that went through the entire garment. Eliminating the pink color left behind a simple off-white color to the cloth. Incredulous, Zed stared at the nightdress. "Did you just use subtractive magic, the power of the underworld, the power of death itself, to take the color out of that thing?" "Yes, much better, don't you think?" She wasn't really paying much attention to the question, as her mind was already on other things. Zed lifted a hand in protest. "Well, I don't think it's a good idea to—" "What is the purpose of it all?" Nietzsche asked, cutting off the objection she hadn't really heard and cared even less about. Zed's hand paused. He was starting to look exasperated. "That is the purpose, to counter chain fire." No. I mean, what is the specific function of the counter to the spell?" His impatience with things that seemed only too obvious was curdling into annoyance. "To make us all remember the object of the spell." His eyes flashed with that agitation. "In this case, that would be Kalen." "Yes, in a sense, but that is an oversimplification of the process, an expression of the terminal objective." Nietzsche lifted a finger, now the teacher instead of the student. "In order to do as you just said, it has to restore what was destroyed in us. It has to recreate our memories. It's not a matter of the power of Orden making us remember things we've forgotten, but rather of needing to reconstruct what is no longer there. Those lost memories are gone. It isn't that we've forgotten things and we can't recall the people and events. There is nothing there in our minds for us to recall because those memories are non-existent, not merely forgotten. They have been eroded and destroyed by the chain fire event. It's not that we just aren't able to remember things. The reality is that those parts of our minds, of our memories, have been destroyed. In actual fact, there is nothing there for us to remember. Recreating from scratch what is gone is altogether different from helping us to remember things. It's the difference between someone who is asleep and someone who is dead. On the surface, both may look much the same, but having their eyes closed is about the only thing they have in common. The end objective may be the same in both instances, but both the problem and the means to solve it have nothing in common. In order for Orden to counter chain fire and restore us to the way we were before, it needs to incarnate in our minds knowledge, awareness of what has happened in the past. It needs to create new memories to replace those that were destroyed. It needs to bring our memories back to life." As he considered her words, tension had settled in Zed's brow, replacing the impatience that had been there. His gaze tracked her as she paced. "Well, yes. There somehow has to be a reestablishment to real events from the past." He scratched his temple as he viewed her askance. "Are you saying that you think that you now understand how such a thing could work?" Nietzsche's bare feet padded across the carpets as she paced. "From what I've pieced together from what I've read, those who created the boxes of Orden, even though they intended them to be a counter to chain fire, weren't themselves convinced that such a thing could actually be done. Nietzsche halted to look at him. Can you even imagine how monumentally complex such a thing would have to be? How complicated it would be to rebuild and restore memories in everyone? How convoluted? I mean, those wizards back then must have driven themselves crazy trying to sort out how such a thing could rebuild what no longer has a template. How is Auden to know what you are supposed to remember, or Kara, or me? What's worse, people believe all the time that they correctly recall things, but their recollections are in error. How will Auden rebuild memories that once were but no longer are, when those memories themselves, when we had them, weren't always true or accurate? From what I read in the books on Audenic theory, even the wizards who created Auden weren't certain that it would work. She started pacing again as she went on. Don't forget they couldn't test it against an actual chainfire event. Chainfire itself was never tested either. No one dared to. So, while they had confidence in their syllogism, they still couldn't be completely certain of how Auden would work in the real world. Because they couldn't observe an actual chainfire event play out, they couldn't be positive that their counter would work as they intended it to, even if all the complicated elements functioned perfectly and according to plan. And there was even cause for doubt in that part of it as well. All that said, there is an even more important aspect to the protocols they established, and that is the need to counter the chainfire spell in the subject, in this case, Kaelin. The subject is the vortex of the whole thing, the center of the entire chainfire event. She is the center of an enormously complex equation. Therefore, the counter to the entire event must anchor itself there, in her. The element of constructed magic in the elaborate system of Auden must ignite in her. She is the foundational link, Zed said half to himself as he stared off, following along with Nietzsche's reasoning. That's right, Nietzsche said. And for Auden to do such a thing, for it to repair the damage done starting from the center of that storm, it requires that such a foundational link be a sterile field. A sterile field? Zed asked, still frowning as he listened intently. You mentioned that before. Nietzsche nodded. It's a shadowy element that the wizards wrestled with throughout the work on the creation of the Audenic counter to chainfire. I didn't understand the importance of it before, didn't grasp the significance of the issue they were grappling with, didn't see why they were so concerned about it, but what you've explained about a witch woman's ability finally allowed me to comprehend the concept at the center of Audenic theory. Zed planted his fists on his bony hips. You didn't understand part of Audenic theory, and yet you put it in play in Richard's name, even when you didn't understand it? Nietzsche ignored the heated tone of the question. Just the part about the sterile field. I realize now that it's much the same as what you explained about how I needed a link when I cast a spell at 6, but she denied me that place to anchor the spell. Auden must initiate magic in a similar manner. Like all magic, it too needs a connection. That connection is Kaelin, but it needs that target of the connection to be a blank slate. A blank slate? Zed tilted his head in toward her. Nietzsche, need I remind you that the person is a blank slate? The chainfire spell erases everything from their past. It renders them blank, in a manner of speaking. Auden thus has what it needs. Nietzsche shook her head insistently. No, you have to consider it all together in the context of the chainfire book, the book of life, and those obscure books you found for me on Audenic theory. You have to look at it all, at the larger picture to see it. See what? Zed roared in exasperation. The subject must be emotionally blank, or the whole thing is tainted. Emotionally blank? Kara asked when Zed fell to muttering to himself as he wiped a hand down his face. What does that mean? It means that knowledge of her previous emotional condition would contaminate the effort to restore what was within her. She has to remain emotionally blank for Auden to be able to do its job. The subject has to be kept blank. Care must be taken not to introduce emotional links.
Nietzsche, you are a bright woman, Zed said, trying to remain calm. But this time you've driven the wagon off the bridge and into the river.
He started in, pacing himself.
What you're saying doesn't make any sense. How can the subject be prevented from finding out anything at all about their past? The wizards who created the boxes of Auden must have realized that the chances were the subject would find out any number of things about their past before Auden could be brought to bear. They couldn't expect the person to be locked in a dark room until Auden could be employed.
That's not what I mean. You're missing my point. Details don't matter. In fact, details learned by anyone with lost memories only help because they are like guide pins on which to fit the template of the restoration process of Auden. But great emotional experiences within the subject of Chainfire do matter. Emotions are the sums created by details, whether those details are true or not. Kara looked focused on trying to understand what Nietzsche was saying. How can emotions be created by false details? Take me, for example, Nietzsche said. The things that I was taught by the Fellowship of Order caused me to hate anyone who resisted the teachings of the Order, hate anyone who accomplished anything. I believed, as I was taught, that such people were selfish heathens who didn't care about their fellow man. I was taught to have an emotional response of hatred to all those who didn't believe as I did. I was taught to hate you and everything you did without actually knowing anything about you. I had a visceral emotional hatred for the value of life itself. I would have killed Richard based on those emotional drives. My emotions were based on lies and indoctrination, not anything true. Kara sighed. I see what you mean. You and I were both taught similar things and made to feel similar emotions, and those emotions were completely mistaken. But emotions, when based on valid things, can be a faithful and consistent sum of truths. Valid things? Kara asked. Of course, Nietzsche said. Such as worthwhile values, love, proper love, true love, is a response to those things we value in others. It's an emotional response to life-affirming values held by another person. We value the good nature of that other person. In those cases, that emotion is a central, powerful part of our humanity. Zed, still pacing, came to an impatient halt.
What does this have to do with anything?
Nietzsche spread her hands. Keep in mind that Audenic theory is just that, theory. So I can't say that I know for certain, because even those who created it didn't know it for certain either. But it all fits. While they were convinced they were correct, they had no actual experience of foreknowledge tainting magic in which to ground their theory, but I think they were right. Zed leaned in, peering at her with one eye.
Right about what exactly?
Emotions interjected into the subject without the underlying cause will corrupt the countering of the chainfire spell. Kara frowned. You lost me. They were convinced that foreknowledge of a certain emotional nature would taint the magic they were using, taint Auden. Nietzsche looked from Zed's troubled hazel eyes to Kara. What it means is that if Kaylin were to learn the truth of her emotions, her dominant emotions, before the correct box of Auden is opened, then Auden will not be able to restore those emotions. The field where Auden must ignite would be contaminated by that foreknowledge. Kaylin would be lost in the tangle of the spell. Kara put her hands on her hips. What are you talking about? Well, let's say, for example, that Richard found Kaylin, and he told her about the two of them, about their emotional connection, their love for one another. In that case, Auden would be prevented from working. The wizard's face had gone unreadable. "Why?" he asked, in a tone that sent a shiver up her spine. "It's kind of like the way my spells didn't work against Six, because the strength of my power first needed to establish anchors, foundations, in order to do its work." "You mean that if Richard ever gets the chance to actually open one of the boxes of Orden," Zed asked, "he must do so with the subject completely unaware of her ties to him?" Nietzsche nodded. "Her deepest emotional ties, anyway. We have to be sure Richard understands that if we find Kalen before he gets the chance to open the correct box of Orden, he can't interject any causeless emotion, or it will corrupt the field." "Causeless emotion?" Kara's nose wrinkled. "Are you trying to say that Lord Rahl can't tell Kalen that she loves him?" "Exactly," Nietzsche said. "But why?" "Because right now she doesn't," Nietzsche said. "Those things that caused her to fall in love with him are no longer in her. The foundation of her love, the memory of the things that happened, the things she did with him, the reasons that she fell in love with him are no longer there in her. Chain fire destroyed those memories. Right now it's as if she never met him before. She does not love him. She has no reason to love him. She is a blank slate." Zed poked a long, thin finger through his thatch of wavy hair and scratched his scalp. "Nietzsche, I think the fever may have done more damage than I thought. What you're saying makes no sense. Kalen's problem is that chain fire made her forget her past. Orden was created to counter chain fire. There is nothing as powerful as Orden. It's the power of life itself. Revealing to Kalen something as simple as her love for Richard is not going to cause the restoration to become scrambled." "Oh, but it would." Nietzsche paced a few steps and returned to stand before him. "Zed, with all your power as first wizard, why couldn't you stop a mere witch?" "Because she turns your power back around on you." "That's the key," Nietzsche said. "That's the part I needed to add in. Why I was finally able to put together everything I've been reading in those books. I was finally able to understand what the wizards who created Orden meant about the sterile field. The force of emotions will turn back the power applied to the person. It's something like the way that trying to convince those who believe in the teachings of the Order that they are wrong in their feelings only strengthens those feelings, makes them even more resistant to casting off those false beliefs. If you tell them that the Order is evil, they will hate you all the more, not the Order. Their belief in the Imperial Order is steeled rather than broken." "So what?" Kara said. "It wouldn't be contradictory for Kalen, like in your example. If Lord Rahl were to tell Kalen that she loves him, that would be what the magic of Orden would do anyway, so it's not really a problem." "Oh, but it is a problem," Nietzsche said, waggling a finger. "A very big problem. The whole thing would be backwards. The effect would be there without the cause. Emotions are the end result, the sum of things learned. Putting emotions in first would be like trying to construct a two-story building by starting at the roof and working your way down to the foundation. Or like me trying to push a powerful spell at a witch woman. The emotions that Orden would otherwise put back where they belong would be turned away by the emotions that were placed there by foreknowledge. Foreknowledge would interfere with the protocols." "That's what I mean," Kara insisted. "Kalen would already have been told that she loves Lord Rahl, so it couldn't possibly matter. But it does. You see, that foreknowledge would be empty. The emotions revealed ahead of time have no meaning, no substance. They aren't real. If she were to be told of her love for Richard, then Orden wouldn't be able to restore her true emotions of love." Kara looked like she was ready to pull her hair out in exasperation. "But Lord Rahl would already have told her, so it's the same difference. She would know. She would already know that she loves him." "No. One would be true, the other not. Don't forget, right now she doesn't love him. The real emotions Auden would be trying to build would already have been replaced by something that isn't real. Emotions without cause. Those emotions would be empty and untrue. The reasons she loves him would be missing. So while the foreknowledge of her love might be there, it would be empty knowledge. It would be empty love. Love based on nothing. Love without everything supporting it would be meaningless. Kara lifted her arms and then let them flop back to her sides. I just don't get it. Nietzsche halted her pacing and turned back to Kara. Imagine that I bring a man you've never seen before into the room and I tell you that you love him. Would you love him because I told you that you did? No, because you can't inject such emotions without something to support them. That's what Auden does. It builds support for the real emotions from the knowledge of past events that it restores. It establishes the causes. Putting the emotions there first, the end result of past events, taints that process. According to the wizards who created Auden, her foreknowledge of loving him would contaminate the field, taint her mind, so that the incarnation of the real events, the reasons behind why she loves him, couldn't be engendered in her. They would be blocked, the way the witch woman blocked my spells. She would be left with nothing but the hollow information. She couldn't retrieve her past. It would remain lost to her. Zed scratched his jaw. He looked up. But, as you say, this is only theory. The wizards who dreamed up Ordenic theory in order to counter chain fire, and from that theory created the boxes of Auden, came to believe they were right. I also believe that their conclusions are correct. What would happen if I don't know, Kara said, if Lord Raoul told Kaelin first about her loving him and that she was his wife, and then later he was finally able to get the boxes of Auden and get his power back and learn what was necessary, and he finally opened the correct box, invoking the counter to the chainfire event. Would the counter to chainfire still work? Yes, the counter would still work. Kara looked truly confused. So what's the problem? It's a constructed spell, so the protocols would run just the same. If the theory is sound, and I think it is, all the other components of Auden would still function. The chainfire spell would be countered, and everyone's memories would be restored, with one exception. Auden would be unable to rebuild Kaelin's past. That element of the spell would be blocked. The one at the center of the storm would be lost to it. We would all be restored. Our memories would be what they once were. We would all remember Kaelin, but Kaelin would forever be without her past. You might say she would be like a soldier injured in battle who, because of a head injury, no longer is who he once was. She would only be able to go on from her life after the chainfire spell had taken her identity from her. She would only be aware of things from that point on. She would be a different person, a person who would have to build a new life for herself. All the while, she would have the knowledge that she was supposed to love this person, Richard, whom she doesn't know and for whom she has no real feeling. So then she would be the only casualty, Kara said. The rest of us would be restored. Nietzsche sighed. Well, that's my belief from my understanding of the theory. Zed was looking suspicious again. But there is an alternate possibility? Nietzsche nodded. Not one I'd like to contemplate. One of the lines of reasoning in the books of Ordenic theory postulates that absent the anchor it needs in a sterile field, the counter would be unable to run its protocols and collapse in on itself. That line of reasoning suggests that in such a circumstance, the counter would fail and the chainfire event would burn on out of control. Life as we know it would be lost. Our ability to reason would crumble as the inferno of chain fire continued to burn until our minds would be unable to support our own existence. Savagery would sustain some people for a short time, but the inevitable outcome would be the extinction of mankind. I think you can see why the wizards who created Auden were so concerned about preserving the sterile field. Zed frowned in thought.
But the predominant theory is that if something were to go wrong, and she were to gain such foreknowledge, before Auden could be brought to play, she would forever remain a casualty of chain fire, but that wouldn't really interfere with chain fire in everyone else being countered.
That's right. In a way, as much as Kaelin means to Richard, I'm afraid that in this she has become secondary to the chain fire event. It may have started with her, but now everyone is infected. If that event is not stopped, everything is lost. Countering chain fire has become more important than Richard and Kaelin's love for each other. It would be wonderful if her love for him could be restored, but it isn't necessary in order to counter the chain fire event. Regardless of what it means for this one person, for Kaelin, or what it means for Richard, personally, the power of Auden must be invoked to counter chain fire in order to purge the infection from everyone else. There's one other alternate theory, besides the one about the whole thing not working if the field is tainted. A few wizards believed that Audenic theory might indicate that pouring so much power into the subject of the chain fire event in anything but a sterile field, one contaminated with foreknowledge, would kill the person.
What about everyone else in such a mishap? Zed asked.
By the time she hits the floor dead, the trigger for the constructed portion of Auden would already have been initiated, and the rest of the spell would run through its protocols. Auden would ripple outward from the core and do its job. If that happens, if Kaelin is lost in the effort, it will be a terrible personal loss for Richard. But it will mean nothing more than that for the rest of us. The introduction of Auden would destroy the chain fire contamination and restore everyone else. Zed gave her a hard look.
We may not remember Kaelin, but there is no doubt in any of us what she means to Richard. He has already shown us that he would be willing to go to the underworld if he thought doing so could save her life. If he knew that opening one of the boxes and releasing the power of Auden would kill her...
Nietzsche didn't shy from his look or the implication. Richard must open the correct box of Auden and initiate the constructed spell that will counter chain fire. Even if it means that it will kill Kaelin. It's as simple as that. The room was silent for a moment. Zed rubbed a finger back and forth on his chin as he gazed off into the shadows.
It would seem wise, in view of such dangers, whether real or not, to see to it that if Kaelin is found, she be kept in the dark about her former feelings for Richard. Best to let Auden restore her emotions.
That makes the most sense to me, too, Nietzsche said. When we get Richard back, we have to convince him that should he find her, he must not reveal the truth to her. Zed clasped his hands behind his back as he shook his head.
Considering everything at stake, I agree that such a thing is wise and that it should be our plan. But I don't know that I really believe such a thing as simple foreknowledge could cause such a personal tragedy. I don't know if I can believe that such a simple thing as foreknowledge can cause such great harm.
If it's any consolation to you, there were wizards involved in the creation of the boxes of Auden who held the same view. But then it seemed impossible to me that using power against a witchwoman would bring me to harm. Zed stared off absently as he considered.
You have a point. Great harm can sometimes result from the best of intentions. When we find the boy, we can tell him all this, but we're an awfully long way from any of this ever happening. We no longer have even one of the boxes of Auden.
Nietzsche sighed. True enough. What worries me the most, though, is convincing Richard of this. Nietzsche cleared her throat. When we find him, I think it best if such a thing came from you, Zed. He might take it better coming from you. He might be more open to listening. Zed glanced her way before resuming his pacing. I understand. He halted and turned to Nietzsche. But I'm still not sure I buy the whole theory about emotional foreknowledge being able to taint. In mid-sentence, Zed's mouth snapped closed with a startled expression. What? Nietzsche asked. Did you think of something? Zed sank down to sit on the edge of the bed. Yes, I most certainly did. The power, the fire, had gone out of him. Dear spirits, he whispered, sounding as if the weight of his years had just settled on his slumped shoulders. Nietzsche leaned down and touched his arm. Zed, what's wrong? He looked up at her with haunted eyes. Foreknowledge can affect how magic works. It's not a theory. It's true. Are you sure? How do you know? I don't remember Kaylin or anything about her. When Richard was here, though, he told me about her. He filled me in on my missing memories of how he came to love her, and she him. Kaylin is a confessor. A confessor's gift destroys the mind of the person she touches with her power. Confessors release their restraint on their power to unleash it. The rest of the time they must keep it under their tight control. I know. I've heard about their ability, Nietzsche said. But what does that have to do with their love? A confessor always chooses her mate from among those they don't really care about, because if she were to be intimate with a man she loved, she would unintentionally lose control of that power. So released, her power would take the man. He would stand no chance. He would no longer be who he was. He would be lost, his mind destroyed. He would be a hollow shell, left with a blind, mindless devotion to the confessor. She would have him, have his love and devotion, but it would be meaningless. Empty love. For this reason, confessors always choose a man they don't care about, and then take him with their power. They choose a mate for what kind of father he would be, for the daughter he could produce, but they never choose a man they love. Men fear an unmarried confessor in search of a mate, fear being chosen, fear losing who they are to her power. But there obviously must be a way for it to work, Nietzsche said. How did Richard accomplish it? Zed looked up. There is only one way. I can't tell you what it was. I couldn't tell Richard either. I couldn't even tell him that a way existed. Why not? She asked. Because the foreknowledge would have tainted him, and her magic, when first she unleashed it on him without intending to, would have taken him. He had to be totally unaware of the solution to it, or that a solution even existed, or that solution would not have worked. Zed stared at the floor. It is no theory. Foreknowledge can taint a sterile field, as you put it. Richard himself proved the central question of Ordenic theory. Foreknowledge can affect the function of magic. Nietzsche padded barefoot across the carpet to stand before him. She frowned down at the old wizard. You knew of this beforehand? Before Richard and Kaylin were married? You knew that the foreknowledge of the solution would cause it to fail in Richard? I did, but I dared not tell him that such a solution existed that would enable him to be with his love. Even that much foreknowledge, even the knowledge that there might be a solution, would ruin his chance of it working. How did you know about this? Zed lifted a hand and then let it fall back to his lap. The very same thing happened to the first confessor, Magda Cirrus, and the man who loved her, Marit. They too ended up in love and married. Since that time, Richard was the first to ever again solve the problem. Since Magda Cirrus was the first confessor, no one knew that there was a solution. Therefore, there was not yet any foreknowledge to taint him. Without such foreknowledge, he was able to solve the paradox of loving a confessor without her power destroying him. Nietzsche pulled at a strand of blonde hair as she considered. Then the reality of foreknowledge alone being able to taint magic is true. She frowned down at Zed. But the wizards who created Orden knew of no example of foreknowledge tainting a spell. It was only a theory for them. Zed shrugged. That probably means the confessors were created after Orden. First wizard Merit proved the concept, so maybe it happened after Orden had already been created. Nietzsche sighed at it all. I suppose that might be the answer. She gestured vaguely as she went on to other business. Kara said something before about there being a problem with the keep. Zed finally looked up from his private thoughts and stood. The creases in his face drew into a grave expression. Yes, there is trouble. What sort of trouble? Nietzsche asked. He started for the door. Come with me and I'll show you. Chapter 14. Zed led Nietzsche and Kara toward an area of the keep that Nietzsche knew to be a labyrinth of halls and passageways heavily guarded by layers of shields. Glass spheres in iron brackets brightened in turn as they approached each one, then faded back into darkness as they passed. The keep felt like a great, silent, gloomy place to Nietzsche. It was not only immense, but immensely complex, and she couldn't imagine what could be the trouble with it that so concerned Zed. Before they had gone far, Rika, Tom, the big blonde-headed Daharan from Lord Ral's elite guard, and Friedrich, the old gilder, emerged from a reading room to join in the quiet procession. Nietzsche guessed that they had all been waiting there for her to awake from her encounter with Six. That Zed had probably asked them to stand by and wait for Nietzsche to wake only heightened her growing sense of concern. You look a lot better than you did last night, Rika said as they started through a cozy room hung with hundreds of paintings of every size. The paintings, each in a rich gold leaf frame, covered every bit of the walls. Thanks. I'm fine now. Nietzsche noticed that the paintings hung throughout the room were all portraits, though the styles varied greatly. The subjects, in some, dressed in ceremonial robes, sat in formal poses, while in others the people stood casually in beautiful gardens, met in conversation among grand columns, or relaxed on benches in courtyards. She saw that in many of the portraits the keep, or parts of it, were visible in the background. It was a somewhat startling and sad thought to realize that all of these people had probably once lived in the keep, a place that had been alive with life. It made the place now seem all the more deserted and empty. Rika cast a sidelong glance down the length of Nietzsche. That nightdress was pink before. I hate pink, Nietzsche said. Rika looked disappointed. Really? When Kara and I put you in it, I thought that it made you look even prettier. At first startled by such a statement coming from a moored Sith, Nietzsche suddenly grasped the whole pink nightgown thing. This was a woman trying to find her way out of the dark wasteland of madness. She was trying to throw off the shackles of emotions that had been drilled into her since she had been a girl. Everything in her life, her world, had been ugly and violent. The pink nightdress represented something innocent and lovely, the kind of thing forbidden to the likes of a moored Sith. By appreciating such a simple thing on Nietzsche, she was testing the possibility of enjoying something attractive and harmless, testing dreams. It was much the same as a young girl making a pretty dress for a doll. It was a considered examination of aesthetics, and more than that, it was practice at aspirations. Thank you, Nietzsche said.
After a moment's consideration, she added, "It is a pretty nightdress. It's just that it's the wrong color for me, that's all. How about if after I'm dressed I return the color to the nightdress and you can have it?" Rika's expression turned suspicious. "Me? I don't know if—" "It would look beautiful on you, honest. The pink color would go well with your skin tones." Rika looked a bit flustered and uncertain. "Really?" Nietzsche nodded. "It would be perfect for you. I'd like you to have it." Rika hesitated a moment. "Well, I'll think about it," she finally said. "I'll clean it and make sure the color is just the right shade of pink for you." Rika smiled. "Thanks." Nietzsche wished that Richard could have been there to see the small smile that was such a great risk for a moored Sith. He would have understood that such a seemingly tentative step was really a rather big shift for such a woman. Nietzsche realized, too, that it warmed her own heart to see such a positive, if tiny, step back toward the simple joys of life. She comprehended at seeing Rika's smile how Richard must feel at such things. As a yet larger realization dawned on her, she almost laughed out loud. Richard would not merely have appreciated Rika's growth, he would also have seen Nietzsche, death's mistress, learning herself how to connect another person with the joy of life, if only in a small matter. She hadn't even realized that she and Rika had just taken a step together. Nietzsche couldn't imagine how Richard must have felt to have brought her back from the dark existence she had lived for her whole life. For just an instant, she had a glimpse, a vision of life through Richard's eyes. It was a staggeringly joyous perspective, a view of how each person's choices could make their own life better. It was a vision of the possible, of how things could and should be. How she missed him! She would have given anything at that moment just to see his smile, that smile that seemed to reflect all that was good and decent. She missed him so much that she thought she might burst into tears. Rika cast Nietzsche a sidelong glance. "Are you all right? The witch woman didn't do any lasting harm, did she? You look a little, I don't know, distressed." Nietzsche dismissed the concern with a flick of a hand and changed the subject. "Did you find Rachel?" As they emerged from a stone room lined with tapestries of country scenes and into a broad hall with wood-paneled walls, the moored Sith gave Nietzsche an unreadable look. "No. Early this morning, Chase came back and told us that he found her tracks outside the keep. He went off looking for her." Rachel was another of those connections back to the simple joys of life for Rika. Nietzsche knew that Rika was quite fond of the girl, even though she never came close to admitting it. "I don't know what in the world could have gotten into her," Zed said back over his shoulder as he led them around a corner and into a narrower hallway. "It's just not like her to run off." "Do you think it could have anything to do with Six being here?" Nietzsche suggested. "Maybe she's responsible." Rika shook her head. "Chase said that Rachel's tracks are all alone. He said that he didn't see any of Six's tracks." "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Kara asked Nietzsche. "You mean about the lesson Richard gave us one time about tracks?" Kara nodded. "He talked about magic being able to hide tracks." "True enough," Zed put in, "but Rachel disappeared before Six showed up. If Six were trying to hide her tracks with some sort of magic, what would be the point of hiding her own tracks if she didn't hide Rachel's as well?" Nietzsche halted abruptly. She turned back to the opening they had just passed through. A gilded pillar stood to each side of the small portal in the passageway. The pillars held up a stout beam with symbols carved in it. She frowned at the pillars. "Wasn't there a shield there before?" Zed's dark look told her that she was right. As he started away again, they all rushed to catch up. At the end of the hall, He turned down a short passageway to the right that led to a spiral stairway. Compared with some of the grand staircases in the keep, the spiral stairs were small. But compared with typical spiral stairs, these were remarkable. They were wide enough for two people to walk side by side in the center of the tread, where its run was comfortable and a proper relation to the rise. The stairwell was so large, though, that the outer end of each wedge of tread would have required a person to take several steps before reaching each leading edge. The stairs also wandered with an odd twist, winding downward in an oblong corkscrew. The whole thing was disorienting and required her to pay attention lest she trip and fall on the unconventional configuration. As they descended, she was able at last to see that the stairs were designed so as to make their way around and then under a formation of rock veined with sparkling minerals. At the bottom of the stairs, a short passageway spilled into the familiar split in the mountain that separated the rooms of the containment field from the bedrock of the mountain itself. This was very near the place where the witch woman had caught them unexpectedly. Nietzsche thought that the halls felt especially quiet after the violation of the witch woman roaming unfettered through them. Knowing as much as she did about shields, she didn't think that such a thing should have been possible. The wizards who had created this place and its defenses would certainly have made provisions to protect against all forms of magic, including that of a witch woman.
"Here,"
Zed announced as he came to a halt.
"This is where it first appeared."
He gestured up at the precisely fit stone blocks of the wall opposite the raw, carved-out natural granite wall of the mountain itself. Nietzsche looked along the length of the wall and noticed dark stains that didn't look natural. She scanned dozens of feet up along the rise of stone, picking out here and there the same dark patches. It seemed as if something might be weeping out of the stone itself. "What is it?" she asked. Zed swiped a finger through one of the dark places. He held the finger up before her. "Blood." Nietzsche blinked. She stared at the thick, wet red substance on his finger. She looked back at the wizard's eyes. "Blood?" He nodded solemnly. "Blood." "Real blood?" "Real blood," he confirmed. "Blood from some kind of animals?" Nietzsche remembered all the bats that had fled through these very halls driven before the witch woman. "Maybe the bats." "Human blood," the wizard said. Nietzsche was momentarily struck speechless. She looked at Kara. "Yes, we're sure," the Mordsith said in answer to the unspoken question. "I give up," Nietzsche finally said. "What is human blood doing oozing out of the stone of this wall?" "Not just this wall here in this hallway," Zed said. "It's leaking out of stone in different places all over the keep. There seems to be no pattern to where it appears." Nietzsche looked again at some of the thick drips of blood running down the wall. She didn't want to touch it. "Well," she finally said, "this certainly qualifies as trouble. I just don't know what kind of trouble." She turned her attention back to Zed. "Do you have any idea what it means?" "It means that the keep itself is bleeding in a way. It means that it's dying." Nietzsche could only blink at what she'd just heard. "Dying?" Looking grim, Zed nodded. "That shield back there that you asked about, it has stood in that hallway for thousands of years. Now it's down. There are shields all over the keep that are failing. The whole fabric of the keep is in grave trouble. Six, as talented as she is, should not have been able to get in here without alarms going off. But they didn't. The alarms have failed. That's why we didn't know she was in the keep. That's how she snuck up on us. If the keep were well, and even if the alarms for some reason failed or were somehow defeated, the shields would have prevented her not only from moving freely, but from getting this far into the interior of the keep. This is a secure area. She simply should not have been able to get down here, but she was able to find ways around the working shields to go where she wanted. It's only because of this disorder, he lifted a hand toward the bleeding walls, that she was able to enter the keep without the alarm sounding and the shield stopping her. The keep was too sick to prevent her entry or to stop her once inside. As far as I know, a violation of this nature has never happened before. People have gotten into the keep in the past, but not because the keep itself failed in its role. Those entries were successful because the trespasser was clever, or exceedingly talented, or because they had help from inside. Six danced in here all by herself without the alarm sounding or the defenses stopping her. She merely had to take some detours to get around shields that are still functioning. The chimes, Nietzsche breathed, suddenly understanding. Zed conceded with a nod. Richard was right. Can anything be done? Yes, Zed said. If we can find Richard, we can get him to open the correct box of Orden. The chain fire spell is also contaminated by the chimes. This is confirmation that the taint left by the chimes is corrupting all magic, not only the chain fire spell, just as Richard told us it was. He needs to unleash Orden and hope that its power will be able to purge the world not only of chain fire, but of the taint left by the chimes having been loose in the world of life. Nietzsche cocked her head. Zed, Orden is designed for a specific purpose, to counter chain fire. Orden isn't going to seek out other magic plaguing us and purge it as well. It's not designed to do that. Zed smoothed back some stray wisps of white hair as he chose his words carefully. You yourself spoke of how Orden's power, like any power, can be used for aims other than its narrow intended purpose. Richard needs to use the power of Orden not only to purge us of the taint of chain fire, but in a broader manner to eliminate the taint left by the chimes. Nietzsche didn't know if such a profound course of action was at all wise or even possible, but she didn't think that this was the time or place to debate it. They were a very long way from having Richard attempt such a thing. They first had to find Richard before anything else could even be considered. After that, there were difficulties with Richard opening a box of Orden that Nietzsche had not even begun to reveal to Zed because she hadn't wanted to worry him any more than was necessary. There were, after all, enough immediate problems they had to solve. In the meantime, Zed said, we must evacuate the keep. Nietzsche was taken aback. But if the keep is weakened, then we must do just the opposite. We must defend it. There are invaluable things here that we dare not allow to fall into the wrong hands. We can't risk Jagang and the sisters gaining possession of the powerful things of magic in here, the ones that still work anyway, to say nothing of the libraries. That is precisely why we must leave, Zed insisted. If we leave, I can put the entire keep in a state that will keep everyone out. It's something that, as far as I know, has never been activated before, but I can see no other solution. Nietzsche gazed up at the blood staining the stone wall. Well, if the keep is sick and its magic is failing, how can you possibly do such a thing and expect it to work? The ancient books that explained the defensive design of the keep explained about the walls bleeding. A warning in blood, being as gruesome as it is, signifies how grave the trouble with the keep itself really is. As far as I know, such a thing has never happened before. This is the first time such a drastic warning has ever been necessary. It's just one of the things about this place that I had to learn about when I became first wizard. Those same sources also described emergency procedures in the event such a thing did happen. There is a way to lock down the keep with an elevated state of power that is not yet degraded. Nietzsche found the very thought troubling. Elevated state of power. It was in storage. Took me most of the day to find it. What was? Zed gestured to the nearby brass doors where the box of Orden had been until Six stole it. A bone box. It's waiting in there. It's about the size of one of the boxes of Orden. While it's bone, I don't know what beast the bone came from. Ancient symbols are carved all over the outside. It contains a constructed spell said to be keyed to the keep's nature. It was constructed by the same wizards who invested the keep with its many defenses. You might compare it to a small bit of starter dough you set aside so that you always have a bit of the original in order to continue to make the same kind of bread. This spell contains elements of the original magic of the keep. Quite remarkable when you think about it. How long will such a constructed spell last, once activated, before the taint of the chimes begins to degrade it as well? Zed made a face as he shook his head. I have no idea. From the things I've read and the tests I've run, I believe that such a state will last quite a while, but there is no way to know for certain. All we can do is try.
What if it's already been corrupted by the chimes? Friedrich asked. After all, if the keep is infected and this spell is part of the keep's original power, what's to say it's not corrupted as well? Friedrich, having been married to a sorceress most of his life, knew quite a bit about magic, even though he was not himself gifted. I tried to run verification webs on some of the corrupted aspects of the keep, such as the alarms. The corruption prevented the verification from functioning. The verification on the spell in the bone box worked without any difficulty. From my tests, it's still viable. Why can't we stay here and put the keep in this protective state? Kara asked. It's too dangerous, Zed told her. The emergency procedure has never been employed before. I'm not sure of its precise nature or exactly how it works, but the information I reviewed said that such a state will prevent anyone from entering. I can only assume that such an emergency condition, by necessity, would deal harshly with any intruders. It appears that it's a form of light spell. From the limited amount that I know about the conditions of the interior of the keep in such a state, it would be very dangerous for anyone to be in the place. After all, how can we know that there aren't intruders in the keep right now? Kara straightened. Now? Yes. If the keep's defenses are failing and the alarms aren't working, how would we know if there were people wandering about who don't belong in here? For all we know, Six could still be lurking about. Chase said he didn't find any tracks of her leaving. Sisters of the Dark could have snuck in as well. There's no longer a dependable way for us to know. Even more concerning is that enemies could enter through the sliff. Richard is the only one who could put the sliff back to sleep. We can't. The sliff isn't designed to deny her services to anyone who asks and has the proper power. Jagang could send Sisters of the Dark in through the sliff. There aren't enough of us to guard the sliff all the time, at least not enough of us with enough power to have a chance to defend against an attack from Sisters of the Dark. Without the ability to put the sliff back to sleep, or to be able to depend on alarms and shields to protect the keep, it remains vulnerable to intrusion of all sorts. It must be assumed that such a spell, by its very nature, would eliminate anyone in the keep. Since it's a measure of last resort, we have to assume that it could be as fatal for us to be in here as it would be for an intruder. Therefore, we have to leave and then ignite the protective state. How will we get back in? Kara asked. I will have to shut the thing down. I know the sequence necessary to inactivate the spell. Once I shut it down, though, I don't believe it can be reactivated, so we dare not shut it down unless it's absolutely necessary for some reason, or until the taint of the chimes can be eliminated from the world of life. Nietzsche heaved a sigh. I can't think of any argument against the plan. It seems the only way to preserve the keep for the time being. Besides that, Zed said, we can't just continue to sit here. No, Nietzsche said. I don't suppose we can.
She was already thinking of things that had to be done. There were any number of places she needed to go. "It seems to me," Zed said, as he looked around at those waiting for his pronouncement, "that the first thing to be done is to try to get Richard his power back. If he was reconnected with his gift, perhaps it would help him. We have reason to believe that it was cut off by a spell drawn in the sacred caves in Tamarang. Unless anyone has a better idea, I say we go to Tamarang and help Richard by eliminating whatever is blocking him from his gift." Both Mord Sith nodded. "If it would help Lord Rahl, I say let's get going," Kara said. "I agree," Tom said. "I'm afraid that I'll slow you down," Friedrich said. "I'm not as young as I used to be. Perhaps it would be best if I stayed in the area in case Richard shows up. He'll need to know what's happening. I can stay close, watch the keep from the outside." "That makes sense," Zed told the man. "I think I had better go to the People's Palace," Nietzsche said. Zed frowned. "Why?" "Well, I can use the Sliff. From the People's Palace I can take the Sliff down to the area of Tamarang and meet you there. The Sliff is much faster, so I will have time at the palace to check into some things." "Like what?" Zed asked. "Well, with Richard missing and cut off from his power, Nathan is acting in the capacity of Lord Rahl. That bond is all that stands between us and the Dreamwalker being able to enter our minds. I want to see how he's doing." Zed nodded in thought. "There are defenses at the palace that are powered by magic, much the same as here at the keep," Nietzsche said. Anne and Nathan need to know that the chimes are corrupting that magic. They need to know what happened here, so they will be prepared if it happens there as well, and not caught unaware as we were. But most of all we need to get the box of Auden back. 6 was from the old world. Anne and Nathan lived there a very long time. They said they didn't know anything about 6, but maybe they've thought of something by now, or can offer a clue. 6 was secretive when she lived down there in the old world, but maybe someone knows something about her. Anne and Nathan may be able to point me in the direction of such a person. Right now, we know next to nothing about the witch woman. We need information. I'm at a loss to know where to look for 6. This is at least a place to start asking questions." Zed sighed. "That makes sense. But if you find anything out, you come to Tamarang first. Come to me first before you think to go after her yourself. We may need your help to deal with whatever is going on down there in Tamarang. And you will definitely need my help to come up with a way to deal with 6. She has already proven how dangerous she is. You're not going to be able to sneak up on her and take back the box. If we get a lead on where she might be, we're going to have to put our heads together and come up with a plan." "Agreed," Nietzsche said. "What about the Sliff? After I've gone through, I mean. Will anyone be able to sneak back into the keep?" "The protective spell takes special precautions at the points of entry. The Sliff will draw branches of the spell, hardening that entry point just like any other. Once you leave through the Sliff, I'll activate the spell." "I'm going with you," Kara said to Nietzsche. It wasn't a request. "I'll go with Zed then," Rika said. "He'll need one of us looking after him." Zed shot her a sour glare, but didn't say anything. Kara drew her blonde braid through a loose fist. "Makes sense. It's decided then." It was as if the two of them were settling how the operation would be conducted. Nietzsche was beginning to appreciate Richard's remarkable forbearance. "Let's get our things together," Zed said. "It will be light soon." Nietzsche took Rika by the elbow and pulled her aside. "As soon as I change into my clothes, I'll fix up the nightdress for you so that you can pack it with your things." Rika smiled. "All right." Nietzsche thought that the woman looked quietly excited at the prospect of having something pretty, something that had nothing to do with the outfit of a Mord Sith. Nietzsche concentrated on that happy thought, rather than on how nervous she was about again traveling in the Sliff. This time, Richard would not be with her to help her. Chapter 15. "What is it?" Jensen whispered to the young woman ahead of her as they both crawled through the tall, dry grass. "Shh," was Laurie's only answer. Laurie and her husband had been out in the desolate place picking a late crop of wild figs that grew among the low hills. In the course of their work, as they had picked farther and farther afield, they had separated. As the afternoon drew to a close, Laurie had wanted to head back to town, but she hadn't been able to find her husband. He seemed to have vanished. Increasingly distraught, she'd eventually run back to the town of Houghton, seeking Jensen's help. Needing to rush, Jensen had decided to leave her pet goat, Betty, in her pen. Betty hadn't been happy about it, but Jensen was more concerned about finding Laurie's husband. By the time they had returned with a small search party, the sun had long since gone down. As Owen, his wife Marilee, Anson, and Jensen had spread out searching in among the low hills for Laurie's missing husband, Laurie had found something she hadn't expected. It had clearly shaken her. She wouldn't say what it was. She wanted Jensen to hurry to see it for herself, and she wanted Jensen to be quiet about it. Laurie cautiously lifted her head just enough to look off into the night. She pointed, and at the same time leaned back so that Jensen could hear her whisper, "There." By now infected with Laurie's obvious sense of alarm, Jensen carefully stretched her neck up to peer into the darkness. The tomb was open. The great granite monument to Nathan Rall had been slid to the side. Light shone up from under the ground, creating a softly glowing beacon in the dark heart of the starlit night. Jensen knew, of course, that it was not really Nathan Rall's tomb. Laurie wouldn't know that, though. Back when Nathan and Anne had been staying with them, Nathan had discovered the tomb with his name on it. He had also discovered that what appeared to be a rather extravagant tomb in the ancient graveyard was actually an entrance to secret underground rooms filled with books. He and Anne had told Jensen that the stash was thousands of years old and had been protected all that time by magic. Jensen wouldn't know. She had no magic. She was pristinely ungifted, a hole in the world, as it was sometimes called, because those with magic were unable to use their gift to sense those like Jensen. She was a rare creature, a pillar of creation. She and the people with her down in Bandakar were all pillars of creation. In ancient times, it had been learned that when the pristinely ungifted mingled with normal people, all of whom possessed at least a small spark of the gift, every child of such unions would be pristinely ungifted. Roaming free in the world, they forever carried the latent potential to breed the gift itself out of mankind. In antiquity, the solution to the ever-growing numbers of the pristinely ungifted had been to gather them all together and banish them. The pristinely ungifted trait originated in the offspring of the Lord Rall. Pristinely ungifted births were exceedingly rare, but once those with the trait became adults, the anomaly was spread forth into the general population. After the ancestors of these people in Bandakar had been banished, every child of a Rall was tested. If found to be born pristinely ungifted, such a child would immediately be put to death to prevent the trait from ever again spreading into the general population. Jensen, the offspring of rape by Darken Rall, had managed to defy the odds and escape detection. Since Richard was now the Lord Rall, eliminating any such flaw in his lineage fell to him. But Richard found the very thought abhorrent, and would not do such a thing. He believed that Jensen and those like her had the same right to life as did he. He had actually been happy to discover that he had a half-sister, pristinely ungifted or not. He had greeted her with open arms rather than murderous intent, as she had once expected. Richard had broken the banishment and freed these people to live their own lives. Since Richard had become the Lord Rahl, they were no longer banished, but welcomed into the world, as was Jensen. Despite what it would eventually mean for the existence of magic within mankind, he had destroyed the barrier barring these people from the rest of the world. Since the barrier had come down, many of the people from Bandakar had been captured by the Imperial Order and taken away to be used for breeding stock to hasten the end of magic. After the Imperial Order had been driven from Bandakar, most of the rest of these people had chosen to remain in their ancestral homeland for the time being. They wanted to take some time to learn about the outside world before deciding what they would do. Jensen felt a kinship with these people. Having been in hiding her whole life for fear of being put to death for the crime of her birth, she had, in a way, suffered under her own form of banishment. She had wanted to remain with these people as they all learned to be a part of their new, wider world. That new beginning, that excitement of building a new life for themselves, full of possibilities, was a passion shared by them all. Laurie obviously felt a sense of dread that their world was again being threatened, but with the Imperial Order on the march, everyone's world was threatened. In that sense, there was nothing especially unique about the pristinely ungifted. Jensen wasn't sure who it was that was now down in the tomb. She reasoned that it might be Nathan and Anne, returned to retrieve books they needed from the long-forgotten underground library. Those books, too, had been banished to their hiding place behind boundaries that none had been able to cross until Richard had come along. Jensen reasoned that it might also be Richard down in the tomb. Nathan and Anne had long ago set off with Tom to find him. If they had succeeded, they would have told him about the underground library. Perhaps he'd returned to see the ancient library for himself, or maybe he'd returned looking for something specific. Jensen would dearly love to see her brother again. The very idea of it gave her a flutter of excitement. She realized, though, that it could be someone else, someone who could harm them all. It was that thought that kept her from rushing down into the tomb. Despite how much she wanted to go and see if it was Richard, Jensen's life on the run with her mother had given her a finely honed sense of caution, so she crouched motionless, watching for any sign of who it might be down in the tomb. Mockingbirds in the distance repeated calls into the still darkness, trying to outdo one another in a kind of endless nightly argument. As she idly listened to the strident calls, Jensen knew that it would be best to remain hidden and wait for whoever was down inside the tomb to appear, but she worried that the others might return from their search and inadvertently give them away. So she decided that as she kept an eye on the tomb, it would be best to send Laurie to find the others and warn them about the unknown intruders. Before Jensen could crawl in close and whisper instructions to Laurie, the young woman abruptly started crawling forward. Apparently, she'd decided that it might be her husband down in the tomb. Jensen lunged, snatching at the young woman's ankle, but it was out of reach. "Laurie," Jensen whispered, "stop!" Laurie ignored the command, instead skittering off through the dry grass. Jensen immediately crawled after her, wending her way among ancient grave markers scattered about on the uneven ground. The dry grass made far too much noise for Jensen's liking. Laurie wasn't being especially careful or quiet. Jensen had been schooled in evasion and escape by her mother. Laurie didn't know much about such things. Some distance ahead in the darkness, Laurie gasped in fright. Jensen lifted her head just enough to try to see if anyone was nearby, but in the darkness it was hard to see much of anything. For all Jensen knew, there could be a dozen men spread out around them. If they remained still, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to see them. Laurie suddenly rose up on her knees as she let out a wail of horror that sent a ripple of goosebumps up the nape of Jensen's neck. The scream shattered the quiet of the night. The mockingbirds fell silent. In the dead of night, such a scream would carry great distances. No longer having to worry about giving herself away, Jensen scrambled to her feet and raced to cover the remaining distance to the woman. Overcome with abject misery, Lori held her hair in her fists as she threw her head back and cried in desolation. The body of a man lay sprawled in the grass before her. Even though it was too dark for Jensen to make out the face, it was only too obvious who it had to be. Jensen pulled the silver-handled knife from the sheath at her waist. Just as she did so, the dark shape of a big man, sword in hand, loomed up out of the darkness. He had probably been the one who had killed Lori's husband. After that, he'd likely crouched somewhere nearby to be on watch for anyone else who might approach the open tomb. Just as Jensen reached Lori, but before she could knock the young woman out of harm's way, the man swung the sword. The dark blur of the blade slashed across Lori's throat, nearly decapitating her. Splatters of warm blood splashed across the side of Jensen's face. Her horror was instantly banished by a flash of anger. She might have expected dread, fear, or even panic, but it was a rush of hot rage that erupted through her. It was an anger first ignited by others who had so long ago come out of nowhere and brutally murdered her mother. Before the sword had even finished the murderous slash, Jensen was already leaping toward the man. She leaped out of the darkness, hitting him square in the chest with her knife. Before he could even flinch back in surprise, she pulled the knife back and, gripping it tightly in her fist, stabbed it into his neck 3 times in rapid succession. Atop him, she rode him to the ground, still furiously stabbing him. Only when his breath gurgled to a halt did she stop. In the sudden stillness, she panted, catching her breath. She struggled to not allow herself to become paralyzed by the shock of what had just happened. If there was one guard, there would likely be others. She knew for certain that there was someone down in the tomb. She had to get away from the place where Lori had screamed. Jensen told herself to move. Moving was her best defense now. Moving was life. Crouching low, she started slipping away to the side, the whole time keeping an eye on the shaft of light rising up from the tomb, watching for anyone who might emerge to investigate the noise and discover the bodies. A second man seemed suddenly to materialize out of the black night, rising up out of the grass right in front of her. Jensen flipped the knife in her hand, getting a fighting grip on it, rather than the stabbing grip she'd had when she'd taken the other man down. Her heart pounded wildly as she looked around for other threats. She ignored the man's command to stop and instead quickly feinted left. As he lunged in that direction, grabbing for her, Jensen instead rolled to the right. Another man appeared out of the darkness, responding to the yells of the first man, blocking any escape to that side. The light coming from the tomb glinted softly off links of the chainmail covering the man's broad chest and the axe gripped in a meaty fist. Long, greasy strings of hair hung down over his shoulders. She reminded herself to remember his chainmail in case she had to fight him off. Her knife would be largely ineffective against such armor. She would need to find vulnerable spots. She realized that she had been lucky that the man she'd fought, the man who had killed Lori, hadn't been wearing chainmail. Jensen's frantic urge was to turn and run in blind panic, but she knew that running would be a mistake. Running aroused the instinct to chase. Once in a chase, that instinct took over, and men like this wouldn't stop until they had a kill. Both men expected her to run in the direction that seemed open to her, away to her left. Instead, she bolted for them, intending to slip right between them and out of their snare before they could close in. The closest man, the one she knew to be wearing mail, had his axe at the ready. Before he could raise it and strike, she slashed the exposed inside of his arm. Her razor-sharp knife sliced across the meat of the underside of his forearm, just up from the wrist. She could hear the soft snap of tendons under tension parting as they were cut. The man cried out. Unable to hold his axe, he dropped it to the ground. Jensen snatched it up as she ducked under the second man diving for her. She spun and slammed the weapon into his back as he flew past. Jensen scrambled away as one of the men held his useless right arm and the other wheeled toward her with an axe handle jutting up at an angle from his back. He staggered a few steps, still coming for her, before he dropped to a knee, gasping for breath. By the gurgling sound of his breathing, she knew that she had punctured his lung at the least. It was clear that he was in no condition to fight, so she turned her attention elsewhere. If she was going to escape, this was her chance. Without hesitation, she took it. Almost immediately, a wall of men loomed up before her. Jensen skidded to a stop. Men appeared all around her. From the corner of her eye, she saw shadows twisting through the shaft of light as figures raced up from within the tomb. "If you want," the man in front of her said in a gruff voice, "we'd be happy to cut you down. Otherwise, I'd suggest you just hand me that knife." Jensen stood frozen, considering her options. Her mind didn't seem to want to work. In the distance, she could see figures silhouetted by the light rushing toward her from the tomb. The man held out a hand. "The knife," he said with menace. Jensen wheeled her arm and stabbed him through the palm of his hand. As he flinched back at the same time Jensen pulled, the blade parted his hand between his two middle fingers. The night air rang with a rage of profanity. Jensen took the chance to dart through the biggest opening in the wall of men and into the darkness beyond. Before she had run 3 steps, an arm hooked her around the middle. He yanked her back so violently that it drove the air from her in a whoosh. The soldier slammed her back against his leather armor. Jensen gasped for breath. Before he was able to corral her flailing arms, she drove her knife into his thigh. The tip hit bone and stuck. Cursing, he finally collected her arms, pinning them to her sides. Tears of terror and frustration stung at her eyes. She was going to die here in the middle of a graveyard without ever seeing Tom again. At that moment, he was all that seemed important, all she wanted. He would never know what had happened to her. She would never be able to tell him one last time how much she loved him. The soldier jerked the knife from his leg. She gasped back a sob at all that was lost to her, all that was lost to these people. Before the men could tear her apart as she expected them to, someone appeared with a lantern. It was a woman. She had something else in the same hand as the lantern. She came to a halt before Jensen, scowling as she took charge of the situation. "Be quiet," the woman said to the man holding his bloody hand and still cursing. "The bitch stabbed my hand." "And my leg," the man holding her added. The woman glanced to the bodies lying nearby. "Looks like you got off lucky." "I guess," the man holding Jensen finally grumbled, clearly uncomfortable under her implacable scrutiny. He handed the woman Jensen's knife. "She cut my hand nearly in 2, the other interrupted, not yet content to submit to the woman's indifference to their pain. "She must be made to pay." The woman turned a withering glare on him. "Your only purpose is to serve the ends of the order. What good do you think you will be in that service if you are a cripple? Now shut your mouth or I won't even consider healing you." When he hung his head in mute agreement, the woman finally withdrew her glare and turned her attention to Jensen. Holding the lantern up, she leaned in to get a better look at Jensen's face. Jensen saw then that it was a book she was holding in the hand along with the lantern. She had probably stolen the book from the underground stash. "Amazing," she said, as if speaking to herself as she studied Jensen's eyes.
You're right there in front of me, and yet my gift says you are not. Jensen realized that the woman had to be a sorceress, probably one of Jagang's sisters. Jensen could not be directly harmed by the powers of such a woman, or anyone with magic, but under the circumstances that hardly meant that she wasn't a threat. After all, she didn't need magic to order the soldiers to put Jensen to death. The woman held out the knife, peering at what was on the handle. Her brow drew down as she grasped the significance of the ornate letter R, the symbol standing for the House of Raal engraved on the silver handle. Her eyes turned up to Jensen, this time filled with a kind of grim recognition. Unexpectedly, she dropped the knife. It stuck in the ground at her feet as she put the fingers of one hand to her forehead, wincing as if in pain. The silent soldiers shared troubled looks. When she looked up again, the woman's face had gone blank. "Well, well, well, if it isn't Jensen Raal." Her voice sounded different. It was deeper and carried a threatening masculine tone. It was Jensen's turn to frown. "You know me?"
"Oh, yes, darling. I know you," the woman said in a voice that had turned deep and husky. "Seems I recall you swearing to me that you would kill Richard Raal."
Jensen understood then. It was Emperor Jagang, seeing her through the eyes of this woman. Jagang was a dream walker. He could do such seemingly impossible things.
"And what of your promise?" the woman asked in a voice that wasn't entirely her own.
Her movements were puppet-like and appeared to be painful. Jensen didn't know if she was talking to the woman or to Jagang.
"I failed."
The woman's lip curled derisively.
"You failed."
"That's right. I failed."
"And what of Sebastian?"
Jensen swallowed.
"He died."
"He died," she said in a mocking tone.
She took a step closer and cocked her head, peering with one angry eye.
"And how did he die, darling?"
"By his own hand."
"And why would a man like Sebastian take his own life?"
Jensen would have taken a step back had she not already been pressed up against the chest of a hulking soldier.
"I guess it was his way of saying that he no longer wanted to be a strategist to the Emperor of the Imperial Order. Maybe he realized that his life had been wasted, that it had been for nothing."
The woman glared, but said nothing. Jensen saw then a soft gold glint off the book the woman was holding, in the same hand as the lantern. Jensen could just make out the title in faded, worn gold lettering. It said, "The Book of Counted Shadows." Everyone turned at the sound of a commotion. Yet more men were dragging other captives closer. When they reached the light, Jensen's heart sank. The big soldiers had Anson, Owen, and Owen's wife, Marilee. All three were disheveled and bloody. The woman bent and retrieved Jensen's knife at her feet.
"His Excellency has decided that he may have a use for these people," the woman said as she straightened.
She gestured with Jensen's knife. "Bring them along." Chapter 16. Nietzsche paused and turned at the sound of her name called out from behind. It was Nathan. Anne followed close on his heels. For every one of Nathan's long strides, Anne had to take 3 just to keep up. Their footsteps echoed off the golden yellow and brown marble floor of the empty hallway. The rather simple hall was part of the private complex within the palace, used by the Lord Raal, staff, and officials, and of course Mord Sith. It was a passageway of unadorned utility, making no pretense of grandeur. In her modest gray dress buttoned to her throat, Anne looked about the same to Nietzsche as she had when Nietzsche had been a child. Short and compact, like a dense thundercloud scudding across the landscape, she always seemed about to throw off lightning. The woman had loomed as an imposing figure in Nietzsche's mind from the time she'd first been sent to the Palace of the Prophets to become a young novice. Annalena Aldurin had always been the kind of woman who could elicit a babbling confession with nothing more than a stony stare. She struck terror into novices, fear into young wizards, and trepidation into most of the sisters. As a novice, Nietzsche had suspected that the Creator himself would walk on eggshells in the presence of the forbidding prelate and mind his manners as well. "We got the message that you've just arrived from the keep," the tall prophet said in a deep, powerful voice as he and Anne caught up with Nietzsche and Kara. Considering that he was nearly 1,000 years old, Nathan was still ruggedly handsome. He had raw features in common with Richard, including a hawk-like brow. His eyes, though, were a beautiful azure color, while Richard's were gray. Despite his age, the prophet had a vigorous, purposeful stride. His age, like Nietzsche's, was relevant only to those who at the time had lived outside the spell of the Palace of the Prophets. Those in the palace aged just like anyone else, but at a slower rate, only when compared to those who lived outside the spell. Time had moved differently within the palace. Now that the palace, the home of the Sisters of the Light for thousands of years, had been destroyed, Nathan, Anne, Nietzsche, and all the others who had once called the place home would age at the same rate as everyone else. Nietzsche remembered the prophet as always wearing robes when he'd lived as a captive in his apartments at the Palace of the Prophets. As a Sister of the Light, it had sometimes been required that she visit him in those apartments to write down anything he claimed to be prophecy. Nietzsche never really thought one way or the other about the task. It was just one of many required of her. There were sisters, though, who would not go down into Nathan's apartments alone. Now he was in brown trousers and a ruffled white shirt under a dark green vest. The hem of his maroon cape hovered just above the floor, swirling around his black boots after he came to a halt. Dressed as he now was, he cut an imposing figure. Nietzsche couldn't imagine why, but at his hip he wore a sword sheathed in an elegant scabbard. Wizards hardly needed swords. Being the only prophet those at the palace had known of in recent centuries, he had always been an unfathomable character. Many of the sisters at the palace used to believe that Nathan was crazy. Many feared him. It wasn't so much that Nathan gave them cause for their fear, as it was that their imagination provided colorful terrors that the mere sight of him somehow seemed to confirm. Nietzsche didn't know if very many of the sisters now thought any differently, but she did know that a number of them were greatly worried because he was no longer locked up behind powerful shields. While a few thought he was rather harmless, if a little odd, most of the sisters considered him to be the most dangerous man alive. Nietzsche had come to see him differently. Moreover, he was now the Lord Rahl, standing in for Richard. "Where is Verna?" Nietzsche asked. "I need to talk with her as well." Coming to a halt beside Nathan, Anne tipped her head back toward the empty hallway. "She and Addie are off meeting with General Tremack about security issues. Since it's getting late, I told Berdine to let them both know that you and Kara just arrived from the keep and that we will all shortly meet them in the private dining room." Nietzsche nodded. "That sounds like a good idea." "In the meantime," Nathan pressed, "what news is there?" Nietzsche was still disoriented from traveling in the Sliff. It was a distracting experience in which time seemed to lose all meaning. On top of that, being in the People's Palace only added to her discomfort. The entire palace existed within a spell that amplified the power of the Lord Rahl. At the same time, the spell diminished the power of every other gifted person. Nietzsche wasn't used to the feeling. It made her restless and uneasy. Being in the Sliff also reminded her of Richard. She supposed that everything made her think of Richard. It seemed that her nerves were always on edge with worry for him. It took a moment for Nietzsche to focus her mind on the question as she struggled to put thoughts of Richard aside. As improbable as it seemed, this man, not Richard, was now the Lord Rall, and the former prelate, his former jailer, stood beside him, waiting to hear the answer to his question. "I'm afraid that the news is not very good," Nietzsche admitted. "You mean about Richard?" Anne asked. Nietzsche shook her head. "We've had no news about him yet." Nathan's brow took on an even more suspicious slant. "Then what news are you talking about?" Nietzsche took a deep breath. It still felt strange breathing air after being in the sliff. Despite having traveled in the strange creature before, she didn't think she would ever get used to breathing into her lungs the liquid silver essence that was the sliff. Mentally gathering her thoughts, she gazed out over the short section of balcony railing. The particular portion of the hallway that they were in bridged a complex of expansive halls below. Overhead, out through the opening with the balcony, late day light flooded into the palace through skylights above. The short balcony, between rather dark runs of the hallway beyond in either direction, was almost like a window looking out into the people's palace. Nietzsche imagined that, being a rather small opening, it was probably meant to allow a covert place to watch the halls below. Now, far below, people filling the various passageways hurried in every direction. Their movements looked purposeful. Nearly all of the benches were empty. Nietzsche didn't see people gathered in casual conversation the way they had in the past. This was a time of war. The people's palace was under siege. Worry was everyone's constant companion. Guards patrolled, watching not just every person, but every shadow. Trying to decide how to sum up the troubling news, Nietzsche ran her fingers through her hair, sweeping it back away from her face. "Remember Richard telling us about how the taint left by the chimes, having been in the world of life, was causing magic to fail?" Anne flicked her hand in a dismissive gesture as she heaved a sigh, apparently annoyed to revisit an old topic. "We remember, but I hardly think that it's our most pressing problem." "Maybe not," Nietzsche said, "but it has begun to cause some very real trouble." Nathan lifted a hand, the back of his fingers touching Anne's shoulder, as if to implore her to let him handle the matter. "How so?" "We've been forced to abandon the Wizard's Keep," Nietzsche told him, "for the time being at least." Nathan's eyebrows lifted. As he tilted his head toward her, some of his long white hair fell forward over his broad shoulders. "Why? What happened?" Nietzsche smoothed the black dress at her hips. "The magic of the keep is beginning to fail." "How do you know?" Anne demanded. "The witch-woman, Six, got into the keep," Nietzsche said. "The alarms failed to warn us. A number of the shields are down. She was able to go where she pleased within the keep without the shield stopping her." Anne poked a loose strand of gray hair back into the knot of hair at the back of her head as she considered Nietzsche's words. "That isn't necessarily convincing evidence that the magic of the keep is failing," she finally said, "or even that magic is tainted by the chimes and failing. It's difficult telling just how talented a woman like Six is liable to be. Just because there is some sort of problem with the keep there is no way to know its cause, much less know that the chimes are the cause. With a place as complicated as the keep, it's difficult to really know if it really is all that serious. It could simply be a temporary—" "Blood is coming out of the stone walls of the keep," Nietzsche said in a tone that made it clear she didn't want to debate it. She didn't appreciate being treated like a novice frightened by shadows on her first night away from home. She needed to get on to other matters. "It's worse down in the lower areas, in the foundation." Anne and Nathan both straightened. Anne opened her mouth to say something, but Kara spoke first, apparently as disinterested in having to argue the point as Nietzsche. "The blood oozing out of the stone in various places all over the keep is all human blood." Again, both the prophet and the former prelate went mute with surprise. "Well now," Nathan finally said as he scratched under his jaw with one finger. That certainly is serious. He gestured up the hall. Where are you headed? Kara and I need to go out to see how Jagang's ramp is progressing. I also want to have a look at the Order's army and see if I can tell how they're doing. I'm hoping that Richard's plan will work, that the Daharan troops sent to the Old World will be able to cut the supply lines. If they succeed, Jagang is going to have a problem. If all those men down there can't be supplied, they can't sit there all winter. They'll starve. I think it may turn out to be a race between the ramp and their supplies running out. Nathan nodded as he stepped past Nietzsche and Kara. Come on, then. We'll go with you, and you can tell us about your encounter with this witch woman. Nietzsche stood her ground, not following after the prophet. She took the box of Orden. Nathan turned back and stared at her. What? She stole the box of Orden we had, the one that the witch woman's companion, Samuel, stole from Sister Tovey, and that Rachel had then managed to get a hold of and bring to us. We thought it was safe in the keep. Turns out it wasn't. It's gone? Anne seized Nietzsche's sleeve. Do you have any idea where she went with it? I'm afraid not, Nietzsche said. I'm hoping that you two can give us some clues about the witch woman. We need to find her. Anything you can tell me about her, no matter how insignificant it seems, might be of help. We need to get that box back. At least Nietzsche was able to put the power of Orden in play before the box was taken, Kara said. Nathan and Anne could not have looked more stunned. She did what? Nathan whispered, seemingly unable to stop staring at Kara, as if hoping he might have heard her wrong, or if he hadn't, that she might think better of what she'd said and recant the claim. Nietzsche put the power of Orden in play, Kara said. Nietzsche thought that the Mord Sith sounded a bit proud of the accomplishment, proud of Nietzsche. Are you out of your mind? Anne roared as she rounded on Nietzsche, her face going scarlet. You named yourself a player for the power of Orden? No, that's not at all what happened, Kara said, once more drawing the attention of the prophet and the former prelate. She named Richard the player. Kara smiled just the slightest bit, as if pleased to prove that Nietzsche was better than Nathan and Anne seemed to think. For their part, Nathan and Anne stood thunderstruck. While it had indeed been quite an accomplishment, Nietzsche didn't feel any pride for having done such a thing. She had been driven to it out of desperation. Standing there in the hallway in the vast complex of the People's Palace, acutely aware of the interlocking layers of problems they faced, Nietzsche suddenly felt overwhelmingly weary. And it wasn't from her power being drained by the spell around the People's Palace. Besides the recent events, exhaustion was beginning to take its toll. There was so much to do and so little time. Worse, only she had the necessary knowledge or ability to deal with many of the problems they faced. Who but she had a chance to teach Richard about the use of subtractive magic that was necessary to open the boxes of Orden? There was no one else. Nietzsche felt the terrible weight of that responsibility. There were moments when the enormity of the battles facing them stood out for her in stark clarity. Sometimes when that happened, Nietzsche's courage wavered. She sometimes feared that she was deluding herself, that they could actually solve the monumental problems they faced. She remembered how, as a little girl, her mother had forced her to go out with bread to feed the poor, and later, how Brother Narev of the Fellowship of Order had shamed her into working tirelessly to serve the endless needs of people. No matter how much effort she put into solving the problems of all those who were needy, their problems only seemed to grow, outpacing her ability to satisfy them, binding her ever tighter in slavery to the growing ranks of those in need. She was taught that, because she had the ability, it was her duty to ignore her own wants and needs and to sacrifice her life to the wants and needs of others. Their inability or unwillingness to try made them her masters. In those moments when she thought their present problems were insurmountable, she felt again the way she had as a child, like a slave to the problems. In those dark moments of self-doubt, she wondered if she could ever really shed the mantle Jagang himself had laid around her shoulders when he named her the Slave Queen. He'd had no idea how apt the title really was. In a way, that was how she sometimes felt in this struggle. While she knew that this cause was right, it still seemed hopeless to think that they could win when they were up against so many who sought to crush them. Sometimes, in the face of the seemingly insurmountable, Nietzsche wanted nothing so much as to sit down and give up. In private moments in the past, Richard had confessed to having the same self-doubts as she felt, and yet she'd seen how he still forged ahead. Whenever Nietzsche felt discouraged, she thought of Richard, of how relentless he was, and she once again made herself get to her feet if for no other reason than to make him proud of her. She believed in and fought for their cause, but that cause was crystallized in Richard. They needed him. She didn't know how they were ever going to find him, or if they did, how they would get him back. That was assuming he was still alive. Richard being dead, though, was a thought that she refused to contemplate, and so she immediately shoved the very idea aside. Anne seized Nietzsche's upper arm in a firm grip, bringing her out of her dark thoughts. "You put the boxes of Orden in play, and you named Richard the player?" Nietzsche wasn't in the mood to address the denouncement within the rhetorical question, to yet again have the same argument she'd already had with Zed. "That's right. I had no choice. Zed at first had the same reaction as you. When I explained it all to him, explained why I had to do as I had done, and once he'd calmed down, he came to see that there truly is no other way." "And who are you to decide such a thing?" Anne demanded. Nietzsche chose not to rise to the insult and instead kept her voice, if not deferential, at least civil. "You yourself said that Richard is the one who must lead us in this battle. You and Nathan have waited nearly 500 years for Richard to be born, and worked to make sure that he could lead us. You yourself saw to it that he had the Book of Counted Shadows, so that he could fight this fight. You seem to have decided a great deal for him before I ever came along. The Sisters of the Dark have already put Orden in play. I hardly need to tell you what their goal is. That makes this the final battle, the battle for life itself. Richard is the one who must lead us. If he is to succeed, he must have the ability to fight them. You gave him a mere book. I gave him the power, the weapon that he needs to win." Nathan laid a big hand on Anne's shoulder. "Perhaps Nietzsche has a point." Anne glanced up at the prophet. She visibly cooled as she considered his words. Back when she'd lived at the Palace of the Prophets, Nietzsche would never have expected the prophet of all people to be able to bring the prelate to see reason. There had been few at the palace who thought that Nathan had the ability to reason. "Well, done is done," Anne said, her voice considerably calmer. "We'll have to give some thought to what we must do next."
"What about Zed?" Nathan asked. "Does he have any ideas to help Richard?"
Nietzsche tried to keep her voice, as well as her expression, from betraying her level of concern. "Since Zed believes that spells cast in the sacred caves in Tamarang are responsible for blocking Richard from the use of his gift, he, Tom, and Rika are on their way there now. They hope to be able to help Richard by finding a way to eliminate whatever spell is barring him from his gift."
"You make it sound simple," Nathan said as he considered the problem. "Such a thing will be far from simple."
Nietzsche lifted an eyebrow. "I doubt that standing around wishing for a solution will work better." Nathan grunted his agreement.
"What about the keep?"
Nietzsche turned and started down the hall, talking back over her shoulder. "After Kara and I left in the Sliff, and before he started out for Tamarang, Zed was going to use a spell to close down the keep.
"What about the others? Chase, Rachel, and Jebra?" Nathan asked.
Jebra vanished a while back. Zed thinks it's possible that she regained consciousness, and because of everything she's been through, she simply ran away.
"Or the witch woman has been influencing her mind yet again," Nathan suggested.
Nietzsche opened her hands. That's possible too, we just don't know. Rachel vanished as well just the other night, the night before Six arrived. Chase went looking for her.
Nathan shook his head in frustration. "I hate being stuck here when so much is going on."
Zed wanted you two to know about the trouble with the magic of the keep, Nietzsche said. He said that there are defenses protecting the people's palace that may be similar to those at the keep, so he wants you to be aware of the problem. There's no telling how the contamination from the chimes will affect magic, whether it will hamper all similar power or whether it's a function of location, if the contamination might be confined to a specific area. After we're finished here, Kara put in, Nietzsche and I are going to travel in the Sliff down to the Tamarang area to help Zed get Lord Ral's power back. Then we're going after Lord Ral. Nathan didn't object that he presently held the title of Lord Ral. He, of all people, knew that Richard was the one that prophecy had named to lead them. Nathan was the one, after all, who had originally revealed that prophecy said they stood a chance against the coming storm only if Richard led them. Kara's plan, that they were going after Lord Ral, was news to Nietzsche. If they knew where Richard was, Nietzsche would already be headed there. As Nietzsche continued to answer Anne's steady barrage of questions, Nathan led them through several rather simple passageways until they finally came to one with a heavy oak door at the end. As Nathan pulled the door open for them, cold air rushed in. A blood-red sky greeted Nietzsche as she stepped out onto a platform high above the rampart of the outer wall. "Dear spirits," she whispered to herself. "Every time I see them, it's a terrible shock." Nathan squeezed out beside her. There was room for only 2 people on what was apparently an observation platform. Anne and Kara watched from just inside the doorway. The height was dizzying. Nietzsche gripped the waist-high iron railing as she leaned out a little, peering over the side. She could see over the edge of the outer wall and the plateau itself all the way down to the Azrith Plain. The ground immediately around the plateau was deserted. The Imperial Order had camped some distance back, apparently not wanting to chance drawing any unpleasant attention from the gifted up in the palace before absolutely necessary. While the Imperial Order had sisters and even several young wizards who could shield them from any conjuring from above, Jagang would want to keep them in reserve, keep them healthy, strong, and alive until he began his final attack. A thick red overcast hung above the distant plain, black with the invading army. They spread all the way to the horizon in every direction. Nietzsche rubbed her shoulders with the chill she felt from within. While from this distance it was hard to see much detail, she knew what it was like to be among such men. She knew all too well what they were like. She knew all too well what their officers were like. She knew all too well what their leader was like. It made Nietzsche's skin crawl to think of being down among those men. When she had served with that army, she had not given a great deal of thought to how not only physically filthy but spiritually squalid it was. As the slave queen, she had been willfully blind to it. She had believed that brutes like Jagang and his men were necessary in order to impose higher ideals on mankind. Benevolence enforced through brutality. Looking back on such a thought, she could hardly believe how contradictory those convictions really were, and that she had accepted them without question. Not just accepted them, but helped enforce them. She had been so effective at enforcing the Order's will that she had become known as Death's Mistress. She could hardly believe that Richard had put up with her. Of course, she had given him no choice in the matter. She felt tears sting at her eyes at the memory of all the times she had tried to force Richard to join her in service to their vile cause, and how, instead, he had shown her something noble. She swallowed back a sob at how much she missed him, missed the light in his eyes. The sight below made the silence up on the platform seem all the more bleak. These men, these millions of men spread out across the plain, were all there for one purpose: to kill everyone in the people's palace, anyone who opposed the rule of the order. This was their last obstacle to imposing their beliefs on all of mankind. Nietzsche stared out at the ramp rising up in the distance. It was larger than the last time she'd seen it. Beyond the ramp, she could just make out scars in the ground where the material for the ramp was being dug. The top slope of the ramp aimed in a straight line right for the top of the plateau. Even though it was getting dark, there were snaking lines of men carrying dirt and rock to the construction site. If anyone described such an undertaking to her, she doubted that she would believe it was possible, but seeing it was different. Seeing it filled her with dread. It was only a matter of time until that ramp was completed, and the dark sea of the imperial order flooded up it to assault the palace. Standing at the edge of the platform, hugging her shoulders tightly, she knew that she was looking out onto more than a dark army. Nietzsche knew that she was looking out on 1,000 years of darkness. Having been a sister of the dark and having been raised under the teachings of the Fellowship of Order, she knew perhaps better than anyone just how real the threat was. She knew how vehemently the followers of the Order believed in their cause. Their faith defined them. They were more than willing to die for it. After all, death was their goal. They had been promised glory in the afterlife. They believed that this life was only a test, a means to gain entry into everlasting life. If the order required them to die, then they would die. If the order required that they kill those who did not believe, then they would make the world a sea of blood. Nietzsche understood precisely what it would mean for everyone if the order won this war. It was not the army that would bring those 1,000 years of darkness, but the ideas that had spawned that army. Those ideas would cast the world into a living nightmare. Nietzsche, there is something you need to know about, Nathan said, breaking the uneasy silence. Nietzsche folded her arms and glanced over at the prophet. What's that, Nathan? We've been studying books of prophecy here at the People's Palace. Just like all the books of prophecy everywhere else, the Chainfire spell has caused sections of these books, sections that apparently touch on Kalen, to vanish. But there is still useful information as of yet untouched by Chainfire. Some of those books are new to me. They've helped me to connect things I've read about in the past. They've helped me to see the larger picture. With the Chainfire spell having erased so much of their memories, she didn't know how he could know if he really was seeing the larger picture, or how she could know if she was. Instead of saying so, Nietzsche waited silently, the cold wind ruffling her hair, watching Nathan look away to gaze out at the forces spread out across the Azrith plain below. There is a place in the prophecies, a cardinal route, that leads to a determinative fork, he said at last. Beyond that fork, down one of its two branches, is a place the prophecies call the Great Void. Nietzsche frowned into her recollections. There had always been a great deal of speculation surrounding that portion of prophecy. I've heard mention of it, she said. Do you finally know what that means? One of the two branches after that crucial fork leads to areas of yet more branches, offshoots, and forks farther on. Nathan flicked his wrist offhandedly, as if indicating those things unseen to anyone but him. There are a few books of prophecy that I've been able to identify as having to do with issues that lie beyond on that branch. I'm sure that a concerted search would reveal others. So you might say that down that fork lies the world as we know it. He tapped the palm of one hand on the railing as he gathered his thoughts. On the other branch of that mantic root lies only the great void. There are no books of prophecy for what lies beyond. That is the reason it is called the great void. You might say that there is nothing on that branch for prophecy to see, no magic, no world as we know it, and thus no prophecy to illuminate it. He cast her a brief glance. That is the world the Imperial Order wants. If they take us down that fork, mankind will go forever into the unknown of the great void, a place without magic, and thus without prophecy. Some of my predecessors have speculated that since there is no prophecy for what lies beyond, it could only mean that the great void augurs the end of everything, the end of all life. Nietzsche could find no words. She didn't think that there could be anything but darkness if the Order won, so this news wasn't really all that surprising to her. From the books here that I have been studying, from the information they have given me, and from recent events, I have been able to fix us on the chronology of this prophetic route. Nietzsche's gaze darted to the wizard. Are you sure? Nathan held a hand out toward the army below. Jagang's army being here as they are, surrounding us, is one of a number of events that tells me that we are now on the cardinal route that takes us toward that fateful fork. I've known for centuries about the great void being in prophecy, but I didn't know if it was significant because I was never sure precisely where it fit in the chronology of prophecy. As far as I knew, it was always possible that we might end up following an altogether different arm of the tree of prophecy, never setting foot in the area containing that particular cardinal root with the great void. There was always the possibility that the great void would turn out to be somewhere beyond any one of hundreds of false forks down a dead branch on the tree of prophecy. Ages ago, when I first started studying it, it had seemed to me that it would turn out to be nothing more than false prophecy, eventually to be left in the forgotten dust of history, along with so much of the other dead wood of the possible things that never came to pass. Slowly, though, events have inexorably carried us to where we find ourselves today. I am now sure that we are on that trunk of prophecy, on that particular branch, on that cardinal root, about to encounter the determinative fork. You, Nathan said to Nietzsche, have irrevocably placed us there by putting the power of Orden in play in Richard's name. The boxes of Orden were the final node on the mantic route. There is no longer any possibility for mankind but to face that fork. Chapter 17. Kara stuck her head out of the doorway far enough that the wind coming up the walls of the palace lifted her blonde braid. You mean, if Richard takes us down one of those two forks, we will survive, but if he doesn't, and we go down the other? There is only the great void, Nathan finished for her. He turned back to Nietzsche, laying a hand on her shoulder. Do you understand the significance of what I'm telling you? Nathan, I may not know everything that prophecy has had to say about it, but I certainly know what is at stake. The boxes of Orden were put into play by Sisters of the Dark, after all. I hardly see any outcome should they win except for the end of everything good. As far as I can see, Richard is the only one who has a chance to stop that from happening. Quite so, Nathan said with a sigh. This is why Anne and I have been waiting 500 years for Richard to come into the world. He was the one meant to navigate the forks that would successfully carry us through a dangerous tangle of shrouded knots within prophecy. If he succeeded, which he has so far done, then he is the one who must lead us in this final battle. We've known that for a long time now. Nathan rubbed a finger along the side of his temple.
We've always understood that the boxes of Orden were the final node upon which this cardinal root forks.
Nietzsche frowned as his words sunk in. She suddenly understood. "That's where you made the mistake before," she said, half to herself. Anne leaned through the doorway a little, her eyes narrowing. "What?" "You were tracing the wrong route in prophecy," Nietzsche said, even as parts of the puzzle were still falling into place in her own mind. "You were aware of the importance of the boxes of Orden, but your chronology was jumbled, and as a result, you ended up tracing a false fork. You mistakenly thought that it was Darken Rahl who, by using the boxes of Orden, created the terminal node. You thought it was Darken Rahl who would lead us into the Great Void." Understanding the gravity of the mistake, Nietzsche turned to stare at the former prelate. "You thought that you had to prepare Richard to deal with that threat, thinking it was this fork of prophecy, the one we find ourselves on right now. So you stole the Book of Counted Shadows and gave it to George Cypher, meaning it for Richard when he got older. You thought Darken Rahl was the final battle, the terminal node in prophecy. You wanted Richard to fight Darken Rahl. You thought you were giving him the tools he needed to fight the final battle. But you had mistakenly taken a wrong turn. You ended up on a barren branch of prophecy, and you didn't realize it. You were preparing him for the wrong battle. You thought that you were helping him, but you got it all wrong. And in the end, your misjudgment only ended up causing Richard to bring down the great barrier that allowed Jagang to become the threat that the prophecies had warned of in the first place. Because of you, the Sisters of the Dark were at last able to get their hands on the boxes of Orden. Because of you, the Keeper of the Underworld has them to do his bidding. Without what you did, none of that would have been possible." Nietzsche blinked at the former prelate as the magnitude of what they had done sank in. The realization gave her goosebumps. You inadvertently caused all of this. You tried to use prophecy to avert a disaster, and instead you only served to fulfill prophecy. Your decision to interfere is what made the disaster possible." Anne's face twisted with a sour expression. "While it would seem that we—" "All that work, all that planning, all that waiting for centuries, and you messed it up." Nietzsche pulled wind-whipped hair back from her face. "Turns out I was the one prophecy needed, because of what you would do." Nathan cleared his throat.
Well, that's a pretty big and somewhat misleading oversimplification, but I must admit that it's not entirely untrue.
Nietzsche suddenly saw the prelate, a woman she had always thought of as next to infallible, a woman always ready to point out the tiniest mistakes made by others, in a new light. You made a mistake. You got it all wrong. While you worked to ensure that Richard could play his part as the linchpin who might be able to save us, you ended up being the pivotal element that brought the potential for destruction upon us all. If we hadn't—
Yes, we made some mistakes, Nathan said, cutting Anne off before she could even begin. But it seems to me that we all make mistakes. After all, here you stand, a woman who fought your whole life for the beliefs of the Order, only to give yourself over to becoming a Sister of the Dark. Shall I invalidate everything you now say and do because you've made mistakes in the past? Do you wish to invalidate everything we've learned and have been able to accomplish on the grounds that there have been times when we've made mistakes? It could even be that our mistakes were not really mistakes, but rather a tool of prophecy, a part of a larger design, because all along you were the one meant to be close enough to Richard to help him. Perhaps the things we did are what allowed you to get close enough to him to play such a vital role, a role that only you would be able to play.
Free will is a variable in prophecy, Anne said. Without it, without all that happened because of the events that Richard tumbled into place, Where would you be? What would you be had we never acted when we did? Where would you be had you never met Richard? Nietzsche didn't want to consider such a possibility. How many more like you in the end might be saved because events turned out this way, the prelate added, rather than if none of this had ever happened?
It could very well be, Nathan said, that had we not done the things we did, for reasons right or wrong, prophecy would simply have found another way to accomplish the very same results. It's likely by the way these roots intertwine that what is happening right now, one way or another, had to happen.
Like water finding a route to lower ground? Kara asked.
Precisely, Nathan said, smiling proudly at her power of observation. Prophecy is to a degree self-healing. We may think we understand the details, but in fact, we may be unable to see the totality of events on a grander scale, so that when we take it upon ourselves to interfere, prophecy must find other roots to nourish the tree lest it die. In some ways, since prophecy can be self-healing, any attempt to influence events is ultimately futile. And yet, at the same time, prophecy is intended to be used, intended to spur action. Otherwise, what would be its purpose? An intervention in events, though, is a dangerous thing to do. The trick is knowing when and where to act. It's an imprecise discipline, even for a prophet.
Perhaps because we are so painfully aware of our own well-intentioned mistakes, Anne said, you can see why we would be so distraught that you would take it upon yourself to make such a choice for Richard, a central figure in prophecy, as to name him a player for the power of Orden. We know the magnitude of harm that can result by interfering with even relatively minor issues in prophecy. The boxes of Orden are a determinative node, just about as far from a minor element within prophecy as one can get. Nietzsche hadn't meant it the way it had come out. She never thought of herself as free of fault, quite the opposite. Her whole life she had felt inferior, if not outright evil. Her mother, Brother Nariv, and later Emperor Jagang, had always told her as much, constantly driving into her how inadequate she was. It was just that it had been surprising to learn that the prelate could be so human. Nietzsche's gaze fell away. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. I just never thought you made mistakes. While I do not agree with your characterization of events that have spanned 5 centuries and countless years of toil and effort, Anne said, I'm afraid that we all make mistakes. One of the things that defines our character is how we handle our mistakes. If we lie about having made a mistake, then it can't be corrected and it festers. On the other hand, if we give up just because we made a mistake, even a big mistake, none of us would get far in life. As to your version of our interaction with prophecy, there are many factors you've not taken into account, to say nothing of those elements of which you are ignorant. You are connecting events in ways that are simplistic, if not entirely inaccurate. The assumptions made on the basis of those connections take great leaps over intervening circumstances. When Nathan cleared his throat, Anne went on. That is not to say, however, that we haven't at times misjudged things. We have made mistakes. Some of our errors involve events you have just pointed out. We are trying to correct them. So, Kara asked, somewhat impatiently, what about this prophecy of no prophecy, the great void? You claim that we need to ensure that Lord Ralph fights the final battle because prophecy says he must, and yet at the same time part of the prophecy says that prophecy itself is blank? That makes no sense. By prophecy's own admission, part of the prophecy in question is missing. Anne pursed her lips. Now even Mord Sith have become experts on prophecy?
Nathan looked back over his shoulder at Kara. It's not so easy to understand the context of events as they relate to prophecy. Prophecy and free will, you see, exist in tension, in opposition,
Yet they interact. Prophecy is magic, and all magic needs balance. The balance to prophecy, the balance that allows prophecy to exist, is free will. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, Kara sniped from the doorway. If what you're saying is true, that would mean that they cancel each other out. The prophet held up a finger. Ah, but they don't. They are interdependent, and yet they are antithetical. Just as additive and subtractive magic are opposite forces, they both exist. They each serve to balance the other. Creation and destruction, life and death. Magic must have balance to function. So must the magic of prophecy. Prophecy functions by the presence of its counter, free will. That's one of the major difficulties we've had in the whole matter, understanding the interplay between prophecy and free will. Kara's nose wrinkled. You're a prophet, and you believe in free will? Now that makes no sense. Does death invalidate life? No, it defines it, and in so doing creates its value. Kara didn't look at all convinced. I don't see how free will can even manage to exist within prophecy. Nathan shrugged. Richard is a perfect example. He ignores prophecy and balances it at the same time. He ignores me, too, and when he does, he always gets in trouble. We have something in common, Anne said. Kara let out a sigh. Well, anyway, Nietzsche got it right, and I don't think it was prophecy but her free will that brought her to do the reasoned thing. That's why Lord Rahl trusts her. I don't disagree, Nathan said with a shrug. As nervous as it makes me, we sometimes must let Richard do as he thinks best. Perhaps that is ultimately what Nietzsche has done, given him the tools to have the freedom to truly exercise his free will. Nietzsche wasn't really listening anymore. Her mind was elsewhere. She abruptly turned to Nathan. I need to see Panis Rahl's tomb. I think I know why it's melting. From in the distance, a rumbling roar rolled up through the gathering gloom, drawing their attention. Kara stretched her neck out to see. What's going on? Nietzsche looked out over the sea of men. They're cheering for a Jala game. Jagang uses Jala Dejin as a distraction, both for the people in the old world and for his army. The rules used in the army games are quite a bit more brutal, though. It satisfies the bloodlust of his soldiers. Nietzsche remembered Jagang's devotion to Jala. He was a man who understood how to control and direct the emotions of his people. He distracted them from the daily misery of their lives by continually blaming every common trouble they faced on those who refused to put their faith in the order, the latest of those being the heathens to the north. That distraction kept the people from questioning the teachings of the order, since all their troubles were blamed on those who questioned. Nietzsche knew, because she did that very thing herself as death's mistress. Any suffering was blamed on those who were selfish. Anyone who questioned was attacked as selfish. Jagang won widespread passion for war by building hatred for an imagined oppressor that was condemned for causing every problem the people lived with daily. Personal responsibility was abandoned to the disease of assigning fault for all hardships, and every hardship was blamed on the greedy who failed to do their part. In that way, their daily problems were a constant reminder of the enemy who they believed caused those problems. The demands for Jagang to destroy the heathens that the people of the old world believed were the cause of all their troubles served Jagang's ends. He also needed to destroy a free and prosperous people because their very existence put the lie to the order's beliefs and teachings. The truth would ultimately threaten his rule. The distraction of blaming others for the people's misery came full circle, being the means to turn attention elsewhere, and to let the people themselves demand of him that he go off to fight this battle against evil. Who could complain about the cost and sacrifice of a war they themselves demanded? Ja-la, too, was a distraction that served his ends. In the cities, the somewhat more civilized games were a focal point that funneled the emotions and energy of the populace into rather meaningless events. It helped give his people a common cause to rally around, to cheer for, promoting a mentality that steeped people in the concept of being joined in opposition to others. In his army, Ja-la served to distract his men from the misery of service in the army. Since the audience of soldiers was made up of aggressive young men, those games were played under a more brutal set of rules. The violence of such games gave frustrated, combative, hostile men an outlet for their pent-up passions. Without Ja-la, Jagang understood that he might not be able to maintain discipline and control over such a vast and unwieldy force. Without Ja-la, they might turn their idle hostility inward among themselves. Jagang had his own team, which served to demonstrate the indomitable supremacy of the emperor. They were an extension of his power and might, an object of awe. They reflected that awe onto the emperor. His Ja-la team connected the emperor to his men, made him like them, while at the same time stressing his superiority. Having spent so much time with him as his slave queen, Nietzsche knew that despite all of those calculated factors, Jagang, like his men, had actually become caught up in the game. For Jagang, combat was the ultimate game. Jala de Jin was a kind of combat he could enjoy when he was not engaged in actual combat. It kept his own aggressive juices flowing. Since assembling his new team of unbeatable men, a team universally feared, he had come to feel that he, personally, was the master of Jala de Jin. It had become more than a game to Jagang. It had become an extension of his persona. Nietzsche turned away from the sight of the Imperial Order forces gathered below. She could no longer endure the sight or the thought of the bloody games she so hated. The muffled roars washed over her, a building bloodlust that would eventually be turned loose on the people's palace. Once back inside, Nietzsche waited until Nathan pushed the heavy door closed against the cold night descending on the outside world. "I need to go down to see Panis Ral's tomb." He looked back over his shoulder as he forced the latch into place. "So you said. Let's go then." As they started away, Anne hesitated. "I know how much you hate going down in that tomb," she said to Nathan, as she caught his arm, bringing him to a halt. "Verna and Addie will be waiting. Perhaps you could see to that while I take Nietzsche down to the tomb." Nathan cast her a suspicious look. He was about to say something when Anne gave him a look of her own. He seemed to grasp her meaning. "Yes, that's a good idea, my dear. Kara and I will go speak with Verna and Addie." The leather of Kara's outfit creaked as she folded her arms. "I'll stay with Nietzsche. In Lord Ral's absence, it's my job to protect her." "I really think that Berdine and Nida would like to talk over some issues of palace security with you," Anne said. When Kara didn't look at all inclined to agree to the plan, Anne hastily added, "For when Richard gets back. They want to be certain that everything is being done to ensure his security when he returns to the palace." Nietzsche thought that there were few people as wary as a Mord Sith. They seemed to be constantly suspicious and to assume the worst. Nietzsche could tell that Anne simply wanted to speak with her alone. She didn't know why she didn't just tell Kara that. She guessed that Anne probably wasn't convinced that such an approach would work. Nietzsche placed a hand on the small of Kara's back and leaned toward her. "It's all right, Kara. Go on with Nathan, and I'll join you shortly." Kara looked from Nietzsche's eyes to Anne's. "Where?" "You know the dining room between the Mord Sith quarters and the devotion square beside the small grouping of trees?" "Of course. That is where Verna and Addie are to meet us. We'll catch up with you there after Nietzsche has had her look at the tomb." Only when Nietzsche gave Kara a nod did she finally agree. Chapter 18. As they started away, Nietzsche just caught a parting look that Anne gave Nathan. It was an intimate gaze warmed by a childlike smile, a look of shared understanding and affection. Nietzsche almost felt embarrassed to be witness to such a private moment. At the same time, it revealed a quality of both Anne and Nathan that she found captivating. It was the kind of simple thing that almost anyone who saw it would understand and appreciate. The brief glimpse into their feelings gave Nietzsche a sense of comfort and peace. This was not just the prelate she had feared for so much of her life, but a woman who shared the same feelings, longings, and values as most anyone. As they made their way back along the hallway, while Nathan and Kara vanished down a stairwell, Nietzsche glanced over at Anne. "You love him, don't you?" Anne smiled. "Yes." Nietzsche stared, unable to think of what to say. "Surprised that I would admit it?" Anne asked. "Yes," Nietzsche confessed. Anne chuckled. "Well, I guess there would have been a time when I would have been surprised as well." Nietzsche loosely intertwined her fingers. "When did all this happen?" Anne stared off into memories. "Probably centuries ago. I was just too foolish, too caught up in being the prelate, to recognize what was right there before me. Maybe I thought I had a duty which came first, but I think that's just an excuse for being a fool." Nietzsche was struck dumb by such a frank admission from this woman. A look of amusement overcame Anne when she saw the look on Nietzsche's face. "Shocked to find me human?" Nietzsche smiled. "That's not a very flattering way to put it, but I guess that must be the heart of it." They turned down a long flight of stairs, with evenly spaced landings in the square stairwell descending through the palace. The railing all the way down was vine-like wrought iron, held in place by masterfully worked iron made to mimic leafy branches. "Well," Anne sighed, "I guess that I, too, was shocked to find out that I was human. At the same time, at first anyway, it made me quite sad." "Sad?" Nietzsche frowned. "Why?" "Because I had to admit to myself that I had thrown away most of my life. I've been blessed by the Creator with a very long life, but I realized, only as I approached the end of it, that I had lived very little of that life." She looked up at Nietzsche as they reached a landing. "Doesn't it make you feel remorse to realize how much of your life you wasted without ever realizing what was really important about that life?" Nietzsche swallowed back a pang of regret of her own as they reached the edge of a landing and started down the next flight of stairs. "We have that in common." Together they listened in silence to the whisper of their footsteps as they made their way down the rest of the stairs. When they finally reached the bottom, they took a broad hallway leading straight ahead rather than one of the passageways branching off to sides. The hallway carried the spiced scent from the evenly spaced oil lamps. Cherry wood squares paneled the walls to each side, each panel separated by straw-colored draperies spaced at uniform intervals. Each set of draperies was swagged with a golden rope terminated with gold and black tassels. The reflector lamps hung in every other opening between the drapes lent the hall a warm glow. In every other warmly paneled square hung a painting. Most were ornately framed, as if the works of art were beloved. Each painting had a panel to itself. While the subject matter varied greatly, from a late-day mountain scene beside a lake to a barnyard scene to a towering waterfall, the thing that all the paintings had in common was an achingly beautiful use of light. The mountain lake sat between soaring mountains with light from beyond hazy mountains breaking through billowing golden clouds. A shaft of that glorious light spilled across the shoreline. The forest all around fell back into a cozy darkness, while in the center, the distant couple standing on a rocky prominence were bathed in the warmth of the shaft of light. In the barnyard scene, the chickens scratched on stone pavers, littered with straw and lit by an unseen source of muted light that, without the harsh touch of direct sunlight, made the whole painting all the more vibrant. Nietzsche had never before thought of a barnyard as beautiful, but this artist had seen the beauty in it and brought it forth. In the foreground of the painting, with the towering waterfalls spilling over a distant, lofty ridgeline, the arch of a natural stone bridge emerged from dark woods to either side. A couple faced each other across that bridge, backlit by the setting sun, which had turned the majestic mountains a deep purple. Standing in that light, the two people had a nobility about them that was transfixing. Nietzsche found it interesting to note that so much about the People's Palace was devoted to beauty, from the design of the interior to the variety of stones used for the floors, stairs, and pillars, to the statues and artwork. The place seemed to be filled with a celebration of the beauty of life. Everything from the structure of the palace itself to its contents seemed intent on displaying the highest accomplishments of man. It was almost a setting dedicated to virtuosity, meant to inspire. What was perhaps even more intriguing was that these masterful paintings would be seen by few people. This was a private corridor, down in the depths of the palace on the way to the tombs of past leaders. It would be used almost exclusively by the Lord Raleigh. Some might see it as a display of greed, a private show of possessions, but that would be a mistake born of cynicism. Nietzsche knew that different sorts of men had been the Lord Raleigh. Richard's own father had been a brutal tyrant. His ancestors much farther back had been anything but. Original intent was often twisted and corrupted by following generations, just as the original intent of these works of art had probably been lost, warping into entitlement of the elite. Wise leaders were often followed by fools who threw away all that had been won by their ancestors. Nietzsche supposed that all that could be hoped for was for each generation to be raised to be sensible enough to learn from the past, not to lose sight of the things that mattered, and to understand why they mattered. Still, every person had to make choices for themselves. Those who lost sight of the values fought for and won in the past usually came to lose those values, leaving subsequent generations to have to fight to win them back, only for them to be squandered by their heirs who didn't have to face the struggle to gain them. Nietzsche saw the paintings along this long walk to visit the dead as messages from past generations meant to remind the latest to become Lord Raleigh of the value of life. As he went to visit tombs of those passed away, this hall was intended to remind him where his attention belonged. In a way, this was the Lord Raleigh's reminder of his proper duty to life. Many who had taken this long walk had lost sight of that, and in so doing generations of people also lost what their ancestors had enjoyed and they had taken for granted. That was why the entire palace was created in the form of a spell to give the House of Raleigh more power, and why the place was so filled with beauty, to remind him of what was important and give him the power to keep hold of it for his people. None of it, though, as breathtaking as it all was as beautiful to Nietzsche as the statue Richard had carved down in Al-Turang. That statue had been so powerfully filled with the vitality of life that it had touched Nietzsche's soul and changed her for all time. Richard was a Lord Raleigh who carried that sense of life within him. He understood what could be lost. "You love him, don't you?" Nietzsche blinked. She looked over at Anne as they marched down the passageway. "What?" "You love Richard." Nietzsche turned her eyes back ahead. "We all love Richard." "That's not what I mean, and you know it." Nietzsche maintained her composure. On the outside, anyway. Anne, Richard is married. Not just married, but married to a woman he loves. Not just loves, but loves more than life itself. Anne didn't say anything. Besides, Nietzsche added into the awkward silence, I could have ruined his life, all of our lives, when I took him away down to the old world. I nearly did. By all rights, he should have killed me back then. Perhaps, Anne said. But that was then and this is now. What do you mean? She shrugged as they turned at an intersection toward another set of stairs that would take them down to the level with the tombs. Well, I guess that Nathan had every reason to hate me, in much the same way that Richard had every reason to hate you. As it happens, things just didn't turn out that way. As I mentioned a little while ago, we all make mistakes. Nathan was able to forgive mine. Since you're still alive, Richard obviously forgave yours. He must care about you. I told you, Richard is married to the woman he loves. A woman who may or may not exist. I put Auden in play. Believe me, I now know that she exists. That's not exactly what I meant. Nietzsche slowed. Then what do you mean? Look, Nietzsche. Anne paused, as if distracted. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me not to call you Sister Nietzsche? You're going off the subject. Anne flashed a brief smile. Quite so. What I mean is that this is all larger than one man. What is? Anne threw her arms up. All of it. This whole war. Him being Lord Rahl, his gift, the war with the Imperial Order, the problems with magic caused by the chimes, the chainfire spell, the boxes of Auden. All of it. Right now, who knows what trouble he's in? Look at all he faces. He's just one man. One lonely man. One man without anyone to help him. I can't deny the truth of that, Nietzsche said. Richard is a pebble in the pond, an individual at the center of so many things. He touches so many things. He has turned out to be a core element in all of our lives. Everything turns on what he does, on the decisions he makes. If he takes a wrong step, we all fall down. And look at the poor boy, the first born in 3,000 years with subtractive magic, raised without learning to use his gift, born a war wizard without even knowing how to use his own ability. I suppose. What of it? Nietzsche, can you even imagine what it must be like for him? Can you imagine the pressure he must feel? He grew up in Westland, in a small place, and became a woods guide. He grew up without knowing anything about magic. Can you imagine what it must be like to have so much responsibility placed on your shoulders, without even knowing how to call forth your gift? And on top of that, he is now a player for the power of Auden. When he finds out that the power of Auden is in play, in his name, can you imagine how such a thing will terrify him? He doesn't even know how to connect with his Han. And now he is expected to manipulate what is perhaps the most complex bit of magic ever conceived by the mind of man? That is what I'm for, Nietzsche said, as she once more started down the hall. I will teach him. I will be his guide. That's what I mean. He needs you. He has me. I would do anything for him. Would you? Nietzsche frowned over at the prelate's unreadable look. What do you mean by that? Would you do anything? Would you be the person he needs most? And what would that be? His partner. Nietzsche's nose wrinkled with her frown. Partner? His partner in life. He has a partner. He has a... Can she use magic? She's the Mother Confessor. Yes, but can she use magic? Can she call upon her Han the way you can? Well, I don't... Can she use subtractive magic? You can. Richard was born with the gift for subtractive magic. You know how to wield such power. I don't, but you do. You are the only one on our side who does. Have you ever thought that you ended up near him for a reason? A reason? Of course! He can't do this alone. You are perhaps the only person alive who can be what Richard needs most, a partner who loves him, is able to teach and guide him, and who is able to be his proper mate. His proper mate? Nietzsche could hardly believe her ears. Dear spirits, Anne, he loves Caelan. What are you talking about, his proper mate? His proper mate. She gestured vaguely with one hand. His equal. His equal in the feminine sense, anyway. Who better than you to be what Richard really needs? What we really need? Look, I know Richard, Nietzsche said, bringing up a hand to halt the conversation before it went any farther. I know that if he loves Caelan, then she must be someone remarkable. She must be his equal. You love what you admire. It is the order's way to do the opposite, to say that you must love what is loathsome. She may not be able to use magic in the same ways that he can, but she has to be someone he admires, someone who completes and complements him. He would not be so devoted to her were she not. Richard wouldn't love anyone who was less. You are discounting her without the benefit of remembering anything about her. We don't remember Caelan or what she's like, but you only have to know Richard to understand just how remarkable a woman she has to be. Besides, she's the Mother Confessor, a very powerful woman. She may not be able to do the same kinds of things with her power that a sorceress can, but a confessor can do what no sorceress can. Before the boundaries and barriers came down, the Mother Confessor oversaw the Midlands. Queens and kings bowed to her. Could we do such a thing? You ruled a palace. I am nothing but the slave queen. Caelan is a real ruler, a ruler her people depended on, a ruler who fought for them, fought to keep them free, a woman who, according to Richard, crossed the boundary itself, crossed through the underworld to get help for her people. While I had Richard down in the old world, she stood in for Richard. She fought with and directed the Daharan forces, slowing Jagang's advance to buy time to try to find a way to stop him. Richard loves Caelan. That says it all. It says everything. Nietzsche could hardly believe what she was finding herself forced to argue. Yes, all you say may well be true. He may indeed love this woman, this Caelan, but who knows if she's alive? You know far better than I the vile nature of the sisters who have her. There is no telling if Richard will ever see her again. If I know Richard, he will. Anne opened her hands. And if he does, then what? What can there ever be of it? The fine hairs at the back of Nietzsche's neck stiffened. What do you mean? I've read the Chainfire book. I know how the spell works. Face it, the woman who Caelan was no longer exists. Chainfire obliterated all that. Chainfire does not simply make people forget their past, it destroys those memories, destroys their past. For all practical purposes, the Caelan that was is no more. But you love Richard. Put him foremost in your mind. Think of his needs. Caelan is gone. Her mind, anyway. All you say about how much she meant to him, how wonderful she must have been, may very well be true. But that woman Richard loved, is no more. Even if Richard were to find her, it would only be the body of the woman he loved, an empty shell. There is no longer anything there within her for him to love. The mind that made her Caelan is gone. Is Richard the kind of man who would love her form alone, just want her for her body? Hardly. It is the mind that makes the person who they are, and it is the mind that Richard loved, but that mind is gone. Are you going to throw away your life the way I threw away mine? I lost out on a lifetime of what I could have had with Nathan, a man I loved, had I not been so devoted to a sense of duty. Don't throw your life away as well, Nietzsche. Don't allow any chance for Richard's happiness to slip away from him as well. Nietzsche squeezed her trembling fingers tightly together. Are you forgetting who you are talking to? Do you realize that you are trying to push a sister of the dark on Richard? The man you say is the hope for everyone's future? Bah! Anne scoffed. You are no sister of the dark. You are different than the other sisters of the dark. They were real sisters of the dark. You are not. She tapped Nietzsche's chest. In here you are not. They became sisters of the dark because they were greedy. They wanted what they could not earn. They wanted power and the fulfillment of dark promises. You were different. You became a sister of the dark not because you were greedy for power, but for the opposite reason. You thought that you were unworthy of your own life. It was true. Nietzsche was the only sister of the dark who had not converted in order to gain power or promises of rewards for herself, but rather out of a sense that she was not worthy of anything good. She hated having to be selfish, having to sacrifice herself to everyone else's wants and needs, hated not having her own life to herself. She thought that those feelings made her selfish, made her an evil person. Unlike the other sisters of the dark, she didn't really think that she deserved anything but everlasting punishment. That motivation of guilt, rather than greed, troubled the other sisters of the dark. They didn't trust Nietzsche. She was not really one of them. Dear spirits, Nietzsche whispered, hardly able to believe that this woman whom she hardly ever saw, for what seemed decades at a time while they lived at the Palace of the Prophets, could so clearly understand the way it had been. I didn't know that I had been so transparent. It was always a source of sadness for me, Anne said in a soft voice, that a creature as beautiful, as talented as you, would think so little of herself. Nietzsche swallowed. Why didn't you ever try to tell me that? Would you have believed me? Nietzsche paused at the head of the stairs, resting a hand on the white marble newel post. I guess not. It took Richard to make me see it. Anne sighed. Perhaps I should have brought you in and tried to make you think more of yourself, but I always feared to be seen as too gentle, lest through familiarity my authority come to be dismissed. I also feared that telling novices what I really thought of them might cause them to become full of themselves. You were not as transparent as you might think, though. I never realized the depth of your feelings. I thought that what I saw as your modesty would serve you well as you became a woman. I was mistaken about that as well. I never knew, Nietzsche said, her thoughts seemingly lost back in that distant time. Don't think it was only you, though. Others, because I thought so much of them, I treated worse. I trusted Verna perhaps more than anyone. I never told her that. Instead, I sent her on a blind chase for 20 years, because she was the only person I dared trust in such a mission. All part of my involvement with various events in prophecy. Anne shook her head. How she hated me for those 20 frustrating years. You're talking about her journey to find Richard? Yes, Anne smiled to herself. It was a journey in which she also found herself. After being lost in memories for a moment, she smiled up at Nietzsche. Remember when Verna finally brought him in? Remember that first day in the big hall when all the sisters were gathered to greet the new boy Verna had brought in, and it was Richard grown into a man? I remember, Nietzsche said, as she too smiled at the memory. I doubt that you would believe all that was sparked on that day. When I saw him that first day, I swore to myself that I would become one of his teachers. She had become his teacher, and in the end, Richard had become hers. Richard needs you now, Nietzsche. He needs someone to stand with him now. In this battle, he needs a partner. It is all too much of a burden for one man. He needs a woman who loves him. Kaelin is gone. If she is alive, she is only a shell of who she once was. She doesn't remember Richard or love him. He is a stranger to her. The sad fact of the matter is that Richard has lost her to this war. He needs someone now to be his partner in life. Richard needs you, Nietzsche, to whisper in his ear at night those things he must hear. Whether he knows it or not, he needs you more than anything." Nietzsche was on the verge of bursting into sobs. Finding herself arguing against the thing for which she would give her life was tearing her apart inside. There was nothing in life she could want more than Richard. But because she loved him, she couldn't do as Anne wanted. Nietzsche started down the stairwell and changed the subject. "I need to see the tomb, and then I need to talk with Verna and Addie. I don't have any time to waste. I have to get down to Tamarang to help Zed get the witch woman's spell off Richard. Right now, that's what Richard needs the most. To help me in that, I need to know everything about Six. You may not have known the woman, but you had a network of spies spread throughout the old world." "You knew about the spies?" Anne asked, following Nietzsche down the stairs. "Suspected. A woman such as you does not hold on to power for as long as you held on to power without help. Under your rule, the Palace of the Prophets was an island of stability and calm in a world of turmoil, a world falling under the spell of the Fellowship of Order. You had to have had your web spread far and wide to keep yourself aware of all that was happening in the outside world, to keep you aware of any potential threats. After all, you kept the palace safe and free to do its work for hundreds of years." Anne lifted an eyebrow. "I was not so good at it as you think, my dear. Otherwise, the Sisters of the Dark would not have become established right under my nose. But you suspected, and you took precautions. Not enough on either account, as it turns out. No one can be perfect, and no one is invincible. It remains true that you did a very good job for a very long time of keeping them at bay. You had a network of informants to help you stay abreast of what was happening in the outside world. I know that the Sisters of the Dark were always looking over their shoulders. They feared you. With the kind of web that only the prelate can spin, you must have heard something about Six over the years." "I don't know, Nietzsche. Over the years there were a great many important things going on. Rumors of a witch woman were not of much interest to me. There were more important problems. As far as Six, I didn't really hear anything of note." "I'm not interested in getting you to betray confidences, Anne. I'm only interested in anything at all you might know about her. For some reason, she took the box of Orden. I need to get it back for Richard. Any bit of information at all might help me to that end." "I simply never heard anything about her from my sources," Anne finally nodded, almost as if to herself. "But I know about her in a general sense, and I also know that she can't put Orden in play." "Then why would she take it?" "While I don't know any specifics about her, other than what Shota told us, I do know that the desire to destroy the good in life is what defines some people. The particular twisted beliefs they adopt are merely their internal justification for their overriding hatred of the good. That core drive gives them an affinity with others having the same goal of crushing anyone who lives free, who seeks to better themselves. It is the end, destroying anything good that inflames and impassions them. Ultimately, it is life they hate. They feel inadequate at facing the challenges of life. They loathe the necessity of dealing with the world the way it really is, so they grasp at shortcuts to existence. Instead of working hard, they choose to destroy those who do. Instead of creating something worthwhile, they want to steal what someone else has created." "So," Nietzsche suggested, "you're saying that while you don't know anything specific about Six, you think that because of her nature, she will seek others driven by hatred." "That's right," Anne said. "And what does that mean?" As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Nietzsche paused, resting a wrist over the newel post, tapping a fingernail on the white marble as she stared off in thought. It means that, ultimately, she will seek an alliance with the ones who have the other two boxes, the Sisters of the Dark. They may believe very different things, but they are sisters in hate. Anne smiled to herself. Very good, child. She can't use the box herself, Nietzsche finally said, thinking out loud. That means she had to have taken it as a bargaining tool. She wanted it in order to gain power for herself. When the Great Barrier came down, she saw the New World as vulnerable. She schemed and eventually stole what Shota had created up here in the New World, but ultimately that isn't enough for her. She intends to have power in exchange for the box she now has. Anne was nodding. She is ensuring that when Orden is unleashed, she will be included. She is drawn to the potential for the massive destruction of all that is good. She may want power for herself, but I think her real passion is to be part of the dismantlement of values and order. There is one thing about it, though, that doesn't make sense. Nietzsche shook her head as she stared off down the long passageway. The Sisters of the Dark are not likely to want to deal with the witch woman. They fear her. They fear the Keeper more. They must have the box if they are to unleash Orden. Don't forget, now that they have put the boxes in play, their lives will be forfeit if they fail to open the correct box. They will be forced to deal with 6. I suppose, Nietzsche said. Something seemed to be missing. She just couldn't figure out what. It seemed that there had to be something more to it.